All right. Me? Welcome, everybody, to the OHV Advisory Council meeting. This is April 26, 2024, and we're beginning at 10:41 a.m. Let's go ahead and go. We'll call this meeting to order, and then we'll go through introductions around the room, starting with myself, and then we'll go this way. Jason Blankenagel, member at large on the Lake Council and chairman. So,
I'm Eric Nelson. I'm the dealer representative.
I'm Fred Christensen, the OHV Safety Education.
Brett Davis, I guess 4x4, full-size 4x4 rep.
Hey, Jacobson, BLM Travel and Transportation Lead.
Hey guys, I'm Evan Beich. I'm the administrator of the Recreational Trails Program.
My name is Jorge Vasquez, and I'm with the Division of Outdoor Rec, Motorized Analyst.
Patrick Morrison, I'm the Grant Program Manager here at the division.
I'm Tara McKee, Deputy Director of Grants and Planning.
Laura Oaks, I'm the Deputy Director at the Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office.
Kirk Chester, Snowmobile Representative.
Chase Peely, Off-Highway Vehicle Program Manager for Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Rachel Toker, I oversee the Off-Highway Vehicle Recreation Grant for the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
I'm Shane Stroud. I'm the Assistant AG that represents the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Brett Stewart with Utah OHV Advocates.
I'm Suzanne Ward with Unity County Grants Office.
I'm Jen Berg with Unity County Grant Office.
I'm Ken, Unity County Trails Court.
Lauren Castle with the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
And I'm James Rhodes with From West Trails.
I'm Nanette, Billings. I'm the mayor of
So I'm John Teacher, Forest Service, Duchesne Ranger District, especially National Forest.
Mike Goffenson, Duchesne County Community Development and Trails Committee, representing a grant.
let's go online. I don't know if it shows up the same for you guys, but we'll start at the top. Bonnie.
I'm McAllister. I'm the Sitla Trust Lands.
Cody.
Brody Johnson, ATV representative from my secure bunker in Enoch, Utah.
Sheriff Curtis.
Sheriff Curtis, Sevier County Sheriff. I represent the Utah Sheriff's Association in Search and Rescue.
Wheels. Scott. We can't hear you, Scott. No audio.
Oh man, that's gonna be a rough meeting, Scott. Who's gonna yell at me?
Oh, he's got his phone out. Call you, Greg.
Okay.
Text me, please. Still doesn't work. It's unfortunate.
Okay.
Someone got him on speakerphone?
No, he's on the call, but he's still muted on his phone.
Oh, okay.
I'll introduce Scott. That's Scott Wheeler. He is our motorcycle representative.
Okay. Cheryl.
I'm Cheryl Butler. I'm the Forest Service representative.
Okay, very good. Well, I believe that's everybody. Thank you all for being here. And we want to also welcome a new council member, Brett, and also, sorry, Dave Jacobson, right? So
I'm Brett.
Yeah.
And who else?
Dave, right next to you.
Oh, right on. We're the new guys.
Yep, got it. Yeah, we're grateful for you guys being willing to serve on this committee, and look forward to having your voices shared. And yeah, look forward to it. So, okay, now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, the approval of the October 26th OHVR meeting minutes. Everybody had a chance to look through those? Any questions or any corrections?
I move to approve the October 26, 2023 minutes.
Second it. Second it. Okay, moved by Laura, seconded by Eric. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Is my phone working now?
It is.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
You can shake your head.
Can I have a quiet? Okay. All right, next item, approval of the May 22nd, 2023 RTP meeting minutes. Any questions on those corrections? Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the minutes as written.
Okay, motion by Kurt,
Second.
second by Eric. Any comments? All those in favor of approving the May 22nd meeting minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now we are on to item number 2, review and motion to approve the ATV representative applicant. Cheryl, do you want to present on those applicants? Rachel, sorry.
Yes, we have 3 applications. So ultimately Brody has completed his first term. So he's already served 4 years. So that's why we reopened it. We closed them on Monday and we received 3 applications, one from Brody, the other one from Ty Tyler or Wesley Tyler, and then the last one from Andy Gordon. So those were sent out last night for your review. Do we want to, because we're going to have a discussion about this, should we mute ourselves so that we can have this discussion? Or can we stop this from showing to the public?
Well, that we need to, do we?
Do we not need to?
No, this is an open and public meeting, so unless you take steps prior to the meeting to ring to close it, for one of the purposes that's contemplated under the act, everything needs to be remain open. So in this case, I don't think a closed meeting was agenda. If you can anticipate that. So if there's any concern about something not being public, then the time to visit that podcast probably need further.
Okay, I mostly asked just because Brody himself is on this call right now.
Would you like me to step away and then you can call me or text me when to come back on? I'm okay to do that.
Is Brody still at this time a member of the council? Yes. So can you tell me what it is that we plan to discuss about Brody?
It's more so we had to reopen it, so we couldn't just allow him to serve a second term. If he wanted to be a different public. So now it's just his voting.
Is that
The last time we did it was stopped. Kirk, we had the step during the discussion, and then we stated that after that discussion.
Sure. So Brody, it's certainly up to you, but it seems like it would be appropriate to me if you wanted to recuse yourself from this vote. If you choose to step out, that would be your choice, but otherwise it needs to remain part of it.
I will step out to give you the respect and the privacy that you deserve in this. And if I could just ask that maybe Rachel or somebody could text me when I can come back on, I'll just step out of my secure bunker, my man cave, and I'll just step out into my living room.
Okay, thanks, Brody.
Chairman, this is Paul with the technical team. Just to confirm, we are going into private discussion. I should mute the recording and mute the feed going out to YouTube at this time.
No, Paul, this is Shane Stroud, the Assistant AG. We are not going into private discussion. It's still an open and public meeting. Brody has chosen to step out and to recuse himself from this vote, but otherwise the meeting is remaining open and it's not a closed meeting, so you can continue to record and broadcast.
Thank you. I appreciate the confirmation. Standing by after the need resurfaces again. We're still live and on the record.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So has anybody not had the chance to review these applications? Okay. It looks like we've got very competitive applications between Brody, Wesley, and Andy. I'll just open up the floor for discussion. Anybody feeling like they want to address anything on these applications or express any opinions about
This is Fred Christensen. Brody is a pretty dedicated person. He's really into that. He brought a lot to Iron County and that stuff down south. And he does belong to 3 different clubs down there and stuff, even though I might be related to him somehow. But I'd like to nominate him for, to re-up the 2nd term.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have something to say. You know, there's a learning curve in getting in here, and it takes a couple of years to get kind of feeling where you're supposed to be. I'm impressed with Wesley's resume. Is there any way we can put another person on here? You know, I think we ought to keep Brody on, but like it says, Wesley seems to have a very, very good background in off-road vehicles, and but that's the case with a lot of people. So that's my 2 cents.
We do have other terms expiring in the future. I believe the next one is next year. So you could also, if we wanted to reinstate Brody, we will have people with their terms expiring. I can update that information later on today. If we're interested in that, sooner everyone's terms expire and how many terms they've served.
I do want to say that I was very impressed with all 3 applications. I feel like Andy could bring a younger demographic to this committee, so I'm not the youngest one anymore. But that being said, you know, Wesley has a very long rap sheet of really good involvement in a lot of different organizations. And then Brody's been really good on this committee too. He's been good to review applicants, and all of them very, very qualified. So I guess from here, do we just go, is there any other discussion on any of them? Kirk.
This is my 2nd term, and I've worked with Brody obviously in the 1st term. He's very thorough in the process, which sometimes I feel like sometimes people take advantage and just try to check the box if they're moving forward. But he's taken the time to reach out, review grants, and have conversations, which says a lot for his commitment to this organization. I don't see a reason why he shouldn't continue down that path. Not that the other applicants don't have highly qualified positions, but he's been here, knows the role, and probably can teach a few people coming in if they're expiring next year, continue that development and mentorship. So.
This is Brett. I haven't worked with any of them. I was impressed with the resumes. I was going to ask, and you kind of answered it for me. Is there any reason not to keep Brody? I mean, I'm all for term limits and all that stuff, but if he's doing a good job, and you said that there's maybe another opening in a couple of years.
Is it next year?
I believe it's next year. I can look it up.
So.
2025.
I will say the members that did apply, they're looking to be members of the council. I mean, they're well standing in the community. They'll definitely stick around to look at another opportunity. I think it was just a good time for them to say, hey, I'm interested. And so we have someone to look at for the future of the OHV Advisory Council, which sometimes is always a question. So those will be names to watch for taking that, taking it further than what we have now. So.
So if you don't mind me asking, did Fred put a motion on the floor?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to extend Brody's term for the 2nd term.
And I'll second that. I was gonna say if Fred didn't make it, I was gonna make that motion. I think Brody's done an excellent job, and it's good to have somebody with some background and experience. And, if these other individuals want to be involved, I think it's awesome. And let's encourage them to kind of be paying attention. And because in a year, if there's going to be an opening, love to have them, and we'd love to have them participate, but get a chance to get their feet on the ground a little bit too.
Okay, we've got a motion by Fred, second by Sheriff Curtis. Any other discussion about these? Shall we vote? All those in favor for Brody Johnson continuing on for a 2nd term, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Should we text him and let him know to come back and?
Yep, I'm just texting right now.
Excellent.
Mess with him a little bit or?
Yeah, we definitely should.
For sure.
Just log him out.
Yeah.
Excuse for the meeting.
He's probably sweating it now.
Oh, there it is.
Start with him, Paul.
Brody, are you able to hear us?
He's got to put his info.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Brody, can you hear us now? Brody, we first want to start off by saying thank you for your first 4 years serving on this committee, and you've done an excellent job. After reviewing these other applications, we feel like there's very strong qualifications, and the board has voted to extend your service for another 4 years. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I did actually get to see the applications for the other two, and wonderful people that have a lot of dedication to the OHV community and their desire to keep our public lands public. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
I think we just encourage what Rachel said to have these reapply in May next year as positions
Comes
open.
up next.
Absolutely.
Someone just closed it.
I think it's mine
Is it yours? Is it your second term?
and Fred's.
Huh?
I think it's Fred and mine. They're coming up. So,
Is it mine?
yeah.
Let's see.
I think we're coming up on
Time
4
to
years.
kick my butt out of here.
Hey, if you don't mind me asking, can we ask those applicants and say, hey, if you're interested, can we just retain these? Because we know we'll have an opening in a year and retain these, so we don't have to go put it back out again a lot. Just say if they're interested in following that, can we just keep them?
This is Shane, the assistant AG. I'll have to look at the bylaws and see whether you can retain the applications or whether they need to apply or reapply next year, but I can take a look at that, excuse me, and then let the council know.
Okay. I was just thinking it might save some time if we knew that they're still interested.
And Sheriff, we're in constant communication with these two individuals, at least I am. So when that time comes, I'll definitely reach out. And we'll keep these on record. So yeah, I talk to them pretty frequently.
And just to confirm, so Fred's second term serving 4 years expires in May 2025, and then you finish your first term also in May 2025.
That's my third term. My third term.
We'll think back on.
Yes, he's open now.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on to item number 3, RTP grant review for the fiscal year 24 applications. And I think we are going to have a presentation first from
From West Trails.
And then
cool. This is, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, let me back up. I think we're gonna have a quick presentation from Evan before we get going on the applications, and then we'll go on to that next one. So.
Or Rich, you're gonna share the presentation with me or who?
you want to do it? 'Cause you're
Yeah, I
already
can
there. It makes
share
it
my
easier
screen.
If you share your screen.
Cool.
You're already up there.
Cool. Well, quick reintroduction. My name is Evan. I'm the newest face to take over the recreational trails program. We have 7 motorized applications this year for the RTP, totaling about $500,000 in projects. And since we have some new faces on the council, and since I'm new as well, I just have a very brief overview of the RTP. that I'll just run through real quick so I can save time for us to evaluate the projects. But yeah, if anybody has any specific questions, just let me know. But yeah, just a very brief overview. The RTP is a federally funded grant program offered to the Federal Highway Administration. It provides funding for the development and maintenance of trail systems throughout the state, whether motorized or non-motorized. Obviously today, we're gonna be focusing on the motorized. And so our non-motorized projects are actually reviewed by a separate committee. But so for some of you that have been around, it's actually running a little bit differently in recent years. So this is the first time we've offered the grant cycle earlier in the year. So it's a little bit of a different date this time. But we've also reduced the sponsor match, different from previous years. So this year it is a 20% sponsor match for RTP applications. And we've actually raised our award amount to $200,000. Something that's a little bit different with RTP projects, if it's a federal program, these grants are subject to NEPA. That's not something we'll necessarily have to cover in this meeting, but just something to be aware of. And then for those of you that maybe need a little refresher on just like what the types of projects are that we'll see through the RTP. Typically we'll see development or maintenance projects for new trails, new trail facilities or signage. Equipment, it's a big use of the funds. So that could be maintenance equipment, grooming equipment, construction. We run a couple of popular education programs to the RTP that can be for producing publications or even running any sort of like programmatic needs, as well as any sort of initiative that helps with user safety throughout the state. And then we haven't really seen this use of the fund, but the RTP can also be utilized for acquisition projects. So any sort of easements or fee simple purchase of land can be done through RTP. As with Rachel's really, and this committee has probably instructed you guys on other projects. Most of you or all of you are on this committee for a reason, for your expertise, for your backgrounds. So when it comes to scoring RTP, I would very much ask that you rely on that, just your own experience and what you guys have seen in your careers. If needed, if you do ever need something to fall back on, we have sort of established these guidelines just to have in your back pocket if you're ever questioning something on a project. Some of the sort of initiatives that we'll be focusing on are access, so increased access to public trails, connectivity, so any sort of project that's going to be aiming towards a more cohesive trail network or larger vision. So we love seeing projects that are going to punch in trails to make it more cohesive trail network. High use mitigation, so crowd dispersal, impact reduction of overused areas, education and safety, so safe and responsible recreation growth, and then resilience. Just want to see ensure stewardship of our recreational assets. So anything that's going to help a trail be maintained for long-term usage. So yeah, that's my real quick overview. Does anybody have any RTP questions before I hand over the reins for our quick presentation? Yeah, what's up?
Evan?
Yeah,
I have a question. This is Scott Wheeler. I've heard. Are you in the process of reorganizing the non-motorized committee to make grant applications and presentations to them? Because I know they stopped it here like a year or two ago. Or are you going to redo the whole thing, motorized and non-motorized?
Yeah, so we did just put together a brand new committee for our federal grant program. So our division, the Division of Outdoor Recreation, recently inherited not only the Recreational Trails Program 2 years ago, but also the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is another federal initiative. And we just decided to go ahead and score both of those grants together through a federal grants committee. So this is our first year that we'll be doing that. And so the non-motorized RTP projects are going through that committee. And then to complicate it a little bit more, the ones that the other projects that are being that are applying for other state-funded grant programs, such as the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant, those RTP projects are being scored by the Outdoor Recreation Infrastructure Committee.
So I guess the question I have from that, are we still going to be doing the RTP?
Yes. The motorized RTP is for you guys, and it will always be for you guys.
Okay, that's the question I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry to cause you further confusion there. Yeah, any other questions before I pass this along? Yeah.
Outside of the questions, before we go to the presentation, I just need 5 minutes to kind of go over the standards for all of today.
Yes, please.
I'll have to restate those, but before I start, if there's any other questions for him.
Cool.
Awesome. So thanks everyone for being here. I love that we get to do these. There's a lot of responsibility. I appreciate the time that all of you take on looking at every little detail of these grants. we have a really healthy advisory council that will continue going forward. So I always like to restate the purpose of these grants, and it's to further the opportunities for OHV interests and for the community. All of you are representatives of the community. There are some grants that always have potential of some critical questions on the longevity. If trail projects are going to stick around, the possibilities of closures happening, all critical questions are welcomed. However, we always look on the basis of that purpose of furthering the interests of OHV opportunities, regardless of what's been done on a larger scale on the entity applying for those. Good questions to ask and good things to bring up, but taking it as a case-by-case basis on these is very a critical component for all of our decisions made today. So I just like to remind everyone on those as we discuss these that we're having a healthy discussion regarding it, and that it goes on the merits of a case-by-case basis for that grant alone. Reminding again that you are all keeping the pulse of the community in your discussions, and it's for the furtherment of OHV opportunities for the state of Utah. So, which I all know that you will do today, and we'll have some good, healthy discussions, some critical discussions, and I welcome it all. But when that grading time comes, it's on those purposes on those. Anything, Ms. Shane, on that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think what Chase is really saying at the end of the day is, as an agency, we have to follow our laws and the rules, and we look at grant applications through the lens of 41-22-19 and the overall OHV code, and then the rules that apply to consideration of OHV grants. So yeah, I think Chase said it best, case by case consideration.
Can I ask a question? The requests came in. The total with the request came in higher than our budget. If all requests are approved, is that something that is still going to be funded, or is that something that goes to you guys to say you're on a waiting list?
So we can only approve the amount of funding that we have available, because otherwise it would kind of into following future fiscal years, which we don't have that funding available. So for RTP Motorized, there is enough funding to fund all of them, but for the OHV recreation grant, we only have $4 million change. We have $5.3 million in requests. So we can only fund up to $4 million.
Okay.
So we'll have to make sure that this percentages match, which Rachel and I will help out with that. And some of those determinations, they will be made up.
Yes. And so, and we can talk about this over, but like every category is within line except for trail work, but that has the ability to pull from other categories.
Okay.
So everything else is.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Cool. Yeah, so we only have one presentation for our RTP projects today. Again, we only have 7 applications. And so we have James here with Rhode West. If everyone's ready, we can go ahead and have James come up and present.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, to kind of kick things off, I want to thank you guys for allowing us to submit for the grant and do a presentation of our project. We are a newer nonprofit organization, started out of Sanpete County. Our main focus is working towards maintenance, preservation, and new trails for motorized off-road use. Our main focus this year and the next year for the completion of this grant would be to focus on the European trail system. There's about 650 miles of trails down in our area that are open to the public, and we do, through our discussions with the Forest Service, we've realized that there are 2 individuals on their team that are over that whole trail system, and so we step up and kind of put back in our effort based on what we've been able to gain and earn from use of the trail system, and step in and help out with a few areas of actual maintenance and preservation. So what we had kind of come up with working with them was our main goal was to come through and clear any down trees, any brush, and then naturalized user created trails. So our focus is going to be on the whole trail system. Just a general overview. We'll have different phased approaches to go through and manage and maintain that, and keep an eye on as well as document where certain problem areas are, so they can come in and utilize their resources to take care of those that are above and beyond what we are kind of scoping and aiming for. But kind of go through there. The main goal for us is to just utilize this resource and takes better care of it from a user perspective. So we want to step in, help out, and utilize those resources. We realize that there's not a ton of like fix this certain problem area for presentation today, but being a new nonprofit organization, we realize that we're probably one of the few that come to these kind of grant processes. So we wanted to leave time open for questions and dive down to more or less on that front. So kind of kick in, go from there.
Okay, thanks, James. It looks like the council members that reviewed this, we had Brody, Cheryl, Eric, and Scott. Do any of you guys have any feedback from your review of this application?
This is Eric. I've got some. So just kind of speak to the character a little bit and to the area. Spend quite a bit of time down on the trail system. It's a very popular system. And to have someone that is actual local to the area down there helping with it, I think that's great. Actually know the individuals at Rome West. I've actually done volunteer projects with them. Very, very capable. And so, yeah, I think this would be a great project.
Thanks, Eric. Scott, Cheryl, or Brody, any other comments?
I have some comments. I called and asked them why they wanted to use motorcycles opposed to, maybe a UTV or ATV. And they answered the way I thought they would, is that it's a quicker mechanism to get around with, much quicker than a UTV, and they could monitor things. And I was impressed with the conversation I had with them about how they were going to use the motorcycles. They're fairly expensive, but it sounded to me like they're fairly competent. My biggest concern with a lot of these grants, and I've voiced it before, is how do we monitor them? How do we check them out if they're doing a good job? And if they run into a problem, are they going to ask us about it? So I still maintain that we need to, with the new groups, is be able to monitor what they're doing and say, hey, they're doing a really good job, which I think they will do.
This is Brody. I think if we approve this, I say that this needs to be one of those projects that we go and check out in person at some point.
So are you telling me that I need to go ride my motorcycles with these guys?
Yeah, that would be great, but it would be awesome to invite us all.
Well, I got an extra dirt bike. Brody, you want to come ride with me?
I'm not super great on dirt bikes, and so I'll take my four-wheeler.
Search and rescue's out there. It's fine.
We know where the mud puddles are.
Eric, which grant is this one? Which, can you give me the number? There's too many.
3352.
3352. They all blend together, but I believe what I remember is just being really excited to have this kind of a partner down there to help folks out. And so I look forward to some great work, but I will pull it up. And if I have anything else, I'll let you know. 3352. Thank you.
Do you have an MOU with the Forest Service?
So we have basically a statement of work allowing us access to work on there. We're going to go through and have a couple requests on some certifications where we are going to be using chainsaws. They want us to go through some of those courses, and we have those scheduled in 2 different times. So the members of the group that will be actually doing the chainsaw work will have those approvals. So
there is a support letter from the Forest Service.
Worked really close with the one in Stampede as well as the one in Erin, both districts.
So that's another thing. We all know, well, maybe not all of us know, but Wade Allenson is helping these guys, working with them. And so, yeah.
She works for the Forest Service. Yep. I did have one additional question outside of that is Kevin Christensen down there. You're working with him,
Yeah,
or that'll be a key partner, that's who we work with quite frequently for theirs.
So we talked with him. A couple of the local cities also wrote us letters of support just based off of the tourism that it brings. So it's been kind of an interesting effort. The other member that's been kind of the main driving factor on this is my uncle, Jason Rhodes. He's done most of the legwork on this one. I've done a lot of the back end paperwork and that information found up, but he actually was not able to attend today. So I apologize if I'm a little short on information, the original presentation. So.
Great, thanks, James. Any other questions for James? Okay, thanks for presenting.
Thank you guys. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. All right, should we go ahead and go through evaluations for the RTP?
Projects. Are there any other copies of this?
Yeah, I got one right here.
Next to
one, the arts.
And also, I know it's kind of a mess, but there are pages with the RTP motorized evaluation comments that are either in, if you're virtual, it's either in that handout that I sent out yesterday, or if you're here, they're on the table. I realized after the fact that I accidentally printed the non-formatted one, so, but the numbering is on the left-hand side of the page. You know,
You can drive.
Okay, very good. Okay, which one are these in order from what we've got on here?
This is
one.
Yeah, so this is ranked for highest to lowest. Through these, we've decided that it's easier to do that so that our ranking scores with the comments actually reflect that. Do you want me to give you a bit?
Do you see number one?
Again, these are disorganized because I didn't print the proper bit. So here. You just have to look at the side. Again, I apologize for that. I realized
Oh, I've got them. I just didn't realize they were out of order.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay, all right. So should we go ahead with application 3560,
The Avalanche Center website.
Okay.
And if you'd like to see the application itself, I can pull it up.
I could speak to it if you want.
Yeah.
So the Avalanche Center website is about 10 to 12 years old. I mean, they've patched it together and continued, but this grant is one of the pieces to completely redo the website from the ground up. Chad Bracklesberg is 27 years at the Avalanche Center, is resigning as director. This is kind of his draft, finish and execute. So I think anyone that travels in the backcountry in the winter knows how important the Avalanche Center reports are. This is the main source of information for anyone in winter or backcountry travel. So they are redoing the website from the ground up with new technology to be mobile friendly instead of trying to push to other apps. Yeah, so pretty straightforward project as far as an information process. There are, I don't remember how many zones, but every avalanche zone is reported daily by 6 a.m. or 5 in the morning. So the avalanche forecasters are getting up early and inputting data into there. I would say, short of the Wasatch Front, almost every other zone they're reporting is motorized. So there's Moab, the Uintas, Cache Valley, Smith Morehouse. Every one of those is a motorized access except for the Wasatch Front, which has motorized in it as well. American Fork Canyon. So,
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
So I noticed that as far as funding priority, it shows a medium. Is there any concerns?
no, I didn't have any concerns. I think it's more of how they're going to proceed with it. This is part of a major overhaul. They've probably got $250,000 set aside between different funding programs. So they're not gain the maximum value to leverage the grant itself, but they've got a lot of other programs that they're putting together to get this revision done. I think it's a private donation.
And I have the comments pulled up.
Okay.
There was 4 people reviewing.
Yeah, Fred, Laura, Sheriff, any other comments on this one? Looks like you guys had all reviewed it.
I just know that it's safe lives. That's all that matters to me. One
Good.
life saved worth a lot.
My comments are similar. Mine was small, saving lives.
Go ahead, Sheriff Curtis.
I was gonna say, mine's the same thing, even though we're kind of an empty zone in central Utah on this, we still rely on it. I know my search and rescue use it. I know a lot of our local motorized users, every time they go, they're checking this website because it provides information to them. And if they're able to provide it in a better way, more efficient, I think it saves a lot of lives. So I would love to see it continue.
Okay, awesome. Are we ready to vote? And this is RTP. Do we just do yes and no's on this one like we do over? Okay.
Yeah, so I can roll call if you'd like, or it's easier to just say all in favor, yes.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think we decided it goes faster than.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Unless anyone wants to have.
Do we say, yeah, does anybody wanting roll call on this one? Okay, all in favor for approving application 3560, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, looks like it's unanimous. Okay, let's go on to application 3405. There's 2 sides to this.
Yeah, sorry.
3405. This is the one we just looked at.
This is.
Yeah, this fish leg.
Okay. Brody, Cheryl, Fred?
I just want to say that I think Fish Lake, because I ride it quite a bit, they are doing a great job with all of their motorized trails, at least that from what I see and when I ride it. And so I love this project.
Actually, if it's where I think they're going with the trail system, I haven't really looked at the map part of it, but it definitely needs some work done on.
Yeah.
And it's, from what I'm hoping, it's up through Broadhead Lakes and Daniels and all that other stuff, which is really rough. And it's a lot of solid rock.
The only concern I had is what the equipment we used for continuing. We're buying $30,000 worth of 4-wheelers. What's the continuation plan after the project is completed? These are pretty short-term projects and usability. Like that equipment is well done. So
And I can speak to that. These guys you put that equipment to use specifically on these trails for the long term. So these guys are very familiar with the grant program, as well as the fact that this equipment can only be utilized moving forward for motorized trails. And I have complete faith in this group that they will do that.
perfect.
I recovered their seat. We get a lot of them.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion on this grant? Okay, should we do, all in favor for this, for approving, this is 3405.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Looks like we made it through 2. Off to a great start.
Don't do
That
that.
jinx us.
That's the next one here. We've got application 3376, motorized trail monitoring equipment for Sanpete County.
Oh, I did want to mention, Brody, you haven't rode this trail that I'm talking about.
Well, just when are we going to go?
Sorry, I'm not seeing this one. I can't see anything. Numbers.
So, is there a question about the, I'm confused about the match. It says we have 20% match on that. Do we need 20 or 25?
Yeah, it's 20. The match is sufficient.
Okay, so that's not an issue. I guess my thought was it was a pretty small ask for a potential high return.
Bonnie, it looked like you had some questions on this, maybe? Or listed as a medium funding priority. Did you have any comments on that?
No, I thought it was a great project. They have partnerships that provide labor, would help better understand trail usage. No, I thought it was good.
Okay. Cheryl, looks like you had medium funding priority, but it looked like it was questions regarding the 25% match. Is that right?
Yeah, I know it doesn't look like they quite meet that, but I do feel like trail counters are super important. Then that data, I think, helps paint a much better picture for things. So.
Okay.
And for R2P, just to restate it, they've decreased their matching requirement to 20%. So 25 is not relevant for R2P.
Got it.
Scott, did you have any comments on this one?
I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Should we vote? All in favor for application number 3376?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that one's approved. What is the next one? It is 3485. Wasatch Cache Trail Equipment. Guessing it's number 4. Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Bingo. All over the place.
I'm gonna after for the like 30 pages.
Okay.
Also, the comments are right here if you're interested.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, so Brody, let's see, Brody, myself, Eric, and Scott conclude this one. All of us marked it high except for Scott. Scott, do you have any?
Yeah, I do. I do. The support letters, there weren't any motorized support letters on this. And that was my only concern is that I just kind of got the impression from the grant it was going to be used more for non-motorized than it was motorized. And how do we monitor that? How do we keep track of how much it gets used? And I'm okay to use equipment on non-motorized trails. I ride on them occasionally or hike on them, but how do we monitor this? This always comes back to this question: how do we monitor these people and what they're doing and not doing? And like I said, there weren't any motorized support letters on this, and maybe I should have called and asked them. Says, hey, so that was my concern.
This is Cheryl's grant, isn't it?
I believe so. Cheryl, do you have anything to respond to that?
Yeah, so Scott, this grant we actually put in 50% to non-motorized and 50% to motorized because we want to be able to utilize this equipment on both motorized and non-motorized trails rather than have a piece of equipment that can only be used on one type of trail. So the non-motorized RTP got half the expense, the motorized RTP got half the expense so that we can make sure we're able to use them on both types of trails.
And that wasn't my question. My question is, how do we monitor it and say, like I said, the support letters, well, non-motorized support letters, there were not any motorized support letters for this grant application. And that concerns me when I don't see one.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I'm okay to do this. This is a great deal, I believe. But how do we monitor if it gets used 95% for, non-motorized trails and 5% for motorized trails? How do we monitor that? How do we keep track of that?
Yeah, and that is a great question, but I can definitely speak for the forest that is our intention, is to make sure it's utilized on both types of trails. And that is why we're putting in that funding.
So I be able to call you in a year and say, hey, I want a tally of how many hours were used on motorized and how many hours were used on non-motorized?
Yeah, if you would like us to track that, I'm sure that's part of something we could track with our
I think
utilization.
that would be an important thing to
Yeah.
do. I think some of this can be blended very well. I do have, maybe this is a bad way of putting it. I do have heartburn when they use a trail cat to make a hiking trail. And, but sometimes you need that. But I would just like to keep track of my motorized money if it's getting used well. And,
Great. Well, and I think that's something, any of these grants that we purchase equipment, right? Because at least with this one, we're doing a mix of funding, whereas a lot of people that specifically just go to motorized, I don't know what that looks like from the monitoring standpoint either on if this equipment gets used on motorized or non-motorized, but it is definitely our intention that it gets used on both. And really, we're trying to meet that need that a lot of times when we go down some of these trails that are single track, people do not like that. So we're trying to get a smaller mini X that we can actually do work on single track without hopefully making such a big impact. So yeah, I mean, whatever the state wants it to look like as far as monitoring goes, but that is definitely our intention. We're also excited because we finally got it to where we aren't going to have to pay FOR for this equipment, for this grant funded equipment, which was basically why we have not put in grant applications for equipment for years, is working through that process. And we finally got through that process. So now we're hoping to actually get some equipment back on the forest. So yes, I agree though, Scott. We want to make sure the money goes to the right place. I 100% agree with you.
And I don't want to complicate it. I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. Well, and again, if Rachel wants to work with me, if there's some type of tracking that, that we're going to ask applicants in general to do on the utilization of this equipment, to me, that would come down to the state and what they want to see for sure. And I'm willing to be part of those discussions for sure.
And we're working on putting something in place where we have follow-up reports from our applicants, even if it's 5 to 10 years after the fact, because we want to make sure that it's still being utilized. Because within, at least for the OHV recreation grant, we have it that it must meet the intent of the project for up to 10 years. So, and I don't know about RTP, but I'm assuming it's probably very similar, that contingency. So we should be able to track this, Scott.
Cheryl, I have a quick question. It's Chase.
Yeah.
I know, was it Nicholas Brown that put in for this grant? I saw his name on there.
No, I think this one was Colson Costello is the primary grant manager, and then I'm the secondary. But as we said in the grant, this will be a shared piece of equipment that will be utilized across the forest. And Nicholas is a great example that they don't have a mini X or a dozer right now. So this is also our step in that process of trying to have more of a forest-wide equipment program to make sure this equipment's really getting utilized and not just sitting somewhere. So,
especially if it's going to be utilized in the Wasatch Cache area, through the Heber Camas district. Nicholas has a long track record of providing to a lot of motorized projects. So if that says anything, if it's shared, used in those, I was concerned on the location of it being Salt Lake County, with not hindering motorized trails, but as long as it's utilized Forest Service wide, I see.
Yeah, and the location, we put the location as Salt Lake because that's where our supervisor's office is and their forest wide grants, but this could be utilized anywhere from Logan, Cache County, down to the Spanish Fork District, over to Heber Camas, on any of the districts on the forest is how we're looking at these pieces of equipment.
Very good. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you for your questions, Scott.
Yeah, great
Brody, Brody or Eric, do you have any other comments or questions about this one?
I don't.
Nope. Let's vote.
Okay. All in favor of approving application number 3485, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sounds good. We'll move on to number 5 for application 3352. And let's see.
Cheryl, Erin, Scott.
Yep.
So this is the wrong list.
Yeah, what is this one?
This is our presentation.
Yeah. Oh, scroll list. Okay.
Yeah.
We've got Coming from the audience, Brett?
Be okay?
Yeah.
So my question is the next application and several others ahead of us are with the BLM. And as everybody knows, we're in the process of possibly closing a lot of lands, looking at this in this 44%. I'm just hoping that the committee can think it out very well, that do we want to fund something that's going to be closed, that's on the chopping block in 6 months, a year, or 2 years, or whatever. So for an example, this one here, the NFL swell, we're looking at 41%. So we would definitely not want to fund anything that's on the chopping block. And so my recommendation with that is, you know, the Forest Service is doing a fantastic job. They're not doing all these travel plans. We'll keep an eye on it. And so I would say that either not so much deny that they should get an application or approve it, or possibly put it on pause until we find out later. I don't know if that's legal or not legal or what, but that's a question that I hope that we can look at, because it's not just the RTP, but it's also on the OHV grant, and the OHV community is furious. Found out that we're funding something that's on the chocolate blocks. With that, thank you.
Laura, did you have a
Yeah, I
comment?
was just gonna say, we've been using evidence of putting money into these trails as reasons to like keep them open, that they've allowed us to put grant funds onto trails and maintain them. So that's something, I get where you're coming, but that's part of our, like what we've been building evidence and asking people to do in their TMP comments. If you've had grants to, or put, you know, had agreements to maintain or work on these trails, that be part of your evidence that's presented.
Yes, to also be a little bit challenging towards that as we have seen.
Yeah.
We're using it as evidence, but it's also, we still had some trail closures associated with some of our grant funding. So that's just
Part of our lawsuit.
Yeah, part of it, but we're also, it was lost anyways, potentially. So that's kind of the balance we're trying to have on these.
Are the trails specifically ones that are marked on the difference?
Now, I brought a packet of a lot of these that you
Yeah.
probably have them also,
Yeah.
but this is just one that I grabbed out of the packet.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the trails that are proposed are the ones that are marked for closure.
I haven't researched to see if it's a
Because that
application,
would
but
be.
I have a statement that was provided by Katie Stevens with the BLM this region. Could I read that real briefly? Would that provide a little light on this? She wanted me to just read this little statement that work priorities and project completion covered by grant funding would be tracked and managed to ensure the listed locations and needs are met. Implementation of the 2023 BLM Labyrinth Gemini Travel Management Plan decision would not be covered by grant funding or grant match. That's all I got.
okay, and with that, they just closed 317 miles in that Labyrinth Canyon area and Tejo and so forth. So we try to work with them, but is it working? Do we want to go forward and litigate it there? Do we want to put it on pause, or can we put it on pause until a decision has been made? The decision had, there's some, what I call illegal closures, and I don't want to get into that, but there's some illegal closures that the litigation did never happen. They just made a decision on their own. So I don't, if any of these areas are on the chopping block, I think we ought to look at it to possibly put it on pause.
Yeah, I would just like to comment, Brett with 4x4 community. It used to be, oh, you're overusing it, or you're doing this. And as we saw on the Gemini Bridges decision, well, these were underused or under-maintained. And so, we're getting hit on both sides on this. The folks in the Moab BLM office and in the Santa Fe BLM office, the BLM folks, they're not the bad guys here. They got sued and they're having to do these,
Settlements.
I have so many feelings on this, but they're having to do this management plan because they're forced to by law and by the settlement. And we may disagree with it, but and I don't know what the past history has been in areas like this that have had closures. I would imagine that these funds, like we're going to talk about one in a minute, they're going to get used on the remaining roads. And the group of us could probably talk for days about how mad we are about all this stuff. But in this case, I I mean, it's annoying, but you know, there are still roads. That makes me cry.
I still want to fund the ones.
So I don't want to fund the ones that are gonna get close to.
Sorry to interrupt. Let's, give some time for Shane to.
Yeah, I just want to say, this is a great debate. This is exactly what the council is supposed to do. Is debate these issues and decide whether it's in the best interest of the OHV community, whether it advances the interests of the grant, whether this is a grant that you think is a good one, given everything you consider. And I know this committee does a great job in making those decisions based on the face of the grant itself. You should continue to do that, consider all those facets. But one thing you can't do, or I would not encourage you to do, is to make decisions based on who the grantee is, right? So we don't deny something just because we don't like the grantee. In this case, the BLM. If the grant is a good one and we would give it to another similarly situated grantee, then we should do that, or you should do it based on anything else you would consider for a similarly situated grantee. On the other hand, if like Brett has said, and you guys discussed, if you decide this isn't in the best interest of the grant program, and it's not something you would move forward with, then, you know, you might deny it. I would just encourage you not to think so much about who the applicant is, but about how this does or does not advance the interests of the program.
Could they put it on pause? Is that an option? Until the next cycle.
So I'm not going to give the council advice. They're the ones with the expertise and they're the ones charged under our rules of making decisions about whether a grant should or should not move forward. And so I'd leave it to you as the council to decide what's in the best interest of the grant program and whether or not you would give this grant under any similar circumstance.
So the RTP only comes around once a year. It's not.
But we've got some other things coming up on the next.
Right. The question arises though, is this in the best interest for promoting trail use? In essence, what we are supposed to be doing, what we cannot make decisions on is what happens at a government control level, right? Are we going to continue to promote trail use in these areas through the grants and through this process, regardless of who the grant applicant is? And if we're going to do that, again, she just stated this gives us further evidence that we are helping fund these trail uses in a litigated process. And so I don't feel like having, and I understand your perspective, and it's this kind of, where's the balancing point, right? Like, can't hold the carrot out because the district pulled the carpet out from under us. But if we're acting in good faith and continuing down that path, then we do have requests that we can put forth and say, look, we've spent money maintaining these trails. We should be able to continue to use these trails.
And you've allowed us to.
And you've allowed it, and you applied to allow us.
Some kind of contract may be possible.
Yeah. We can
There
request,
usually is,
yeah, there usually is.
Our contracts are drafted around some of those verbiages. And that's our investment into these, and that's the state's interest is to further those OHV recreational opportunities.
Right.
So acting like.
So you get them to reimburse you if they,
Yes.
next week come in and close it?
That's Brody's question right now. So if BLM closes a trail that had a grant applied to it, can we ask for a grant money back from the BLM or any other land manager in the same position?
Would that be like the claim for damages?
So what I'd say there is that they need to follow the grant agreement. So if the grant agreement says they need to do a certain thing, then all of a sudden they can't do that thing, well, that would be a problem under the agreement. Not just for BLM, but for any other grantee. So, you know, when they enter into an agreement with the division, we're going to hold them to it. If they can't fulfill the terms of that grant agreement, then that's going to be a problem down the road.
So this is Brody, how do we hold any grantee responsible if they don't fulfill their grant obligation? Or in this case, the BLM, if they get money from us, they close down a trail, do we have like some department that goes and knocks on the door and asks for a check? How does that work? And does it really work? Is the BLM going to really pay us back? If the answer is we don't know or no, then that tells you a lot. If the answer is yeah, we have a way to do that, then that tells us something else.
And it goes with a vehicle too. If they're using our off-highway vehicles and they got through a grant to go out and close a road, that's definitely out of line.
Sheriff Curtis?
Now, I know on one of our grants, we discussed at the last meeting about somebody who had not met up to their contract agreements. There was a penalty attached. Is that something that would be the same with all other grantees, especially like in this situation? If they're not using it properly, do we do a reduction in whether they can apply again in the next cycle, or they have to provide more of their own funding or things like that? I know a couple other groups I'm in, we actually will deny funding on their next couple grant cycles until they can comply with the rules. Is there something like that in our policies or our guidelines? Does anybody know?
Yeah, we have stuff written into our contract so that things are being followed. We have the right to either request the funding back. We have the right to, a lawsuit if we so much as feel that's justified. And then also, like, if it's not a project in good standing, we don't have a good working relationship, that should be reflected during the review process from us, to let our advisory council members know in case something were to happen in the future. Does that kind of answer your question? That we
It does.
And we've gone through those processes recently, not to name anyone on those.
Yeah.
So we've had to go through those, and it does take a lot of time, but I do know Rachel and the rest of our team, we carefully go through those, evaluate them, and we go through the processes of some of those items that are justified and reasonable to do on those. So that would be a similar process on getting those. I think that answers part of Brody's. Are we actually going to do anything to hold their feet to the fire? And gone through those processes already.
And if we hold their feet to the fire, is the Attorney General's office got the will to see this through? Is the grant set up that the BLM or any other grantee would also have to pay for our attorney's fees to fight this? Or do we just pay for our own attorney's fees? They pay for theirs. I think it needs to be, they pay all the attorney's fees if we win.
So Brody, this is Shane. I don't know exactly what's in our contracts with regard to attorney fees. What I can say is that the division has me on retainer. And so I work with them pretty closely on all of these contracts. If we have a problem with our grantee, and I have in the past, just like Jay said, that could take a lot of time. But rest assured, we have a division believes that a grantee isn't living up to the obligations that they have in one of their grant agreements. I work carefully with them to make sure that we hold them accountable and that they do live up to those obligations.
Sheriff, let's go to Cheryl real quick, and then I know we're tight on time. So, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, and I was just going to speak. I know at least for the Forest Service, all of our grants are done through a reimbursable process, which we don't get any funding from the state until we submit our grant closeout packet. And the state says that what we've done is acceptable. And at that point is when the state actually pays. And so I'm guessing the BLM probably works through a very similar reimbursable process. I could be wrong, but I know for us, we don't see a dime of the payment until we submit our closeouts, we submit all the required documentation, and then we get paid. So I feel like that's another piece of the puzzle that really, if the state looks over our closeout and says, hey, something's wrong here, then basically the Forest Service already is on the hook for that money because we've spent it, right? And so then we need to pay for it and figure out a way to pay for it. So again, I could be misspeaking for the BLM, but that's how ours works with the Forest Service, is through a reimbursable. And I'd guess theirs is similar.
And we're pushing towards more reimbursements versus any upfront funding, just because we've had issues with applicants not completing their projects and then having funding being in their accounts for years. So yeah, especially when it comes to a federal agency, we're more so like, that they generally have a reserve of funding that they can pull from. So we're really emphasizing that, even if it's they spend the money and then come back to us a week later and request it. So.
Well, to speak to what Cheryl has said, it would be the same format with the BLM. They would complete the project and then be fully reimbursed after the project's been completed. So we would have that opportunity to review the scope of work and see if they had met the stipulations of the contract.
And to restate, the division treats all applicants equally in this manner. It's not only one entity it'd be for all applicants on following the guidelines of the contract. If there's a breach of contract, then we'll address those matters, and we have addressed those matters as such on those. So.
Hey, Chase, I want to say something. I can understand where Brett's coming from. I tell you what, you have somebody kick you in the teeth, and then the next day they want something from you. You really you don't want to do this. The grant application is a good grant application. It really is. It fills a need in there, but we just got kicked in the teeth by them. And so how do you respond to them? How do you come back and say, hey, look, how do we give you funding after you just did this? And it's like, okay, how much control did the Moab field office actually have in some of the decisions were made? I think some of them, they didn't have a lot of control. On the other hand, this is a good grant application. It really is. You read through it, and it's we need it. And I tell you what, I was screaming as I read this. I spent more time on this grant application than any of them, with heartburn. And I finally came to the decision that we need to fund it, even though they kicked us in the teeth the day before. We don't want to put two bad things in the line. We need to take a higher road on this. And I don't know how we come back to the BLM office, Brett, and tell them that they really didn't do us a good job here. I guess it goes back to Laura. We have to sue them on these right-of-ways, on these roads. And that's the only thing we can do. But I've come to the opinion that we need to fund this thing, even though they kicked us in the teeth the day before.
Okay. So I think we're talking about something that's in our next agenda item. Appreciate the discussion. Thanks, Brett, for bringing it up. And we'll keep that in mind as we go on to this next one. Let's jump back to this RTP application. This is 3352. This is the one that we just heard, I believe. And any other discussion on this particular application for the assistance with the European OHV Trail Preservation? Okay, all those in favor of approving application 3352, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's move on to application 3579.
I'd just like to also highlight that we are expecting 2 people to proceed before lunch, so that's what the BLM discussion behind us.
Yeah. We'll get moving. She's cracking the whip at us.
Yeah.
Okay. RTP application 3579. Sheriff Curtis, Fred, and Dave Jacobson reviewed this.
They're gonna want to replace the sign in that down in Hogs Canyon, and then do some work on the trail going down through there. Just to me, Hog Canyon needs a little bit of work. I'll let a few of them tip over going down it.
I've been on that trail as well in my Jeep several years ago. So I see a lot more use going on, and the more we can let people know what they're going to expect and to be better prepared, I think it's a good thing. We're just going to see more people using it, I think.
I'm always hesitant for purchase of equipment just because you never know where it's going to get used, but I feel like
The only thing I wondered about was the generator. Instead of buying a generator, just run over to the dealers and get one.
Yeah. You can just respond quicker if it's already in your possession instead of going out and renting one. So.
Yeah, the cost of one is not.
Because I just wondered whose cabin it's going to be.
No, it's also their matching funds if they're buying it themselves. It's not yeah, it's not a request for us.
Okay, any other discussion on this one? All those in favor of approving application 3579?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we're good on that one. Last of the RTP is application 03265. It's like Bonnie, Brett, David, and Scott all reviewed this one.
Well, I thought we were already talking about that one. I thought we were, that's why I brought up about the Moab office and all the problems. You must have not known what I was talking about.
Well, we knew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's the one I was talking about. I spent a lot of time on that one, and so I told you my 2 cents.
Or 4 cents.
You got a deal.
Probably $1.
Yeah. Moab still has a huge, motorized community and the motorized network that's open to the public. They continually have to maintain. This is not within the Labyrinth and Gemini Bridges travel management area. They're going to continue to support the networks outside of that one with this funds. So, I just told you.
I thought it was out there by the Monitor and Merrimack and such. That's not it. Oh, I guess that's north of 350.
Is this the one that was the statement you just read?
It is, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I talked with Cliff Coons about this one too. He had mentioned this to me that they do not plan on using them on any of the areas in question. That they are just for the existing routes that are still open. So.
The signage and the things that they're talking about are very beneficial down there. I work with Red Rock 4-wheelers and I lead trail for them, Jeep Safari, and do a lot of stuff with them. So this is kind of a big deal. It's very helpful out there.
Well, I think we've had a lot of discussion about this one already. Should we go ahead and vote? All those in favor for approving application 3265, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I say something? How can we send them a letter saying that we're disappointed?
I think we sent them a lot of those letters.
I know.
One of the one we're gonna like.
They have my letter.
Send letters on the San Rafael one. Concentrate on that right now.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Evan, for presenting on this, and helping us out with our TV program.
Hey, thanks for having me.
We will move on to our next agenda item to, I guess, approve. Do we need a motion to approve all recommended RTP grants, or was that what we just did?
We should still make a motion.
We need another motion. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the RTP grants that we just voted on and present them.
I'll second. This is Brody.
Okay, motion by Eric, seconded by Brody. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sounds good. Now we're on to the over grant review. And we have 2 projects that are the big asks. They were over $350,000 each. And they've been asked to come present to us. So with that, we'll turn the time over to Nanette Billings, Hurricane City Mayor. Present on that project.
All right, live in Hurricane City. How many have been to Hurricane? Yes, and everyone else that lives in Washout. The Wasatch Front comes down there too. So the reason we're asking for this is because it's really something that's necessary. And just so you know, the Tri-State ATV Club was started by my husband in 2000. And the reason it was started is these same reasons that roads were starting to be closed. The Forest Service and the BLM started putting those roads in, and the first 2477 roads that were there forever were closed. And so they started a club, and that first year had 300 people. It was really amazing to see how the community and our Forest Service and BLM worked together. They mapped them. We didn't have GPSs on our phones at that time. We had to hire Bush and Gudgel to come in and map everything. Took a while to do that, but pretty soon we got all those roads and trails open down there. And that was monumental. We want to make sure that we keep things that are historic and that can stay open. And in our area, we have Sand Hollow, and that's the portion of the roads that I'm talking about here. So how many have been to Sand Hollow? 2, all right, 3 of you. So if you go to the state park, which is the sea area, there's 1 tunnel. that goes from the state park under SR7, the new road, $23 million road around the Southern Parkway from I-15 around through to Hurricane. So under SR7, there's one tunnel that's ATV use, and it's single, like you can go in the Sand Hollow State Park or in back out to the Sand Mountain, either way. But you have to wait because when you get into Sand Mountain, there's a immediate, it's really to the left because there's a red rock cliff. I mean, red rock that you can't get around. It's not like you can just make a different choice to go somewhere else. It's like it angles you. So that one way causes all of the events. So I'm just going to give you a couple of quick examples. Mountain Off-Road Recovery, they came to Hurricane a few years ago, started their events. They had 5,000 people last month. And if you can imagine 5,000 ATVs going one way, and then you have to stop and then have the traffic. And so we ended up opening underneath 3400 West, which is about maybe a half a mile, which is, we opened up a green gate that the Water Conservancy District owns so that they could have people come back. They had to have people come man it because there's the big issue with the state park is you've got to have a fee area, right? So you can't just have ATVs come in and out without the fee. And so our ask today is to help us with this tunnel. We still will maintain the tunnel going one way, and it can be in or out, but we need to see another way in or out, especially during big events. And another one's we have like Trail Hero, we have ATV Takeover, we have all these huge events that come. And when you look at thousands of ATVs trying to get in or out, one way isn't safe and it's not okay. We had to have Lifeline come in and fly out to pick up people 2 different times this last little bit because you can't get there quick enough. It's just too many ATVs just like, well, they don't have flashing lights with our search and rescue to get through. So Hurricane City, I mean, we don't own the property, so I'm just going to kind of explain. The as far as the area, Water Conservancy owns the land where the state park is. And then BLM owns where the Sand Mountain is. State Parks is leasing the state park, where that is. And then Hurricane City has no jurisdiction or right, and then UDOT has their right of way. So Washington County Conservancy gave their on and off ramps. So just the biggest thing is the on and off ramps is what we're talking about. Because of the tunnel, we're saying, can we make another tunnel? Because we actually we worked together. We have awesome collaborative working relationships with all of these entities. And as the mayor, I've just seen how these events have really affected our safety and community and visitors and our citizens that want to ride. So I went to UDOT and said, could we build that on and off ramp that's on the north side of the SR7? Because then we can have actual, like that connection and open that up. And they said, no, we just don't have the funding. So the last 4 years, we're like, well, how can we do something to get made? And so UDOT actually engineered a tunnel just a little further down from this tunnel. So we'd have 2 tunnels. It's going to cost almost the same amount as to put a ramp in. So we said, well, it'd probably be wiser instead of building another ATV tunnel to actually put the on and off ramps. But that also means you have to have the queuing lanes to come into the state park. It also means you got to have another entrance to the state park. So I went and met the state parks about this, and they said, yeah, we're willing. So I met with Water Conservancy. They go, we're willing to give more land to the state parks to let that happen. It'd be good for us because they need to get to their infrastructure as well. So we have no skin in the game other than to help people, help our citizens and the riders come through there. And we just said, well, how do we make this work? And all of them said, well, if we're the ask, if it's the state park or the Water Conservancy or UDOT, then it's as if they're asking to fix their infrastructure. And I said, we'll be the ask, we'll be the project manager. My city attorneys, my city engineer is the one that kind of presented and helped me with the mapping and all the things that we needed. So that's our ask, is saying, how can we solve this problem, which is thousands of people come to our area, and then getting people in and out from Sand Hollow to the Sand Mountain, the non-peak area, so that they can park. And most people are willing to do that. Just the other thing really quick with Desert Roads and Trails and our Tri-State ATV Club, we've just extended two on it would be a little bit to the west of Sand Hollow and to the south. We've just made a non-fee staging area. And we just paved that road going up to our, and part of that's this, and that was Washington County's money, Hurricane City's money, Tri-State, I think there was a little grant funding here. And then, yes, I was gonna say, we put in 200,000, I know the county put in 50,000. I mean, these are just some projects we said, these are important for connections, but you still, to try to get around, you're going for 40 minutes to go clear around. And so I'm just saying, how to make it a little bit easier than that to stage and to get in and out. So anyway, I got some nuts, and I'm gonna send them over that people can have some nuts as your treat here today. But I just want you to know, Southern Utah, we get all of the people that want to come recreate, not just Sand Hollow, but we have lots of trails. And so this is one good connection. If you have questions, I'm willing to answer, but anyway, we're asking for $1 million, and the state park said that help with the other percentage to pay for the UDOT road and to make that connection. So we have that other tunnel, so we can open up that non-fee area, because they're not opening up unless when you go on and off. So first of all, right now, the UDOT road is only an on and off ramp that go to the east towards Hurricane. There's not a westbound. So it's really not safe. There's not a place for people to park. There's not a place for people to drive. You can really only go on and off. You can't go either way. So we need that connection to move forward. Anyway, if you have any questions?
I have a question for the new V entrance stations. Was the state parks willing to have those open all the time?
Yep.
And
There'll
manned?
be a new entrance to the south and the east side, and then they'll continue with their entrance that's on the west and the west and the middle part of the right here.
And then the exchange, the part of Sand Mountain's in the process of being exchanged from the Water Conservancy, right? BLM to the Water Conservancy.
Not Sand Mountain, because the Water Conservancy does not.
No, the portion that's on BLM
Oh.
is going to be transferred to the Conservancy and made into a reservoir.
Okay, so that's further, and that's not even the same.
Warner Valley.
That's, yeah,
Your
for Warner Valley is totally different.
That's called Sand Mountain.
Yeah, it is. You're right. And that's part of the, you're right. And it's not very far, and there's a lot of camping and some different things that are there, but it's not the same project. Yeah.
The Sand Mountain comes from Warner Valley on the opposite side.
Right.
State Park's over by the reservoir. From that north, if you consider northwest.
I was gonna say it's probably 8 or 10 miles. Is where we're looking at the difference of, but it's still part of Sand Mountain. Yeah.
The tunnel is through so you're still going through the main entrance of the state park.
So the tunnel is right under SR7. So when you come in the main entrance of the state park, you go all the way around the state park, and that's where the staging areas, and that's where the tunnel's at. So it's really the south middle part of the state park. And then if you go to 3400, which is probably another half a mile, is where the entrance for the on and off ramps you can have. And when we opened it up this year for the Mount Poplar recovery with their 5,000 people, it was slick. People were in and out. The whole park was evacuated. Can I say that? Really, like they left because we had 5,000 people. When they left, when the event was over, it was like within 45 minutes, everyone was out of the park, which was a game changer because it was like 4 hours the year before I was there.
And I was there for the event. It was, like you said,
Yeah.
really smooth with that extra entrance and exit of the mountain.
But Washington County Water Conservancy is not willing to leave it open unless there's some people there to feel it and manage it. And the state parks isn't willing to leave it open if they don't have a fee area monitored. So that's the issue.
So this started out as you were trying to get a second access to the south side of the highway. And in order to do that, UDOT said not without an on-ramp, and the park said not without an entrance. So it started off as simple and became confounded by bureaucracy, it sounds like. So
It's true, but like if we just wanted to say, okay, we're just gonna build another tunnel, it was still like $5 million.
Right.
So we said, well, we think we can do, and we have engineers through UDOT and through our city engineer go through and said, you could build on and off ramps and an entrance for that. So why don't we work through actually finding a real solution so that, because after this, we're gonna come back and say, hey, we'd really like to have a non-fee area, staging area right here. Because it's available in the BLM to do that. So that's really the right now we've got to have a reason to have a non-staging area because they really can't just get on and off. Because you can't make it a turn. I mean, it's illegal anyway, but it's still not safe. So.
You have to, the state park charge to go through and park in there, offloading trailhead.
The new one? The new one, no.
Yeah,
It's,
that's
it's,
not state park.
that's on BLM. Yeah, it's not. It's a
Why don't
non-paid,
you put a
non-fee.
trailhead on the other side?
We have a trailhead there, but it takes like 40 minutes riding to get up there and the Sand Mountain around through. So what I'm saying is it's not, you still have the issue with all the events because the events are staged in the park because there's not room there. There's only room for like 300 people to park right there.
In the trailhead now.
There's trailhead, I mean, there's
I
parking
mean, it's been a
within,
while since I've been down there.
there's parking in the state park that you can park those 5,000 people that come. But the new trailhead and the new staging area will only have 300 vehicles. I mean, that's pushing it to 300, but you can park like 300 trucks up there. But there's not room for 5,000 people. In a non-fee area, we don't have any room for it.
Also, the events are through the state park
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
Down by the tunnel, like UTV takeover.
They just have that one
Trail
tunnel.
Hero
Yeah.
and hats off.
What happened to the parking area that was going across where the water tanks were?
We can have that, but there's only a few hundred. I mean, only a few hundred people can be there, not 5,000. And so, and everything's through the state park. In the state park, they stage in the state park for these events, and then they use Sand Mountain, a whole big area.
I think last time I was down there, they just opened that up.
Yeah.
So in the past, we have had problems with funding projects on B roads and C roads and state highways. Is this going to be any issue with that? Because this looks, I mean, first glance, when I looked at this, it looked like it was a highway project that we were funding, that it just doesn't look like it matches up with the program, if that makes sense.
You may have something there, like a tunnel for OHVs to access would be one thing.
Right.
Actual roads, like we discussed in the past, that is a huge concern.
And I think that was my biggest concern, is this looks like a road project more than it looks like a trail project. And seeming that we've not done that in the past. In fact, we've denied large asks just like this in the past in the same county for the same reason. I'm curious how this is different. The other part of it too is what would the OHV fund, that $1 million that you're requesting from us, what specifically would it go towards? Is it just overall project, or would there be a component of it that would be specifically OHV related?
That is a really good question. I can look at, I guess if we had to determine what it was gonna be, I mean, I don't know, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but design, I know that that's a tough thing, fencing, that's all those questions are gonna be.
Is there a portion of it that is for OHV access? I mean, you got the road improvements.
We can't open this, I mean, we can't use this for access unless we do this, unless we build a tunnel. And when I called UDOT on it, they said, that is our least favorite thing to do right here. They said, well, we're willing to do it, but it's gonna cost so much for us to do that. It is not gonna be worth it to do that. We already have a tunnel this other way, and they said, but we're not opening it unless we have some other alternative.
But
So
within the off ramps and on ramps, is there a portion of that that is the access itself rather than just literally the road getting on and off the highway? I mean, can you delineate it that way? That's
I think it goes from the OHV area at Sand Mountain to the state park.
I'm just, what's the total project cost? Like $5 million?
Well, no, 7 million.
7 million, right? So $1 million of this 7 million. Can you say that it's for this part of it, which is the OHV access?
I think it's still gonna run into that first.
Yeah, we're still running into, I mean, what is the classification of this road right now? Is it?
It's a state highway.
It's a state highway.
So that would be.
And going into the state park is considered, it's water district road.
Yeah, and I tried looking at the roads map and I didn't see it on the county road map as a B road. And it literally is just a road that is on that property, so.
It's going to become a state.
OHV access.
Well, but it's,
Right,
But
what
it's
is
gonna
it?
be a BRC.
yeah, it's gonna be.
And so where we've traditionally should fund these has been D roads on those. We've discussed this before on these topics on that. So that would be my advisements as we look at this is we're staying away from B and C and A roads. As we.
So A, B, and C roads are the state highway, and is D road just private?
It's still be a county road.
Non-maintained.
Funding mechanisms are provided by, any state or federal. On that, those classifications.
I have a question. So the partner matching cash is from state parks. Have they secured that funding? Has it been
It's
allocated?
secured, it is
Okay,
allocated.
was it through like the legislative session or was it
It was through state parks.
through state parks?
This is the legislators, I had met with them and Scott Charles said, we can do this. We can do this other part. He sees the need. I had him come down. I said, you need to witness. I'm sorry. Everyone from Wasatch Front comes to where we are and we're trying to solve the problem, but even just Sand Hollow Road, we don't have a queuing turning lane right there. I said, and it's all put on our city and it's not a state park road that goes into our city state park. And I said, it is insane. Sometimes I'll be there on not even just a Saturday. You can go in on a Tuesday morning to the state park and you have to wait an hour to get in because we don't have the right queuing to go in. It's insane.
We definitely know the needs of this.
Yeah.
The problem we have here is
Sure.
legally being able to fund
I
something
understand.
outside of the scope of this grant.
understand.
And I think we're all on the same understanding
Sure.
that it is trails, trail heads, facilities for those
Yeah.
that directly OHV access.
So maybe it needs to be a tunnel. I mean, honestly, UDOT, they already designed, they have a
They already
design.
replaced
They-
that tunnel to make it bigger in the last, I would say, the last 8 years. So I do know that. It's already made it bigger.
Well, they did it at the time they were building SR7, but they didn't.
Make it bigger.
Or two of them.
So, I understand. Any other questions?
Another thing that just gives me some heartburn with this is this looks like a state park project, meaning that it's benefiting all users of the state park, not necessarily the OHV community targeted. Yes, it's a OHV accessible state park and we get that, but there's just that aspect of it where this is a huge benefit for the state park. So granted, I mean, the ask is only 1 million out of 7, but I do feel like a lot of this goes to benefit non-motorized users. And I don't see.
We know the percentage of motorized versus
It's
non-motorized.
a-
I would
it's
say
a
it's like
heavy
90%.
motorized park. I'd say, I would be there to say 80, almost 90% of users are going to access them now. It's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be an OHV.
Oh, no, in fact, we held the 4th of July, so all our fireworks stuff is held at Sand Hollow. And the majority of the people are on Sand Mountain and they just drive their, Hurricane City, we're unique. We have passed the laws in 2000 when we started Tri-State ATV Club. You can drive your ATVs on our roads without having a trailer. But they can't even open up that gate without having some kind of on and off ramp because it's illegal for people to go, oh, they can't go this way. They have to come up and then turn around. And I mean, it's just like, there's a lot of problems. So I can see what you're saying with the state parks. They will open up that. if this is built, it means we can build a staging area, we can help the
I
students.
was gonna say, I think the staging area is something that we would definitely be able to put, like, look at being able to.
Right, but they
do
won't
that.
even let us put a staging area
Right.
there unless we have an on ramp.
I don't think that we can even
Yeah.
really entertain this, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I didn't really think that through all the way. when
Me
I-
either, I didn't know that was even an issue. So,
Sorry.
But
no, I
when this
understand.
gets done, come back.
Yeah, because then we
because-
can do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see what
Definitely.
you're saying. Okay. I didn't realize that there was some kind of a ask, so anyway.
Thank
Send
you.
this over.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mayor.
for everything.
Okay. Do we need to do lunch first?
So. Knock it out.
These guys are here for that.
Yep, sounds good. Let's go on to application 3394, Shane and Erin Weybright.
Oh, I'll make it clear, so that way we can get to lunch, right? Erin's handing out some photos. My wife.
Some more.
What number was this? I don't know if there's another
339.
paper. I'm gonna start.
3394.
Rachel, is there another copy of this? It's bigger.
Here you go. Yeah.
Oh. All right, thank you, sir. So your other one, I guess.
Hey, grab them all.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
So in 2020, I'm Shane, by the way. Thank you all for being here and smelling that great food and not getting to it. My belly's down. So y'all gotta be safe. Anyway, in 2020, we bought a racetrack, right? And when I bought the racetrack, I went in there with the means of making it a motorsports complex. That was the whole goal. So I went immediately to the county and started working with them. Met all the commissioners, met every single person I could meet. Well, turns out when the county moved the racetrack to its current location back in whenever, 1990, they didn't even think about any lines. They put it wherever the heck they want, in the bottom of a hole. And as you can see here, when you go looking at these pictures, there's lines drawn right through the middle of the racetrack. So that was the first thing I had to address. So county owns part of it, BLM owns part of it, private owns part of it. So those are the things we tackled first. We have all the cooperation with the BLM. Right now, we're running on an easement allotment, whatever it's called, with the intentions of purchasing it. They're in the middle of an environmental research study. As soon as they get done with that, come back with a number, that's ours, we own it. Everything else around here was county ground. And I made a deal with the commissioners to get that land also. So now we have all of that. There was some private land at the very top. That was a shop and some acreage. We own that now too. That's where we that's where we have our race shop out of and all of our equipment. When we first bought the racetrack, we thought we had something really cool. Well, we knew we could feel the bones. We knew we did, but the facility wouldn't host what I wanted to do. It would host something small, and I'm looking big. So we've moved millions of pounds of earth, hundreds of thousands of yards. I own the scraper, the grader, the bulldozer, the skid steer, the backhoe, the ground, it's all private owned. There ain't a bank, there isn't a lending agency, there isn't anybody besides me that owns any of this. Well, we turned the racetrack situation around where now it's hosting 21 races a year. We represent 11 states. We host those races from the end of April to the end of September. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of tourism money come in. Unbelievable how much. Every restaurant, every hotel sold out. Motorsports complex. We're successful at stock cars. We know what we're doing. We got that under our belt. I have all the equipment to do everything else. I own four-wheelers, dirt bikes, side-by-sides. I got them all. I do it everything. Well, I go out there in the beginning and I lay out a course, an OHV track. This is a mile-long course on my property, nothing else. I'm not asking permission to do this from anybody besides me. That's a mile. The county land we acquire in the green, the red is a mile. You can only imagine what we can do with the green.
I want to have this, I want help. That's what I want. I've spent well over $1.5 million bringing the stock car situation back. And now we're on a national stage. We have IMC TV, we have everybody that we need for this. I've communicated with Best in the Desert. I've communicated with Lucas Oil. I've communicated with King's Hammer. They're all in. They all want to host events here. As soon as they open up the gates and have a green flag, they'll be here. These are all HVs. This is an organized, safe way to get OHVs out there under a competition arrangement. Ultra 4. Ultra 4. Ultra 4. Everybody. So go back to the original map and the buying the land. All of this other land here is BLM. So I go right to the BLM and I say, I'm already working with you on this land. What do I have to do to get more? And it's government. Everybody understands that. But I can get access on trails from point A to point B, from my facility to Green River and back, and get lease arrangements and situations like that where we can host big events and run big events. I'm not asking anyone here to make a decision, or I'm asking for help, and I'm inviting you all to come down and see what we can do. I mean, you'd be amazed if you could go back 4 or 5 years ago and see to what it is now. I can guarantee that we've done more work than any of these other projects.
So we have a question online. Brody, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Brody. I'm the ATV rep. Interesting application. I had a couple of one big question. You said that you're working with the BLM. You've been in contact with I think the Color Country OHV Club. Yet you have 4 letters of recommendation. One is from a wraps company, one's from a marketing company, one's from a county commissioner, and one's from an oil company. Why are there no letters of support from the BLM or the ATV club in the area that you said you're working with?
Well, I think the agreement that we have with the BLM is support. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that land. And they're looking
other groups will get a letter of support from that local BLM office or the local OHV club or something like that.
Well, what I'm asking for has nothing to do with the BLM land. It is not from the BLM at all.
But aren't there going to be trailheads there that will go into BLM land?
But that is not what I'm looking for at this time. If we have to cross the bridge with the BLM at that time, I will. I already have. And they said, yes. 5 years ago, when I bought this land and bought that other piece from the BLM, they said, we're so excited to have you. We're willing to operate with you. I'm not saying they're going to say that now, but what I'm asking for now has nothing to do with the BLM.
Okay.
I don't like the BLM. I'm going to do everything I can to circumnavigate around all that. That's what all of these other entities that host races want too. They do not want to deal with it. They want to be on private land. So that's why I'm here.
Scott raised his hand online. Scott, if you want to go ahead and.
Yeah, I had went out and talked to Shane a couple times, and I went out and watched several races, and I watched this project that he has now blossom. He has a lot of energy. He's really done a good job with the stock car end there. He's wanting to put a UTV race course out there, which I think has potential. And I think what he's asking now is how can we help with that? I know the grant application he sent in, I told him, I said, you should have talked to me or a little bit about it before you submitted all that, restroom facilities and other things. But I think right now Shane is asking for some help from us. And I think what he's asking is maybe for a group of us to go down and look and have him show his idea to us and ask us if we can help him produce a UTV race course that would bring people in. I think there is a niche here that could attract people that, what do you do with these $50,000, $60,000 UTVs now? You got to build some things. And plus he's talking about putting a rock crawling course in there also. And so those are some of the discussions I think he's asking about, is that can you consider coming down and looking what I have and look at the potential and then say, how can this organization help me produce this?
I don't need to be here. Perfect. Scott did it.
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
I just have a question about the eligibility of an applicant. Can you explain what an eligible applicant is? And I just want to make sure we're on the same.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody knows that our governing statute is 412219, and that provides you can give grants to certain entities. So those are federal, state agencies, political subdivisions of the state, and then organized user groups. And the code defines an organized user group as an off-highway vehicle organization that's organized under the laws of the state as a nonprofit, and that it's organized for the purpose of promoting the interests of off-highway vehicle recreation. So I don't know if this meets the definition here, if the foundation does, but those are the types of private entities we can give grants to.
So they have to have a current 501c.
501c, yeah. And it has to be organized for the purpose of promoting the interests of off-highway vehicle recreation.
So we are a 501c3. The Desert Thunder Foundation is.
Okay, and organized for the purpose of off-highway.
I will have to look into the
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure
legality.
we.
Yes, I don't know how we're organized. I didn't do that. The attorney did.
I'm just trying to clarify that before we get too far down the road.
No, that's good stuff.
For that. I took a look at this. This is the first I've seen of this plan.
Yeah.
It would, from the application, a lot of the information on there was very vague. That you wanted restrooms, lighting, things like that. But where is that gonna be? You know, there was talk about a track. Where was that gonna be? Again, this is my first time seeing a layout of what the plan is, which I think there's a lot of really great potential for this. I think right now, this ask is in its infancy, because a lot of these details aren't nailed down all the way. And in my opinion, I think it would make sense to go back to the drawing board and look at some of these individual things. Like, are we gonna look at the track specifically? Another thing that I was looking at too is, yeah, if we provide lighting and restrooms, is that lighting and restrooms going to the oval track that doesn't contribute to the OHV
I already have all that. I already have everything on the oval track done. What I don't have is facilities for the OHV. I have all the equipment to do the OHV, but I have no infrastructure. Everything comes in on the south end down here to the stock car track. Nothing in the center, nothing on the north.
Yeah, so I
There's
think
no
if we,
infrastructure.
right, I think if we had a better idea of where that was going on the plan. And another one too, is any of this, it sounded like you explained this already, but is any of this dependent on agreements with the county or BLM going through?
The red is not.
Okay.
The red is 100%. This is future. As we move forward, the surveyor would see this piece of land goes over onto the airport. And so the surveyor was there 2 weeks ago, marking that out.
Okay. So you do have land, the 501c owns the land, or is this
Yes.
county land?
No, owns the land.
Okay.
Owns the land and has documentation to use everything else now.
Another question with that is the public guaranteed access to that.
Yes.
So,
It'll be hours of operation. It's not 24/7. You know, there's safety issues there.
sure.
The public is actually has access to the stock car track.
Okay.
As well.
Any other, let's see, so those were some of my concerns. Dave, you reviewed this one as well. Do you have any other questions about?
Did? I don't think I did.
Scott, Brody, Cheryl, Jason.
Really? Just come down. Make a group together. Y'all come down there. I'll build whatever y'all want.
I was looking at the wrong one.
I think part of the ask is it's a really large ask, and I appreciate the vision. It might be take small bites is one of the advices is let's build together over time.
Can I share this
Yeah.
without interrupting? I'm
No,
sorry.
absolutely.
So part of the foundation is also disempowering people. That was our mission statement, use Christ as a role model to make everybody do better. And this is what we're doing here, empowerment. So we have a young lady who is interested in writing grants. We've been down the grant road before. Erin and I, we're about teaching other people. So the young lady who did this is her first or maybe second grant ever. And she just asked what I do. Last year, I had a grant, a person come in, say, I want to help you. I want to get grants to do this. That's a total fail. So I was a little bit scared of the whole thing. I let this young lady do it. So to be 100% honest, everything in there, she was. And it's probably, you can tell it. So your board's doing well at filtering it out.
I think that the essence of what you're trying to do is fantastic. We have property up in that area and access, availability, building that base is good.
Yeah.
It's just, how do we build that relationship together over time? Which is probably one of the big questions and asks that we have.
Makes sense. It's an investment for all of us.
100%.
Even me just letting someone else come in. You guys can see how confident, how kind of arrogant I am. I mean, I own it all. It's all mine because there's a reason. You know, I served in the United States military. I was a 19th combat engineer. I get it. So this stuff is about doing it a different way, the right way.
Yeah, I have a question. Is the need of this already being met by the motocross track that's in Bryce?
Have you been to the motocross track?
I have. Just wondered if it was already being met.
No, absolutely not.
And they don't allow side-by-sides on that track.
Or four-wheelers.
No, they allow four-wheelers on the track, just they can't use the track for with side-by-sides. And so I have a question for Eric. Eric, what kind of facilities do we have in the state of Utah to have UTV races? I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that either.
Okay, well, it's
yeah.
Is it going to be one of these things you build it and they will come? I think, you know, I really like watching Lucas Series machines race out at the Miller Sports Park when they did that. You know what? This might have some potential. Like I said, I think Shane is saying, hey, this is my vision and I want to build this and I need some help. Maybe at both ends, maybe financially and also design wise. So my thinking is that maybe right now this grant isn't the best. It wasn't written the best way. Is that we go down and get a group and go down and look and talk with him and see what he has to say and what he's willing to do and what we're willing to do at this end.
Yeah, there's a handful of places that you can race off-road machines on public and private in the state of Utah, but yeah, there's always opportunity for more.
Let's see.
I think Sheriff Curtis had a question as well.
I just raised my hand real quick. My suggestion is that maybe we have somebody from the council or from the state who can work with our gentleman here and help him with the grant process and understand what we can and can't do. But I also like the idea, let's go see what he's got and what we can do to help. So I'm on board with you. Let's figure something out and help him out if we can. If we can help out the community, let's do it. If we don't have a way to do it through this group, maybe there's another way to do it.
Just quick comment. The state has that person. That's actually pretty cool. I got to meet him. Rachel came down and had a meeting with Mason City, and they absolutely have those resources. I'm sure.
Well, let's get them. Let's hook those guys up. Let's get them figured out so we can help them out.
I think are you willing to Patrick?
Well, we had the person that can help write grants. There's actually, right? No, no, it just all the. So you met with us, right?
Yes.
And then you kept alluding.
Oh, to our planner.
Yes.
Yeah, Carly.
Carly. Thank you.
Okay, I'm like,
I thought you were trying to be like really coy about it.
No, I wasn't. No.
I think that'd be a really good idea is
Yeah.
get a planner involved. Get a lot of these details worked out so that we can take this one bite at a time, like you were talking about, and get you what you need. I think that's the low hanging fruit. A lot of opportunity here, and I think we all agree on that. There's a lot of opportunity here.
I'm looking forward to this, the cooperation, the relationship. I'm gonna build with that. I don't know. I know how to go fast. Sure. So
but.
You know, I also think, especially like even just the Hurricane City one, having, you know, we always tell people, you know, call Rachel. She gets too many phone calls anyway, but it'd be good to have somebody when they get these bigger projects to say, hey, let's go through this planning a little bit beforehand so we can lay the groundwork. So by the time it gets here, we're not so many questions, and especially so these people presenting don't get frustrated with us, that maybe we have some of their answers ready to go for them too beforehand.
Okay, Brett?
Thank you for letting me talk. So I have some property up in Argyle Canyon. We go up there to the cabin, we come down to the races. You know, Doris, I've made comments to her that this is my favorite track in the country. I've been to a lot of NASCAR, everything all over, and it's like going back old school, where before it was just dead dirt with nothing, no facility. I mean, it was just, but what this guy has done is amazing. I even heard he might think about a racetrack or a track strip.
Yeah, originally our $1.5 million for the drag strip, around 2000, after COVID, it went to over 7, so it full blood.
Rocky Mountain Raceway closed for race fans. And we just don't have what he's done here. People come from all over the country to race his track. To have a OHV facility that's available for, you know, some of these big shots that come to Utah, and I think this could even be expanded possibly on the BLM if he chose to do that. We could bring this big bucks to Carbon County. And my question is, how could we benefit the OHV community as a partnership with you if we're gonna, you know, maybe discounts to OHV registered vehicles or something?
Yes.
Just so we
Opportunity
have,
for
you
everybody.
know, it's like, hey, I was a part of this. This is awesome. Yes. You own it, but you know, maybe give us a discount.
We have over 30 sponsors from the community.
This is awesome.
Our platinum sponsors are $5,000, and
He's brought this a long way. See, but I've never talked to him before. I'm just over there.
yeah, I've seen you around, but I've never spoken to you. I have some tickets. I'm gonna give them to the woman in charge here. Let's eat. Do whatever you guys gotta do. Gather up, however you gotta gather, and come down and let's get something done. How's that sound?
That's what we're making me drive.
Yeah. We're actually gonna go, we're gonna jet, and I'd like to eat, but we gotta hit the road. We're racing in Delta, Utah tonight. So my team's already on the way. I'll leave these. I don't leave anything. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone.
Thank you.
Do your lunch.
Okay,
Food?
we're going to our lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
We originally had 30 minutes. Are we comfortable with maybe 10 minutes and then I think we're on the working one?
Sounds good. Be back in 10 minutes.
Well, we're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we're gonna come back for a working lunch.
Sounds good. Going off the record. Thank you.
Well, some of the overlap time.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get started again. Thank you. Okay, we are going to go down the list of applications, the remaining list of applications that had requests from those who are in attendance to present their applications that we, or that are here present for their applications, that we go through theirs first so that we can get them on their way where they need to be. So with that being said, are we okay moving down? Do you have that list up? Moving to the Duchesne County and Ashley National Forest ones, and then we'll go to the Uinta County ones. Is there anybody else here for the over grants?
Ashley National Forest?
Yes, Ashley and Duchesne County.
Okay, and then we also have Uinta County over there.
Uinta County, yeah.
Should we also move to the ones that we already heard presentation from?
That's for those already.
Oh, wait, I mean, just voting wise.
Yeah, do we need to vote on those?
We vote in order on those?
We should probably vote on them. You want to start with voting on those two?
Yeah, let's do that. So application 3260 Hurricane City. Maybe we should do roll call, or do we need to do roll call on this?
No, it's, I mean, if anyone abstains, then we'll just kind of probably do roll call.
Okay.
Well, not abstain, sorry, if anyone doesn't know. Well,
If there's a difference in the vote.
Then we can
thank
go.
you.
roll call.
Okay.
So if someone
If it's a
votes,
unanimous vote, there's no need to do it by roll call. If it's not a unanimous vote, you should go back, circle back and take it by roll call.
Okay,
so if someone says nay,
yeah,
or if someone says, if there's yays and nays.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do that. We'll try that. See how it works. Let's,
I'm optimistic it's gonna go great.
okay.
No, you're not.
She hasn't been on this board long enough.
100%, it's gonna be fine.
Insert sarcasm.
Oh, I feel really good about it, guys.
Okay, Hurricane City, all those in favor of funding. All those opposed?
Hey.
Nay.
Okay,
Nay.
Just following your lead.
okay, so that one was no on everybody.
I have a, say one thing.
Yes.
I would just encourage Hurricane City to come back with their staging area and reapply with, and we can, and I've already, we can figure out a way to do some other things in the meantime.
Yeah.
I'm not taking it personal.
No.
Like, I recognize what it is we're dealing with.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to offer, some of the services that we can provide to help out with some of the advisements on. And both with me, possibly Patrick Marcel and Carly Lance on the organization of this, so I pretty quick down to Sad Hollow quite a bit, so anytime we can discuss.
I'm new and I'm only been there 2 years. I'm like trying to figure out this process. So
I'm grateful that you try.
Yeah.
She's from Monroe.
It's almost same. Well, we'll still.
Okay, very good. On to application 3394. This is for the Desert Thunder Foundation. All those in favor of funding this one, as applied, say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
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 Okay.
Okay, I have a suggestion. Why don't we try to get with him and put something together to go down there and look what he has and discuss.
I would agree with you. I also think that
When
there's,
can we do that?
I think there's an issue with this 501c3 mission on it. It is with-
I think that needs to be discussed also. You're correct. And so he might have to do some adjusting on that.
I agree. What he's trying to do is great, but he's got to have some guidance. How to
Not
get
an
that.
eligible applicant.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, on to lunch, just kidding.
Second
Let's go on to Duchesne County. Do you have those pulled up and are you able to highlight those?
Yeah, so this will go to number 6. It's gonna be Duchesne County, application 003252.
What number?
Here's
Number 6.
3252.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. No.
Rachel was just making us work on this.
What number is it? Just a 2-digit number or a single-digit number? Which one?
We don't know.
On this
Sure.
form.
6.
It's number 6. The application number is 003252.
Wheeler, on the one you got it 7.
I got it at 5. 3250? Is it 3250?
3252.
Yeah, 3252.
There we go. Okay, it's number 7. Okay, I got you.
What's the name of this one? Is it Argyle Canyon?
Yeah, this is Argyle Canyon.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, only one person.
All right, and Duchesne County's here. Do we want to give them a couple minutes to go over this?
Thank you. Mike Upson, Duchesne County. I know that Duchesne Sheriff's Office is also, search and rescue is also put in an application, if I remember correctly. I am not speaking on behalf of, I think, Sheriff Curtis might be able to speak to the application perhaps better than I could. But for the Argyle Canyon, this is a private section of the Badlands Trail, Badlands OHV Trail Loop, which is 91 to 99 miles, depending on how many loops you're going through. But it's 91 miles of OHV Trail that goes across multiple landowners and public management agencies up and around the Argyle Canyon area, in and around the 9 Mile Canyon area, and along that ridge line in southern Duchesne County and in Carbon County. It's been, I know, a project of Brett's for a long time, but it's also been a project for all of the users in the area. And we have representatives here from the National Forest and BLM partners as well that are, co-sponsors of this trail. There is, like I said, there's just a small little segment that Duchesne County, that's private, that Duchesne County had purchased the right of way for. And they discussed going through this, this body and requesting some funding for that purchase. However, the powers that be just wanted to get her done. So they just went and bought it without going through the process. So we've got that and it's purchased. Now, as part of that, we need to make sure that that right of way is secured physically, and so that people aren't going off onto private property and aren't damaging private property. And so part of that, we're requesting some funding from you to put up a small welded iron fence, 2 feet tall, so that chuckers and sage grouse, which are very common here, they are our friends. Sage grouse are our friends, right? And so we want to let them crawl, do their thing and go underneath it, but also we don't want to make it so tall that it encumbers, other hoofed animals and also snowmobilers. We don't want to make one because there's so much snow that it wouldn't be a. And so that's the request. We have about a 2,000 foot long right of way, so we're requesting about 4,000 feet of fence. And this will, we're 99% there on this trail. I know that we have Bonnie on. We've been talking with Bonnie McAllister and Sitla to work out. We have a right of way right now with them on part of the trail that just needs to be adjusted slightly, but we're working on it. And so we're almost there to get this thing open and promoted in our county. That's my spiel. Any questions? They come through. Bonnie, go ahead. I'm not in charge, but Bonnie, go ahead.
Hey, good to see you. So I guess my question is, what would happen with the proposed fencing if we're not able to work something out with the right of way on the Sitla land to the, I believe it's to the northeast?
We have the current agreement with Sitla that we would honor. And so right now, as it's proposed with Sitla, it allows for right of way across our land except for two sections where the natural road dips down. I don't have the photo or the map in front of you. It goes on to private property. Those two private property owners have not been willing to allow the road to happen, or I should say, they did not accept the county's offer for us to buy that right of way. It is a road. It is a D road. It can be used for OHV use. What we're trying to do is be nice and not say, we're gonna use it anyway. But it's literally two little sections. There are some photos there of the access. On the map, I don't know if you have the map by chance.
I can pull up the map.
Yeah, if you can pull up the map, then that would be, thank you.
Is it, which one?
Go ahead and do this one right here. And Bonnie, are you seeing this as well?
Yes, I am.
Right now, you can see, this is what we're asking for is for fencing along this area, which is private. Argyle Canyon Road, which is a county road, but it is also open for OHV. It's been approved for that. And so we're just asking for fencing along this area. This comes up into BLM land, which we have secured a right of way for. This is on Sitla land, and we currently hold a right of way, I think it's 2388, that comes along here, but it stops here. It comes back here, stops here, and then comes back here. This is owned by two other property owners. And great grandpa owned the property and since has left it to their sons and daughters, and who since passed on, they have their sons and daughters. So this one's owned by about 17 people and this by about 8. And so because of that, they didn't want to entertain any offers of funding. So we're trying to work with you, with Sitla to do a switch back up to connect back up here and the same here. Because it's too steep to just go up and over. The topography is such that goes like that. But if we can't work with, we're trying to entertain the idea of working with Sitla on modifying that right of way so we can come up and around here. If that doesn't work, as Bonnie had indicated, I mean, there's nothing set in stone. These are still open and it's still considered a road.
Okay. No, thank you for that. And I know Sitla's definitely willing to work with you. It's just a matter of finding a way to cross the topography where it's not so steep as it would be going straight across.
Yeah, right now, as we have it kind of shown, we originally proposed, we're gonna go up and over. And Sitla said, that's over 30%. Quite a roller coaster, so we're working on that.
That's the fun part of the trail.
Yeah, but so what we're asking right now is just to secure that part. Go ahead, Brett. Again, I am not in charge. I am so sorry.
I'm waiting for their nod.
I know. I'm so sorry.
So this system, as you know, it's about a 90-mile loop right now. It was 2 dead ends. And so it was very frustrating, even though it's a county documented county D road on maps. They didn't want to go to court fight with them. So what they did is they decided to go into an agreement. They paid out of Duchesne County, I believe, $26,000 for an existing right of way, but it's cheaper than going to court. And then the other landowners are participating, and that's okay. But that is a legal document. So could we go to court? Yeah. Would we win? Probably. But this bypass will make it a little bit easier. And so that's the only thing that the landowner wanted. He goes, I'll sell you this right away, but I want a fence. Now we have, once this loop is done, you can enter it from all different directions to do a 90-mile loop instead of the dead end. So this is almost a completion.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I just mentioned, even though this isn't officially open, Polaris has just thrown some money at the project to help fund for signage. $7,500. They thought it was a good idea, and so we've got funding on other sources to get this thing going, and there's a lot of pressure, but there's no pressure on you. We just know that it's very popular. It's already popularly used, but we want to make it efficient. That's one step in that direction.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Any questions or discussion from those that reviewed it? I think we had Bonnie, Cheryl, and David on this one.
Like a small ask, they completed a pretty awesome trail. Your trails, that's what we're here for, right?
Question for you.
Yes.
So if you're talking about rerouting around that, if you had to, around that one guy's property.
We're trying to work with
what? So if they don't give it to you and you go around that lot, you close off their road so they can't get through?
We won't close it. We're not gonna close that road.
So that's what the Forest Service did up on one guy in particular, he opened it up.
I know, but this is on private land.
It was on private.
Yeah. I don't think Sitla's in the business of closing people's roads, and if they are, I'll let them speak for themselves.
This has been a great partnership with Sitla,
It has.
and Forest Service, everybody.
It really has.
But this is the same thing I'm
And a
running
private
into.
landowner.
What I'm running
We're done.
into right now.
No,
Grandpa don't want it, but he gave it all the kids now.
This will be.
Which is valid, and we've seen that time and time again with a lot of other trail systems, so that's where it's needed to proceed with caution.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? Should we vote?
Yes.
Okay.
But first, we have approximately 5 minutes per each application. We're actually tracking how long it takes us, so gotta be consistent, people. Keep pushing it. Scott? All right.
Scott hasn't said a thing this time.
I know, but we know.
Yeah, you will. All right, go ahead. Sorry, you really need
He's
to.
giving you a dirty look now. Okay, all in favor of funding the Argyle Canyon project?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, sounds good. And then we've got Ashley Forrest. John, you wanna?
This one?
This is number 9. 003251.
The harm stuff. Canyon. It's all right here.
So this is a connector that is a short section that will complete this trail. But also, we also are requesting some fencing. We have multiple use of tile can move through this area on this location. It's not much of a process is within reason. I talked with you last week. We talked about increasing a little bit more for the fencing to make sure we were meeting the needs and what it should be. Now, you can pull a map of it up if you have one.
Yeah.
And take a look at it. I wanted to go back though, I said, for that Badlands Trail, so I submitted that contract, that grant to Polaris, and we also got it approved by the Trails Committee. We're going to put 3 interpretive signs there, one for Pioneering, one for Butch Cassidy, and then one for Tribal. So we'll work with that, and we'd like to do a dedication to them. We just kind of threw that in there, and I think that. Here you can see the connectors in the green, okay? And,
yellow.
I mean, yellow. And then, it's, you know, kind of a big commitment, but, important.
Very good. This is about 1.5 miles. And I'll speak on behalf of this one. This was one from the Duchesne County Trails Master Plan that was completed 4 years ago. That it's several miles loop, the Elkhorn Loop, and on both sides of the loop, you have to trailer from both sides, and this makes that connection. There was, yeah, this makes it so that, yeah, you just park on one side and ride the whole thing. A lot of it's existing. This part of the 1.5 miles that they have to connect is just a bunch of dead fallen timber right now, and then they can go through and pave it. We did fund a previous project to do the environmental on this, so that's been completed. It's just ready to build, and that's what the rest.
Is that through Duchesne County?
Yes, so we received funding from you, environmental, we were the lead on that, but since John has come in, we've allowed him to take over the trail season charter.
So the need is complete. I mean, the decision memo has been signed by the district. There's nothing to do to open up the.
I did review that and I looked at the fencing costs. I felt like it was low compared to what I've seen bid in the area, so I propose that we up that 20,000 for getting all the fencing done that they need, so.
So you're recommending that, well, are you making can't think of the word.
I'm making a recommendation because I don't know that I can make a motion.
Can you make a motion? Or chair, make a motion.
Can the chairman come up? It would be preferable if somebody else say that.
I'm making a recommendation.
What would a recommendation be?
That their budget be increased to up to $20,000 more for covering the materials for fencing.
So this line item right here.
Jason recommended that.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to make?
I'll make the motion to increase the budget by $20,000.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so if we do that, it'll be $22,000.
Made a vote on.
Well, I was just gonna show what it would look like. Oh, real quickly. Yeah, your request would increase and it would be $53,250 and total project cost would be $66,750.
They're still good on match.
There's, as long as they show a match with trail work, then it's. Sorry, I correct myself, but it's correct there. Total project cost would be, sorry. The OHVR request funding would be $73,250. Their total project cost would be $86,750 with that $20,000 increase.
Should we vote on the motion?
Yep. All in favor of the increase, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Do we have any other questions about the application itself or about the project? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor of funding the Harmstrom Canyon OHV connector trail, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Next one was the Yellowstone.
Sorry.
Number 50.
3250.
Yeah. 3250. You don't want to do it. Okay. Ready? You want to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. So real quick here, the Yellowstone Ledges is 1.7 miles. It's, the tread is there. It's currently 52 inches. We need to make it 60 inches. We also need a cattle guard, 60 to 75 inches to accommodate that. It's very popular with the local community. They really like it. We get a great view. They can do with the ledges. But it has, the design was great the first time and it needs grade reversal done with a mini excavator. I've built a 25-mile dirt bike trail in Arizona before I came here on Coronado. So I have a good operator who can do that if they're able to come here and get that done so that it can shed water properly. This person actually guarantees his work for the rest of his life. And I've watched his work and very few people can really use a mini X, but I found one that could and did a great job. So that's really all we need. We also put in a tanker, do any touching up as part of our in-kind contribution and make It's a part of a much larger loop, as you can see here. And so, some of that other part, outside Rhodes and such, and they're in pretty good shape. But this section right here, needs, pretty major work. We also want to put 2 or 3 pullouts because along one bank it's very tight and it's hard for, different OHVs to pass each other.
Any questions for John about this application?
What was in the budget?
What's that?
What was in the budget?
Trail design and development, trail widening.
They buying equipment?
No, just like.
We don't need to, we would contract that out. We have a mini expert,
Yeah.
an expert, trail builder. Do that work.
If I remember right, that's the one that's got a whole bunch of pictures of the trail looking pretty washed out and everything else. Need to get somebody who knows how to build trails.
That's what it said.
They put in these provisional kind of rubber hand thing, black, but they didn't really work. And we really moved away from water bars and really building grade reversals, kind of like a speed bump. It's done like the shed water well, do an outflow design, and you really don't have to do any maintenance. And I've done these shows before. And,
No problem with speed bumps if you got them right.
it's got to be done
If
right.
you got them
the first
straight across, well, you got the pond.
Dirt bikers call those jumps.
Yep.
Brett?
So he mentioned that it was 60 inches. He's widened it to 60. Is it a 50-inch trail like in roadless area now, or?
Well, it was designed for 52 when the craft were about that width.
Okay,
You
so
know,
you're gonna go to 60,
Go
but
to
usually
60.
in Ashland, they bumped it up to 62, like on the Badlands. Would you be okay going to 62? Because it makes a huge
I have
difference.
to check our regs on that. We could, we had 52 written in the original travel command.
62, did I say 52?
52.
Now, isn't the man size 66?
Yeah, I'd like to see 72, but 62 is what.
I can
Christie
check
has
on
been
that.
doing on the
That
Badlands.
seems plausible. I mean, just,
That'll open up the door for even a lot more machines, like even though mine won't do, but.
You might know him up there. I mean, that's really more of a force. So it's a question.
Usually
Go ahead.
62.
Just on that same subject, the stock four-seater razor, 64 inches. If you could, there's nowhere to stop, but really, if you could get them up into that 64, that would open
We
up.
got 72, but they're restricted.
Yeah.
But I
But
think Ashley is adopted 62, but maybe it's worth checking.
That seems plausible. And I know that I can't make that call here without verifying that. We'll watch it. I don't think it would be a problem, would be my judgment. Going to 62. Beyond that, I think it'd be a stretch.
Okay, any other questions for John? Vote. All those in favor of project 3250, funding it, the Yellowstone trail project, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks, guys.
There one more, do Shane? Or are
He
you?
said that was search and rescue was
Search and rescue.
different department.
Okay. Do you want to work on UNT County while they're here?
Yep.
Two.
What are we doing, trails coordinator?
Yeah, let's start with the trail coordinator first.
So I'm Michael Throat. I'm the Granite County Trail Coordinator. At least I've been introducing myself that way for about 8 years. In reality, my job was 90% GIS, 10% trails coordinator, 8 years. It only took about a year till I spent about 100% of my time on trails. And so, because of that, we've got a lot of good things happening in the county, and the commissioners have finally realized the value of power. They switched me to full-time trails coordinator. And we're asking for 25,000 to kind of make up the difference. Well, it doesn't clear make it up, but now my salary's going totally for trails, and that 25,000 will help out a little bit for that the difference, because they're gonna have to replace me in the GIS. That's basically it. We've got a lot of good things. I just jotted down, sat here, just jotted down some of the things that I will be, or have going on and will be going on. We got the repair of Red Mountain Trail, work on Doc's Beach, Rock Trail Park, tons of stuff there. We're gonna talk about the Josie Morris Trailhead. We're trying to get trailhead Josie Morris. We're working on Wrinkles Road / trail right now. Moonshine bathroom, we just got a bathroom, Moonshine Arch, that's Chase's bathroom.
On the door.
Not the door, inside of the door.
Stairs longingly at you.
We've got the board applications for new trails in the BLM right now. Got to continue signing our system. We have 1,000 miles of trail on that. We're trying to get single track up and going. We have a lot of single track that was approved. And so we're trying to work on getting out and getting that system going. We are trying to actually find the designation on some of the Forest Service trails and doing the largest OHV events. The tourism department in the county. And I'm working with a lot of the local OHV groups. Festive projects.
So perfect for skill. Yeah. Any questions for Mike about their application?
I'd say we vote on it.
Let's vote. All those in favor of the County Trails Coordinator for UNT, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Sound good? Let's start your next one.
Josie Morris Trailhead. So that's Josie Morris is just the Josie Morris area. It's just east of Vernal, just on the east side of Green River. There we have two major trails, loop trails that we have that will be serviced by this trailhead. And we're trying to, this is to do the EA or NEPA, to fund that study for a third-party study for the BLM. And our hopes with that is that we will be able to cut down the time it takes to get that study done, so we can put that trailhead in maybe a year instead of 2 to 3 years, or more. Those trails that I mentioned that I have in the application for BLM, I've had them in 4 years now. And so the BLM sometimes works real slow. Our BLM office is extremely busy with oil field. And this was a way that we figured, and I've talked to other people that if we could do the third party NEPA, it got years off the time to get the approval for that. So that's what this is for. The bid was, I can't remember the number, like upwards of 50,000 for that study. And like I said, this trailhead, people are already using, there's two options. People are already using one option. Our preferred option is another location that's just 100 yards down the road. It's flatter, be less damage, environment, less construction. Questions?
Is there a voucher for you?
I'm not giving. No, The actual design is just a concept design. We didn't include the actual construction and everything in this grant, just because we wanted to get it approved, and then we will either put in for another.
There is a factor.
Two of them. So just a little background, this is the preferred, even though it's option 2, this is the preferred location. It's just naturally flat, almost no dirt work would be needed, other than maybe just pushing up a berm so it has a good edge. Right there currently, the users are currently using right here, and it's just on the top of a little hill and in some draws and everything. And so it would take a lot more construction, a lot more dirt would be needed. And it's right at the top of the hill where this has a better side distance. Trailers and stuff.
Don't get discouraged, because I'm 8.5 years to get to where I'm at right now, I'm ready to go sound public.
Yeah, I know it. That's one thing I kind of preach to the groups and stuff is gotta move slow. You know, don't get discouraged.
We had one of the Forest Service went 17 years.
For an assessment of Ironman.
They finally did it.
And it's within our scope to pay for EA and NEPA. I know that NEPA was approved.
Money is a NEPA.
Yeah,
It's just a part of it.
It's either an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement. I mean,
Don't we approve one for,
Yep.
You paid for a review.
IU? Did they ever complete it?
Yeah, they did.
Great.
Any other questions for Mike about this one? I know, Dave, it looks like you had some questions about this one.
I just wondered, do you have a third-party contractor already selected?
We got a bid for the purposes of the grant. We would put it out for bid.
Okay. Yeah, definitely it's gonna increase your speed.
That's the reason we're trying to go this way. If this works, we plan to do a north. We've been visiting with the BLM there. They're on board with this.
Okay, I'm going to abstain on this one because my company provided that bid for, so.
Well, you can still chair it. You just can't vote,
Okay,
right?
that's true. All those in favor of funding this one?
Aye.
And state law said you could still vote if you wanted to, but.
simply declare your.
Yeah.
They're just declaring it is the declaration is the only thing they are.
I don't feel like I need to vote on this one.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. We should appreciate it. Keep it chasing.
Doing good stuff out there. Thank you.
All right, Rachel, can you get us back on track with our?
I sure can try.
But I've got my diploma stuff.
I know. All right. So we're starting at the top. Going from.
So what's the hard list? You start at the top.
Track trail
One
improvements.
of them is the right one. Yeah, this is a single track trail enhancement with the Mandela National Forest. It received 100%. And everyone said yes. Except Cheryl said to increase it.
Cheryl, do you have an idea on how much you want to increase that one?
I didn't. I just felt like for what they were trying to do, it was a pretty small ask. And I did talk to them and they said that they would be able to make it a match if more funding was available. It just sounds like a lot of work for not very much funding. So just throwing that out there.
I can pull up the budget.
This was the trailhead kiosk.
Motorcycle maintenance.
Is this the trail?
This is trail work.
Yeah.
This was the trail going over, Ephraim, is that?
Motorized trails, dry wash, blue trail, metal trail, a lot of trails.
Okay.
And the yearly maintenance.
Oh, this was. Like Barron's. This was just all of them.
Yeah, this is Fair and Ranger District.
Okay.
Yeah.
The funding will be well used in this, on this project, I guarantee you.
He's already been doing his trail work now. Listen to track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there an amount anymore?
Yeah, we just need to, I guess, kind of settle on amount. What would you propose, Cheryl?
Sorry, what was that?
What would you propose for increased amount?
I think even just another 10,000 would go a really long way, honestly.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Cheryl to increase their budget by 10,000. Seconded by Eric. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all those in favor of approving this grant with an increase of $10,000, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that was under 5 minutes, right?
Maybe.
We keep talking about it now.
That was close. Let's go on to number 2.
Y'all are going too quick now. Okay.
Do you want us to go slower? We can go slower if you want.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, application 3380, which one is, this is the
Sand Ridge Motorcycle Club.
Kiosk.
This
Also
is
Ridge.
Kiosk.
Yeah, this is
Safe
also
Riders.
What is
Stage
it?
Riders.
And Sand Ridge.
There's another
They're
sand.
going applicants.
There's another
Oh, man.
sand thing
That
in
was pretty
here.
close.
Yeah, no.
Sand Rock Ridge Riders? Okay.
Is there any discussion on this one?
One Fillmore.
I would say just vote.
I say vote.
Yeah, let's vote. All those in favor of this one, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Sounds good. That one was less than 5 minutes too. We're making headway.
We are making headway.
All right, application 3566. Sorry. Rescue.
This is, Sheriff Curtis, I believe.
Yep. I'll abstain from voting on it, but I can give you a background if you want me to.
Sure.
So I wrote a grant last year through a federal opportunity. As part of that grant, we wrote into it for a couple side-by-sides and some snowmobiles for Sevier County and Paiute County search and rescue. Well, just about the time this opened up, we got an opportunity. We got told we were awarded the grant. It's about $170-something thousand. And we thought, well, if I can maximize the federal dollars and get a little extra help from the state, we could actually do some other things that we need to do as well with our search and rescue. So we have quite an aged fleet of snowmobiles. We need to update them. Plus our four-wheelers. We participate with 6 counties in the 5-county AOG where they bring in congressional aides, congressional partners out here to ride in the kind of Utah to kind of see what their public lands are doing and help give them a little education. And we've needed to update those. They're about 20 years old. And then I got a letter also about the same time saying I need to update the 2 four-wheelers that we have on loan from state parks because they're beyond their life of use. So thus we have this grant.
It was outdoor, so Sheriff Curtis, it was outdoor recreation owned four-wheelers, and I was the one contacting him on those.
Yep.
To specify that would be on the normal rotation list. So that was where we would like the counties to own them instead of going through a loan service on that, so they can do what they need and have their own fleet on those. So those are well aged too.
We're running into problems of getting them fixed. At the local dealers, after they get a certain age, they won't even touch.
And that's how we rotate our fleet for the Division of Outdoor Rec is, around 5 to 10 years. So that'd be
15 years overdue.
Yeah, they're 20 years old.
I don't think there's a lot of discussion on it.
Okay, should we go ahead and vote on this one? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? Okay. On to number 4. This one is motorized avalanche safety forecasting. Any questions or concerns? It looked like it got really good marks. Okay. We'll ask for a vote on this one then. All those in favor of funding the avalanche, what's the name of it?
Utah Avalanche Center.
Utah Avalanche Center,
Motorized avalanche safety and forecasting.
what she said.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next one is
It's like national forest, because we've done the other two.
okay. So, Fish Lake National Forest, sorry. Here we go. Okay, this one was their maintenance, right? This one was a little bit larger of an ask. Yeah, okay. Any questions on this? Cheryl, you reviewed this. Does this look like it's checking all the boxes on your end?
Let's see, what number was it?
Number 7.
Application
The trail work doesn't require the match though.
3338.
Just requires a match.
Yeah.
3. Yeah, I think that this one again is a great one. So they put this money to work for sure.
Okay. Our only concern was the match, but that's was
Right. Okay, all those in favor of application 3338, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on to number 9. 8.
3529.
Color County Country.
Color Country OHV trail maintenance.
I can give you a little bit of heads up on that. They're actually out today doing trail maintenance, and they invited me to come out to go and work with them, but I'm here. So, yep, they're out doing stuff today. Yesterday, next week, everything.
Really easy to work with. Thanks, great.
They're getting rained on.
They are getting rained on. Well, they were getting rained on, I'm pretty sure. And they're probably going to get rained on here in a little bit as well. Looks like we may get a little rain. But yeah, everywhere that they're out working today, they've had problems with water, the flooding that, a couple of years ago, Iron County got hit hard, and they're still cleaning up from that mess, and they'll probably continue to be cleaning up for a while.
Weren't we on a call when you said that there was like a sinkhole opening up in your backyard a few years ago during an advisory council meeting?
I've filled that in. It took a couple of truckloads of dirt, but yeah, I filled that in.
It's not a problem. Okay, Dave, did you have any concerns about this one?
Not major concerns, but the Color Country OHV system is not a designated network by the BLM. So we told them they could utilize their county network, their county roads. So, when they say they're going to go do maintenance, it still does require some ground truthing, and it's not necessarily NEPA, but they'll have to have an archaeologist potentially look at some spots that they do have to do maintenance. So it's not a designated network yet. That's the only.
So can we put that as a condition of funding, that they have to have the right approvals?
Yeah, we've been doing that on a case by case basis every year. They give kind of a general idea of where they need to do repairs. We just clear it, help people forward.
So they're taking the proper steps.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole the network as a whole is not designated.
Okay. And that's just how they have it designated. They're they're doing it on county roads, you said?
They've signed the county road portions of it, but not the BLM portion.
Okay. Any other questions on this one? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of application 3529, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, very good. Thanks, guys. On to application 3251. We did that one. Number 10, 3223. 3 is fencing a motocross track and park at the Jordan River OHV Park.
I think is this the same one that?
I can go into detail about this. So we originally approved funding for this for Western Single Track Alliance. But we found out through this process that if it's going to take place on state park land, it should come from the state park manager or the park itself, because they needed to get a bond, they needed to get insurance, and they were unable to get a bond. So we've had to cancel the project, and therefore this is why the park itself is applying for this.
Okay.
So same project.
Same project, yeah.
With COVID inflation.
Yeah, because they actually came back twice for this because they first mismeasured, and then there's a mandatory requirement for the park that if they're going to build a fence, they want it to be like cast iron or a nicer thing, like type of material. Huh?
Something that hurt when they did it.
Yeah. Because we thought it would be fine if they just did like a regular fence, chain link fence, but they were told that they cannot do that. So that's why the price is very high.
So I guess my question is, so is now the park going to build the fence, or
they're contracting it out?
they're not contracting it to the
Never mind, sorry.
Rachel, does it matter if the same entity applies for 2 grants? Okay.
Because we're in the process of canceling this one. We've had a couple hiccups with the former applicant. So we're in the process of just canceling it and getting our funding back that we paid upfront. So, yeah, but like, let's say it's a phased project, so they could still apply again and again. The same, just in phases.
Okay, any other questions about this one? Scott, did you have any concerns?
You know, that the cost has went up, and it's probably to do with you can't use chain link fence, you gotta use fancier fence and stuff like that. And it's unfortunate. I can understand why they want a contractor and bonding on doing it stuff, but volunteers would have been able to do it a little bit less money. So, but we have to do what we need to do. So no, I'm okay with that.
All those in favor of funding the fencing at Jordan River, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. On to
Garfield, sorry.
Garfield.
So Garfield, search.
Okay. I think this one was, they were looking for drone, right?
They were after a drone.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns about this one?
I just talked with Chad and he was really pushing for it.
Yeah, it looks right in line with.
What number are we on?
11.
11.
Application 3249.
Okay, what's the 4-digit
I think
number?
it's red or something that they can find the bodies with.
3249.
3249. Yeah.
Thermal doesn't work on dead things.
Don't work good on that.
Depends on how long you did that.
Recently, yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
They do find campfires.
We had an opposal?
Bonnie, were you opposed to that one?
No, it was me. I was just slow.
Oh, just low. Okay.
There was that.
All right, on to application 3390. This one. Looks like, Fred, you had some comments on this one.
This is with Cheryl.
3-3 what?
3390. Number 12, this is with you into Wasatch Cash National Forest.
This is the $350,000 ask, or
This, yeah, 342,500. You want to see a budget?
I'd like to see the budget on this one again. I think I just want to make sure it's the one I was thinking about.
There are a few.
Oh, that's the one that had the pictures. Had all the drainage problems.
okay. So your questions were about renting equipment, Fred?
Well, they're just, again, it's just leasing the equipment on it. To me, it bugs me, because I'm used to owning equipment and doing with it. A lot of them are just asking for leasing and only want it part-time. When I was looking at pictures, they got some major work to do.
And I'm sure Cheryl can talk on this, but I know sometimes it's easier for the Forest Service to lease because the process to get equipment is so long and drawn out. But Cheryl, do you want to talk on that?
I mean, I know the ones we have down there, he keeps them busy. Biggest problem he has, keeping the cat driver.
Yeah, and Fred, obviously we would love to add more equipment fleet to our program, but it just takes us time to bring those on and to work through the process. And so in the meantime, until we can get to where we have that sustainable equipment program across the forest, we do have little holes here and there where maybe we have a project for 3 weeks, say up on Heber Camas, since they don't have a dozer or a Mini X. They're able to go up, do that work for that 3 weeks, and then return the equipment. And so we're kind of looking at both, right? Like long term, we would love to just be self-sustaining. We're just not there yet. So in the meantime, we kind of need this mix of equipment we own and equipment we're trying to purchase, and then equipment we rent. So that's right now we're doing a mix.
I just own the equipment, then you know what you can do with it.
Absolutely. And we'll be trying to keep moving that way to get more of that equipment. And, again, this is part of this that we just got approval to be able to do this process, to be able to get equipment again without it having to go into what's called FOR. And basically when it would go into FOR, that meant that we as the forest would have to pay a monthly dollar amount to replace the equipment. And a bunch of us really fought and said, hey, if we're getting these through grant funding, and when we need to replace them, there's potential we could get them through grant funding. Why would we be paying money every single month to replace them? And so we've gone through this whole process. We're finally at a good place where the forest is saying, okay, you guys can start getting grant funded equipment again. And so we'll keep looking at this, but right now we need a mix in order to get work done.
Thanks, Cheryl. Should we go ahead and vote? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Is Cheryl abstaining? Cheryl?
I think I should, since I'm on the secondary. I'm the secondary on the grant. But I think I'm an aye, but.
Unofficial.
Okay, which one are we on to now? Seasonal?
Yeah. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that with Manti LaSalle, they're also, I think they're trying to lease I can't remember if they're trying to lease it because they were also running into that FRO or whatever it is. Yeah, FOR. So just keep that in mind.
Okay. Kurt, Laura, any comments on this one?
Scott? Or no, not Scott. Who else was on this?
3280.
Kirk, you have fund at a different amount.
I think in mine, they didn't have a lot of, letters of recommendation. It's not that big a deal, but
So there's two applications from two different Forest Service districts to purchase snowmobiles. And both of them are asking, well, one stated blatantly, there is no program available to Forest Service to access any snowmobile equipment. And in looking at this application, I understand the need. But snowmobiles aren't going to be used for trail and tourism or law enforcement officers. We should not be funding a full purchase of equipment for law enforcement is my stance.
And I can back that up. The funding is not for law enforcement, and we're not allowed to provide funding for law enforcement. If they did have some law enforcement function, partially, we can fund that other applicable aspect, and they would fund their own part of any type of law enforcement function.
So some of the description in this was getting other snowmobilers unstuck, having that process. I have yet to see a Forest Service officer unstucking other people out of a search and rescue situation. And so the day-to-day use of these on the Skyline area, I've interacted with the officers down there. They're great people. I have nothing against them. I just think technically in this project,
It's going towards enforcement.
they're going to be law enforcement officers riding snowmobiles.
Okay.
So there is some conversation about trail marking. Trail marking is done in the spring or in the fall when the roads are accessible, hazards are marked, when the picnic tables are visible, not after they're covered by snow. And so that's typically done. Most of the time that's done in coordination with clubs. So a club will sponsor a trail marking day. The Forest Service or the state parks will provide the equipment and coordinate that project. We've done that multiple times with the Snowmobile Association. So that's just perception I've seen with both of these applications. The other one talks about trail grooming out on the Evanston side. You can't groom a trail with a Polaris 155. It's power slip.
And Sheriff Curtis and then Sheriff.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheriff.
You're muted.
We can't hear you.
Still muted.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to read two different screens at the same time. I was trying to, are they trying to say they're going to do some search and rescue stuff?
Oh, not that I remember recall.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out.
So in the Skyline area, there are concrete picnic tables that have been installed.
Yeah.
Those for hazard, which but that is typically done in the fall or right before the snow flies. That area, I will say, does need trail marking for winter rec. The Bear Ridge area is pretty wind scoured. You get into Pond Town. That trail marking probably hasn't been done in 10 years. So I know they do trail marking. There's a need for it. I just don't foresee 4 snowmobiles on a trailer being used for that purpose.
No.
Cheryl.
Yeah.
Cheryl, what was your comment?
Yeah, I guess I mean, to me, the people putting in for it, Myron, they're the recreation specialists on this area. And so if they're not talking law enforcement, I do think we are all dealing with this need of having more people out there, more presence, more signing, more education, assisting people when they're stuck. And that's what I read when I'm looking at this application. And so maybe in the past, it's been a more law enforcement based presence out there, but maybe they're looking to try to shift this. And so I just think rather than being like, well, this is what they've been doing, we should go off of what they're actually stating they're trying to do, which is route marking, being out there, having a presence. And we've funded multiple applications like this over the years. So I guess I'll just throw out there, I don't see the same concern that this is a law enforcement project.
It also says they use it to mark and monitor the course with the beacon course with the avalanche. So.
Yeah, and work with the Abbey Center, which a lot of our folks do. So I guess history may not be what they're trying to do or the direction they're trying to move, I guess is all I'll throw out that.
I understand and appreciate that perspective, but like, for example, the beacon course marking, that's extended off the parking lot.
Right.
The hazard marking is done in the fall and the snow is not on the ground. So.
But then
there's
having a
rules and
presence out
application.
there, I think is becoming more and more important. So anyways, I'll just throw that out there.
So some worth a roll call?
Yeah.
Are you proposing a different funding or?
I mean, and this is the proposal I put for this one because I do see the need is for fund 50% of what they're asking for. Because I do see there's going to be a need for some of that.
Okay.
But they're asking for multiple snowmobiles. I don't ever receive 4 snowmobiles out there for tourism 100% of the time. Not in that complex.
Okay.
I've interacted with the folks down there. They're great people. They do a good job. But from the essence of what the grants are supposed to be used for, from what I'm reading, this is the only way they're seeing an opportunity to find money for snowmobiles so that all of the districts apply.
Okay. I guess, if you want to make a motion on that, then.
Well, I like Cheryl's thought about funding at a different amount. I don't know beans about this one other than what we just talked about. Would that meet some of those needs, Ben, that you discussed, Cheryl?
If we funded it at a little different amount. Yeah, and I mean, maybe it's we do 2 sleds, you know, because I hear what Kirk's saying, and maybe yeah, that's kind of a starting place for them, and then we could gain more confidence in how they're using them, what they're being used for. So maybe that's kind of where he's coming at with half, and I think that's a good place to start for sure.
Do you want to do that to this one too? You said the other one is 4, this one's 2 snowmobiles.
Right, in the same sense, if they fund half of it on their own, they then have the opportunity to use it for law enforcement.
Let's clarify, because when I was looking at the details of this grant, I did not see it for law enforcement functions.
I
on
didn't either.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not law enforcement officers using these, correct, Cheryl?
No, I mean, this is recreation staff employees that put in for these. So these would be used for education, presence, marking, signage, that kind of work during the winter.
So under that aspect, you know, that would be applicable.
So that was my concern is I didn't know.
So you're talking 1 snowmobile?
So if it's not a law enforcement officer on the machine, I don't have a problem, but.
You shouldn't do 1 snowmobile either.
Yeah, the other one has 4, this one has 2.
Right.
Okay.
On snowmobile.
Right.
What's the other, are we talking about 2 different grants at the same time?
Yeah, unfortunately,
I'd
yeah.
love to do this.
Just talk about this one.
13.
Let's just vote on 13.
Yeah, this is 13 for Manti LaSalle National Forest.
Okay, should we vote on it?
So Chase, was your comment specific to 13 that you just made?
For law enforcement
Yeah.
functions, yes.
Okay.
And then will we come to the other one for the 4?
That has 4 snowmobiles, we can revisit that.
Is it the Dixie?
Okay, but right now we're just voting, because I do have some information about the Powell Ranger District one.
This one.
Okay.
So, okay, just want to make sure which one we're voting on. I'm like, I feel like we're talking about 2, but maybe.
Yeah.
So on 13, would you still want to cut the funding or would you go?
If I know that there are no law enforcement around or with this, my concern is how it's being used. They're not a law enforcement officer there, they're fine. But tourism, recreation, and education is not something I've seen in this. And I've been riding that area for over 10 years. The only folks that I see, and speaking to what Cheryl says, they're trying to move the direction. That's true, that's fine.
Yeah, and I that's what I saw when I read the application, is that they're trying to move into the realm of having a presence out there. And so I didn't see anything about law enforcement, and I know the people that wrote the application are recreation employees. So
Okay, let's vote. All those in favor of funding the Manti LaSalle snowmobile project, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Yes. Okay.
No.
Okay.
seasonal employee for trail work, Garfield County, application 3524. But we had Bonnie, Dave, and Brody. Dave, looks like you had some comments on the project. If you want to.
Yeah, I mean, they're asking for, basically a structure to cover their equipment that they purchased in the past, right? Is that, wait,
This is the,
This is the request for 16,000.
Oh, seasonal employee for trail work. Sorry.
You're good.
small ask.
Yeah, that one was fine.
Comments are here.
Sounds good. Should we vote?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the seasonal employee for Garfield County, say aye.
Right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. On to 16, which is application 3257. And this one is the access protection from UPLA. We had Laura, Brody, Scott. Any comments from you guys on this?
We just said this one fits the grant.
Can you remind me which one is
The Public Lands Alliance hiring someone to advocate for
I know we were talking about that, but.
Oh, yeah. There's not more.
I think we asked them to clarify some of the details regarding the petition, and I don't know if I ever discussed that clarification.
You want me to bring it up?
Well, I think, I don't want to interrupt the work of the council, so maybe what I'd say is this, we've done this in the past. What, maybe the council could consider this grant as it would any other grant, and then know that it would be contingent on, the ultimate funding would be contingent on the grant being in line with the law and the rules. We can inform the council of that after we have a chance to talk about it, but for your purposes today, I just review it like you would any other grant.
So I'm gonna, address the chair. I'm gonna see probably
Okay.
on this one.
And tell us, this is advocating.
So it's doing work, it's helping trail advocacy and like with the TMPs and making good comments.
Okay.
Hiring someone.
It's they've already hired someone. She seems.
Okay.
Yeah, she seems fine. I'm gonna abstain.
Brett, you've got a comment on this one?
So I've been engaging with them in the past. This is what we've been asking for the purpose of that category. They're working with Blue Ribbon, they're working with a lot of people to make sure that we have our things in place for what we need, for litigation.
Okay.
So this is really good.
So this is more the proactive approach on the travel management versus the reactive.
Research.
For the vote, Scott, go ahead.
Hey, again, monitoring what they do. I think the money is well spent here. But how do we, again, monitor what we're getting out of the money that we're shelling out? And that's across the board. I keep thinking that, and then not to cut Chase or Rachel short on it, but they have a big job and it'd be almost impossible for them to monitor all these things. And I keep advocating that we get another person in there that does that they work with Chase and with Rachel to, go out on the ground and monitor, to help and to assist and to bring back feedback of how the project's going. And this would be another area saying, hey, what did we get for the money we spent? And I know that's complicated because most of people on the council work. They got a full-time job. And so it would be difficult for us to do that. And I keep saying, hey, what about another person here? And can we afford it? But again, I think the money is going to be well spent.
Scott, meet Jorge.
Yeah.
He works 25% of his time with me. So we have an extra person who's trying to help out. But with this one in specific, when it comes to tracking them, I would explain to them that they need to be thorough. If this gets approved, that they need to be thorough. I want proof of what they're doing, how much time they're spending on each one, just because there's been a lot of concerns with the legality of it, just the way that the rule is written currently. So if this were to pass, I would expect at least quarterly updates. And based on their funding, they're gonna be kind of coming to us as quarterly reimbursements. So we'll be on track with this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's vote. All those in favor of Public application?
Yay. Is that my house?
Yay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Yay.
Any opposed? Okay,
What impressed me is when I asked them about funding, I said, don't give it to us, give it to Blue Ribbon.
Well, that was the initial application,
But they're based out of Idaho.
but we couldn't,
For
we
now.
also can't apply for an application to pass through money to a non-eligible entity, so
Yeah,
there's that.
because we've tried to go that route.
and you got Laura's,
Abstaining.
okay. Brian had public safety, the search and rescue application.
Reddit looks like he has UTV with tracks or snowmobile instead.
Brian,
Yeah.
well, they wanted a cat groom, which I don't know if you got any arrangements for them up there for grooming. But to me, why are we supporting a resort?
You're not, it's the access roads to the trail system.
That isn't what they were saying in their thing. It was to go out in the truck, out on the
So there's
slope,
there's
groom.
there's an access road that goes in between the parking resort. They put some pictures on there.
But then also it showed me, the picture on there showed pulling out a car,
Right, off of the road, not the resort.
Their match is pretty
you
high.
know. And so I
So
just,
the picture was labeled, don't hit 1 for 1. You drove down the
to
group
me, what
trail.
they was showing, it looked like to me they could get by with a closed cab with the tracks on it and call it good.
They're cutting that road in, is what I had read through it, is there's a road for more Saris leaving to access the trail systems through part of
Oh, I
town.
know
They're
you
cutting the
go right
road in.
through there.
Right. So you can't cut a road in without a cap. But it's significantly funded. The amount of funding coming from the other side is pretty big, from what I understood.
Yeah, they have a really big match.
Yeah.
So as I read this one, search and rescue is always an interesting one for me because I'm going, statewide, we don't do a whole lot with where we go pull people out. There's private businesses that do that. But as I read the application, it sounds like every time that somebody will just drive into this trailhead or drive into this access point, and it creates a big safety problem, so they have to go get them out. And I think there's some other city functions with it as well. But the one thing that did it for me is the search and rescue, the sheriff's office was in support of it. So it sounded like they communicated and there must be a big enough problem that they need to continually deal with it.
I would say, building on Sheriff Curtis, if the local respective county sheriff is in support of it, because they're, through Title 17, they're required for search and rescue.
I just had a hard time looking and seeing them pulling cars out.
Can you pull that other back up?
Which one?
The previous document you just had open.
So this is to access the Woodville trails. That's what this is.
Scroll down.
It's a SAR grant, right?
Right, but this,
Yeah.
so this is, yeah.
It was a SAR grant. It also seemed like they had already put $150,000 of their own money in it. So I thought that was pretty good as well.
Yeah, their match is pretty high, $100,000.
And, I looked at it, part of me goes, okay, why would we want to fund pulling people out again? But when you think about if there's a car stuck out there in the middle of the night like that and the snowmobile comes around the corner and hits the vehicle, we need to get them out, or creates other issues too. So I guess it's somewhat a preventative maintenance thing.
That looks fun. Hold my beer.
It's a nice picture. And I will say, the aspects of specifics to
Got
sovereigns.
Chase in the car there.
Yeah, definitely.
Not the furthest out.
Now, the aspects of, at least SAR with, snowmobiles is a lot of times the trails are moved out to get to those areas. So, I know Weaver County, they have a cat. We've utilized our cat if the trail is really bad. They'll cut a trail to get to these areas, to make sure that they can get there safely, or they're creating a path to exit someone out if they're seriously hurt. Because with snowmobile use, you get, 4 or 5 foot whoops sometimes. And so that's part of our role as outdoor recreation, but we don't always get to these trails. And if there's a situation like these, then it's easier for them to cut in, pull people out.
This is Brody, and I just live a little ways from Bryan Head, and there are a lot of out-of-staters getting stuck up there on the snowmobile trails. I've always been an advocate for leave them there and strip the vehicle of parts and sell them and make some money, because it's happening daily, weekly, and it's always Californians and Nevadans.
There are.
All right.
Bro, you just want to create a ramp so we can create some whoops out of
So
that.
where do we sit on capping the SARS money? And how much money we do spend on SARS?
So for for search and rescue and snowmobile, it can be up to $150,000.
That's what they've asked for on this
Yep.
one.
That's the request.
Pull a lot of those guys out, everyone out.
Okay, any other discussion or questions on this one?
I'll have my share. Well.
Let's go ahead and vote on it then. All those in favor of the Bryan Head Snowcat, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm not sure I still had that answered. How much total amount do we spend on SARS? Are we capped at that on all the applications?
So, okay, so this cycle, we had rollover from past years and unused funding. So for search and rescue, we had a total of $1.43 million at the beginning. Last cycle, we used around a little bit less than $500,000. So we have a little bit under $1 million for search and rescue. For search and rescue, this is like our potential use. This is our potential use for funding. So we're still within a good area. Obviously with trail work, we're over, but that is a category that can pull from other categories because that's the true intent behind this grant.
Which nearly 2 million of it was denied already.
Yeah. So we've denied 1.8 million and we were over originally by 1.3. So we have extra funding. Yeah, we have excess now. So if we don't use it all, it'll just roll to next cycle.
Okay.
Did that answer?
That's good.
Yes,
Thank you.
we're within the amounts.
Yeah, we're good. Are we on?
Do we need your vote, Scott?
Excuse me. I'm okay. Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
Anyone else?
No, I think he's the only one that did. All right, Salt Lake County, this is the water truck for Jordan River OHV Park. Any questions on this one?
Let's see. I think we've funded water trucks in the past. We definitely funded sprinkler. Yeah, we don't
For
fund.
Moorcross or,
We've done sprinklers for motocross drivers.
Can we get a pitch? Can we see a picture of this water truck or that's a lot of money for a water. Well, I don't know. I've never bought a water truck, but it just seems like a lot.
That's about right.
Does it come with water?
Like, and supply.
Yeah.
That's sometimes a harder part.
At $200,000, it better come filled with liquid gold. But maybe that is I don't know. I don't know how that works.
That's probably a okay price.
Yeah, this is a used one. This would.
It didn't seem to me that the grant application didn't match the amount of money. That there was 2 different trucks in there, and I didn't quite understand it. And I guess maybe I should have called, but there did seem
If the lower one is 185,000, why are they
One looks
asking?
like a used equipment.
Was used, one was used, one was.
I know, but they're
Looks like a
asking
new one,
for
looks like a used
200,000. That's what I'm saying. Why are they asking for more than what they're?
Because, I mean, I assume there might be increases. I don't know if they have a water truck on.
Well, they're asking, so,
contract.
and they're gonna match it. I'm just asking, like, it'd be, I didn't see it.
Is this the case where they're looking at used water trucks and they're asking for enough to cover it? And we just reimburse whatever?
Yeah, I mean, we'd only reimburse what the are they asking for anything else besides the water?
No, so if it came in under budget, we would obviously just reimburse it at cost. We wouldn't go over. And then this money would just roll.
I can't read what that
Sorry.
Are they hiring
See?
more people or just use the existing staff?
What's their in-kind?
There last week, and they had a few people working there.
So is their match somebody running the water truck?
I assume so, yeah. Which
That
they,
person's cheap.
welcome to State Park.
I know.
Want a job?
Brett?
No, I get
what's your
paid
comment?
for
I
that.
thought we decided not to fund trucks.
This is probably not gonna be registered for road travel. This is just going to be designated. I don't think it's gonna be like on a road, really.
Or they get water. One for riders.
They have a tank. This is for Jordan River OHV, right? And I believe they have a tank on site or a well. I can't remember what I've seen. Yeah, so you fill up the big tank, you fill up the truck, you go water the track, you come back, you fill it up again, you go water. On a hot day in the summer, you're watering a lot and working it in.
So I've never been to this place, and I've seen pictures of it, but is there some reason why they're not just going fully with some kind of a sprinkler system? I don't know. I don't.
Water to get there.
They don't have the access to the water to run a sprinkler system. is what it
That's
sounds
why
like.
they have the water tank.
Yeah.
You don't probably only have to dig down the foot to get water, but
There's 4 traffic, my understanding. and
Yeah.
Also, we'll be utilizing, the Division of Outdoor Recreation will begin utilizing this track for teaching hands-on ATV courses soon. There could be even more of a need for it in between those classes.
I'm fine with it as long as you're not giving them $200,000 if the truck's $150,000.
And no, and we work closely with state parks on this, so.
That's why I'm asking.
But again, I don't even know if they'll be registering this truck, if it's worthwhile for them to register, if it's not ever gonna really go on a road.
Well, they don't even, I mean, that's exempt anyway.
They may have to register it to take it in for like repairs or something. I would think.
It doesn't, I mean, it's exempt, it's like under the state.
Yeah.
Anyways, but it's not what we
surplus property.
generally consider a vehicle.
If it falls under all the rules, I'm sure it's needed equipment. You guys are gonna make sure we don't pay them for something they didn't spend. I feel okay with
You
it.
see Maureen over there? She would never let us. I'm pushy.
I'm bad cop, she's good
Yeah,
cop.
that's a really nice one.
Are they gonna sell their old truck?
I don't know what they're gonna do. It wouldn't surprise me if they like traded it in and sold it.
Yeah, like use the offset of selling it. You want to see 200,000?
I've just been through enough state audits that I'm like, and I'm in one right now that I like wanna, dot the i's, cross the t's, because I don't need to be in the newspaper about a water truck.
Appreciate that.
What else?
Thank
is
you
in
for
the
watching it out
newspaper
for all of us.
Yeah, there was $14,000 difference, I think, between the price and
Okay, all those in favor for a water truck for Jordan River, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, let's move on to
with respect.
ride with respect.
I'm gonna abstain from voting on this one too.
Laura's abstaining, and then, sorry, this
on there.
Yeah, you have fund at a different amount, Fred.
Huh?
You have fund at a different amount for this one.
Yeah. I couldn't figure out what the heck they were.
You don't know
Why
what
did I
ride with
went?
respect?
No,
Used to be on our
maybe it's just
advisory
another
council.
translation. Similar.
This is Cliff.
I don't know him.
He was on the council with us.
He came to
Cliff.
the big ride.
Cliff Coons.
Talks a lot.
Talks a lot.
Huh?
You know.
He was on the big ride this year with us.
He what?
I don't know.
You know, you gotta remember, I
I'm
don't
gonna
hear
call
as
you.
well as other people.
We'll have Cliff call you, then you won't forget.
You'll never forget.
Hey, we need Cliff.
Oh, we do
He
need
loves
Cliff.
having
He
conversations.
But anyway, I did go on his webpage and search him out, and try to figure out what
does a
the
lot,
heck
he
he
does a lot
was.
of good stuff.
All this morning, great.
Tons of good stuff.
But I question whether or not that's where our money should be going.
I'll tell you, this one's very similar to the Utah Public Lands Alliance.
Because everything in there, you start showing hiking and biking and all this other stuff, and what's that got to do with OHV?
Oh, he's an OHV or.
Hey, Fred, we're losing stuff faster than we're picking things up. Cliff is a good guy. I use him as a reference all the time. He digs into stuff and finds out things that I would have never dug up. He's
That don't mean I trust you sometimes.
You don't trust me?
But anyway, since I went through and Rob graded this,
I think it's well spent money to give to Cliff. He's a good guy.
Advisory council member. He knows his stuff.
He's like an encyclopedia.
That's what I would.
But my first concern is, what the heck is this guy we're paying money for?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that UPLA traded to.
Because he didn't tell us anything, really.
What? So I can tell you that on the Ashley right now, he's made comments and substantial comments on their forest plans. So lots of meetings.
Probably does some of the best substantive comments on TMPs and forest plan revisions. I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's my privilege.
That is your privilege. You burned it.
Shall we go?
Yeah.
All those in favor of,
You said, it's already what PLPCO does, I don't know.
Well, so that's my office. I mean, it's the same issue with Utah Public Lands Alliance. It's hard for me to go on state money when it's what our office is tasked with doing. It's not to say it's not good work. I just have a little, but it's fine. I mean, we work with these guys all the time. It's just, I think it's come up, it's hard to track, it's hard to see success, there's lots of things, like if you say buy a water truck, you buy a water truck, check, you bought the water truck. It's nothing against what these guys do, it just.
I will
Yeah, I
tell
don't
you,
know them from Adam
whenever
either, so.
Cliff closes out a grant, it's at least 200 pages.
But
So he has his documentation.
so going back, if you're not familiar with Cliff, he does, this is what he does full time, is he works for the off-highway vehicle community. The travel management plans, he's put in a ton of work. And so for us to keep allowing him to do this outreach and to do this more and to advocate in the off-road community's benefit, I think is the spirit of this part of the grant. But I've got tons of confidence that this will be well used to represent the off-road community.
He served on this board for 8 years.
You won't find anyone more dedicated.
He's online as well, and he can answer any question.
Probably more questions than you wanted.
Yeah.
Well, that's when I went in and started reading about him, trying to figure out what the heck he was.
When I started on the board, just from a perspective, when I started on the board, he was referring to grants that he reviewed 10, 12 years ago. And knew the minute details, like how his is just incredible. So,
yeah. No, I'm good. I must
not have heard his name.
I didn't know what that meant.
Call it out.
So,
Yeah, I'm
sounds
just gonna abstain from these ones.
He usually talks
Probably
about
more
access
information
protection
than you want.
issues. I think he had a white helmet on this year.
He can get online if we need questions answered, but if we don't.
I see this one exactly.
No, I trust what you guys are saying.
Let's go.
I'm good.
Because after I graded it, then I went in and started studying, trying to figure out what the hell did I just grade?
I know.
You can go back and edit that.
No, when you push complete.
You have to ask me. I reopen it. One word.
Let's vote.
All right,
All those in favor? Aye.
Hi.
I.
Bye.
Any opposed?
5-minute break. All right. Done with the first page.
I gotta take off a little bit. Could we move one of these up to number 36?
sheriff's office.
I guess my comments were reading the application. It sounds like it's more for use amphibious. On the shores of Utah Lake, which OHV use is not allowed. And to rescue airboats. So maybe it's better in a leading program or only funding part of it and have it, like, there wasn't really a breakout. I couldn't find a percentage of how much is for OHV.
We do not fund, we don't fund watercraft, anything other than OHV rescues.
Right. So,
or motorized.
Let's see.
Well, you can use it in other places, which it touched on that, but then it spent the rest of the time talking about how it would be easier than having to take it out of a marina or. So to me, it sounded like it's mostly for
The very last.
second last 36.
It's sure is utilized in Box Elder County and it has been abandoned for.
So like,
I'm the one for every county.
No, it was a trapped. Okay.
Was a track trail.
No.
Okay.
You want to see a picture of a shirt?
sure, I mean, it looks super cool. Like at 100% it's going to be, drag it all over everything. But. Yeah. I would just like drag it over the cars and stuff.
There you go.
I just saw
Okay.
on Canyon Reservoir. Yeah, it's low.
So yeah,
Sheriff Curtis, did you have any comment on that?
When you go on that evaluation.
I know Sheriff Kurtz did have to
Oh, maybe he stepped out.
step out. But it does say like swamp areas surrounding Utah Lake. Airboats to access shallow lake areas.
And then they requested just not solve it because we would not fund those portions.
There, so
2,243.
Yeah.
Where at around Utah Lake can you take an OHV? Like, right, can you drive your OHV right up to the shore?
No,
They're describing watercraft risks.
you can't drive you can't take a vehicle below the ordinary high water mark at statehood. I know this is my job. So you cannot take vehicles on the shoreline of Utah Lake or into
They were
marsh.
describing that it would be used up in snowmobile. Is that correct? What I remember?
Well, it says it could be, but then it goes on to describe, the rest of it describes how it would, you can float it. Rapid deployment into challenging marsh and swamp areas.
Most of the time they're used in wetlands.
So question surrounding Utah Lake.
And then also their percentage for search and rescue, I mean, 13 of 117 were OHV based. And they're requesting a lot more than that from us.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be into that percentage, right?
Do we fund search and rescue by itself, just search and rescue, or does it have to be for OHV?
Or the percentage they use or anticipate to use or traditionally used on OHV rescues is the part we would fund. So they may have an estimate of years to come, but they have a track record of when they have used it for specific OHV rescues, and that's the percentage we would fund, not funding any type of non-motorized SAR requests.
Sorry.
I was just, go ahead.
In this case, if they're not using it for OHV rescues, then it's out of our.
It's based off of their percentage of search and rescues, which I just did the calculations, and each year they have they go to approximately 11% of off-highway vehicle search and rescues.
Okay, but this is a specialty vehicle.
Yeah.
That
Probably still would fall under that.
Yeah.
They use in any of those operations, in my opinion.
I mean, maybe in the snow, but
No, it's not suited for steep terrain,
think about it, so that it can drive over everything.
not anything steep. I mean, a snow cat would be much more suited for that. It's rubber wheeled.
Yeah.
So if you get sideways on a hill, it's gonna go down.
Yeah, I would like Sheriff Curtis to weigh in on his assistant, but.
I'm gonna pre-vote as a nay.
Comment first. Tom did. He said.
Or I guess I could be talked into paying 11% of the requested amount for the shirt.
does not seem to add up.
Do we want to wait until Sheriff Curtis comes back and Laura, because I know you need to get back? Or do you just want to tell me what you're?
I just said I pre-voted as nay.
Nay, okay.
I'm
We
electing
can
my
always,
proxy.
Yeah, I would like some advice.
okay. Then we'll put you down as nay and then I'll update you.
Okay, I mean, if they could talk, I'd be willing to change my mind, but talk less about Marsh.
Yeah.
A reminder to leave. All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
Get on out of
Thank
here.
you.
See you guys. Remember to put in your comments on the San Rafael TMT.
Very good,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna add her name for this and then we will.
Go back to it. Okay, application number 20, Grand County Sheriff's Can-Am and accessories for their search and rescue.
What number?
20.
20 for application 322. Still waiting on Sheriff Curtis, but Brody and Dave, did you have any comments on that one?
The only comment that I had was, and I talked with Rachel about it, was that they were wanting to purchase their machine out of state, but it does make sense that they are closer to Grand Junction than most anywhere else. And so that makes sense. If they were closer to a dealer in Utah, I would say get it in Utah, not buy it from Colorado.
Yeah, I only saw one bid. We're supposed to have two, right?
So if it's a nonprofit, they have to have two bids, but generally, like we expect, if it's a federal agency or a state agency or city or county, we expect them to go through their procedure. So especially if they have state contracts, we expect them to utilize those purchases.
They also said there was really no way to promote it, but I was like, well, can you put a sticker on the side of the vehicle or something?
And we do have stickers that really just say your OHV registration dollars at work.
Right.
That we've had people just put on their machine. We don't expect them to be like huge logo of ours.
Yeah.
So it's misleading.
Perfect.
No, I like your logo.
I do too, but we don't want to be called up for
State
doing
machine.
something wrong and have us find out it's not even us.
Just put Chase's cell phone on the back.
Yeah, we already do that.
I do change his phone number at the bottom.
Oh, you'll call me anyways.
Or good talking.
Oh,
That's what I did. I found out I was on the Pioneer webpage.
Phone number's on the website. And we'll find it somewhere. And I gladly.
Call me first.
Okay. Should we,
I was just looking at their budget. So it looks like they're matching like 30. They're matching cash to what they're requesting from us.
Vote on.
okay, let's do. All in favor of the, Grand County Sheriff's Can-Am and accessories, say aye.
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 I'll vote aye as well. Any opposed? Okay,
I don't know if Sheriff Curtis actually just leaves his as is empty for right now.
probably.
I knew that he did say that he didn't leave, but at some point, but I don't know. How you tell us. And I'll also leave Laura's blank.
Does that mean that, well, if they don't vote, we just don't count it?
Yeah,
Just abstain.
it's still like it's based off of if however many budget put in here, if 51% of you vote yes, then
Okay.
it's funded.
Okay.
So it really doesn't affect much.
Sounds good. Let's go on to Camp Floyd State Park, OHV parking lot. This one, Laura, Eric, Brett.
Seemed like a pretty straightforward. It's a parking lot, for an OHV staging area. There is the Camp Floyd, visitor center or whatever right there, but they do have some of that parking. This is just for when the OHV show up. They do have some more plans in the future. The cool part about this, I noticed, it seems like they've got some serious partnerships going on,
So
volunteering.
actually, the nonprofit who's working closely with them is the one who actually applied for this. This is my first ever application, but because it's taking place on state park land, we had them change over ownership. So
Lessons learned.
yes, lessons learned. But yeah, I worked with this applicant.
from the nonprofit for weeks on end, and she's ecstatic just to be doing this.
Yeah, it looked good to me.
The park manager is continually working on how to get OHV customers from 5 miles to looking for it.
And that's always what we want to do. That's right. We talk about dispersing the use over a wider area.
5 miles.
Yep.
It occurs to me for this, where's Camp Floyd State Park?
My 5 mile pass, Eagle Mountain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, just right by Eagle Mountain.
But I was surprised to see it. So close.
Yeah, it's
Sounds
pretty
good.
close.
Should we vote? All those in favor of the Camp Floyd OHV parking lot, say aye.
Hi.
All vote aye. Is there any opposed? Okay. On to Howell Ranger District Snowmobile. Is this the one that you were talking about, Kurt, that was for snowmobiles? Howell Ranger District, I think this is one we were talking about earlier, wasn't it?
No, there's another one.
I think it was the,
Cheryl did want to talk about this.
oh yeah, Cheryl's still there. I know her son. There she is.
Okay. Take it away, Cheryl.
Yeah, so the Powell Ranger District, I did notice in their application, there was a piece that talked about using these snowmobiles potentially for Nordic grooming. And so I called the district because it's a new employee, someone new to grant writing. And I just let him know that like these snowmobiles through this grant cannot be used for Nordic grooming. And he was like, oh, I didn't realize that. I was thinking snowmobile, you get a snowmobile, you know, so he just was not like aware of that. And so I asked him, you know, moving forward, are you guys good with not doing anything to groom Nordic? And he said, yes, we will focus on the other things, which again is mostly that winter presence, being out there supporting the sheriff's department, doing education, that kind of work. So just so you guys know they can't use it for that, and they're willing to not have that be part of their application.
This one, do they use it?
Summit, it looks like an electric.
There's a standard. Utility sled and 3 backcountry sleds.
Have you guys
Okay. Any other concerns about this one?
They said assist search and rescue. Is there any support from Garfield County Sheriff's Office?
let me see their letter.
No, it's just called ETEC. It's a model that,
Yeah.
why is it ETEC?
Electric. So instead of
And who
carbureted emission, it's an electronic.
This one?
Fuel injector.
Fuel injection.
And it's from.
So that's
Eric.
gonna use.
So from the sheriff.
I would say come with an idea, get rid of them damn clutches, Bill.
Sheriff Houston does support this. For the search and rescue aspect.
This wasn't the one that I had concern on. The other one was the grooming. And we can address it
Yeah,
there.
we'll get that.
Just,
All right, let's.
I support this one.
I do want to ask Cheryl with because there's a utility sled in there. Is that still needed for their, I guess, educational efforts?
Yeah, they were still wanting to use it for more of the support of like pull vehicles out and that kind of thing. But because I did ask them that, can we take one of these snowmobiles off? And they were like, no, that was such a small piece. The majority of what we're doing was this work anyways. So.
Okay. I'll call for a vote then. Let's, all those in favor of the Ranger District Snowmobile project, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. On to Paiute Great Western Gooseberry Parker Mountain Map. Let's see.
That's the map book that we have down there that covers 4 maps. That we put out as the Paiute Trail Committee.
This is under education.
That stuff.
This is a repeat. They've come to us in the
We
past.
funded this in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other concerns about turning map notes? Okay, all those in favor of the Paiute Great Western Gooseberry Parker Mountain map books, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
I probably shouldn't vote, by the way.
Okay, I'll have you abstain.
On to Fillmore Forest Trail Repair and Enhancement. This is Sand Rock Ridge Riders ATV Club.
This is Rachel's club.
Sand Rock Ridge Riders.
Okay.
Not
very
Sage Riders.
Similar to Sage Riders. Come on.
Oh, man.
No, they're different, I can tell you that.
Do you know who this person is? She
I know
was
who
at
they
the-
are, yes.
She was at the big ride too.
Yeah.
Feel like I missed out.
What's this big ride?
Yeah, you guys aren't invited.
We're not special.
Actually, I know Brody did want to mention that next year, maybe having the advisory council down for the big ride and then doing a meeting after. I
Got
don't
an application, you guys can join clubs and then we'll invite you.
I'm part of clubs. What club do you want to be part of?
ATV club.
Oh,
I'll join your club if you join mine.
All right,
But you gotta go on a ride.
This is,
3397, number 24.
yeah, 3397.
Did we vote on 3470?
Yes.
Did you vote?
This was the map book.
Yeah, that was the map book. Cheryl did say decrease, no engineering bridge.
They're trying to get Chalk Creek and get it cat and get it working up through there.
I think this is just like for 6 bridges or something, but they're working with the Forest Service and doing the work for them. Let's see.
Yeah, and Rachel, my question around decrease, I know they don't have to have the 25% match, but if we just want to get them closer, they do have a pretty big contingency amount in there. I think it's like, I don't know, $6,500 or something like that. But I did call these guys, the forest, just to talk to them because I was like, how are you building 6 bridges for $20,000? Because I thought they were onto something really good. But these are definitely like a smaller scale bridge, treated lumbers, that kind of thing. They'll still be great bridges, but they're not like more of the big glue lam, anything like that. So just, I did follow up on this one because I was wondering how you could get bridges for that much.
And they can do up to a 10% contingency cost, so
Perfect.
they've come in less than 10%.
Okay. Yep. It was just if we were wanting them to be closer to that 25, but I know it doesn't have to be there.
How many bridges?
6.
The most fun part going up that place. No water. I started floating back down one day.
So we do need bridges. Okay.
That's what a
That's what I'm hearing.
I watched old Bill Thompson, he sunk right out of sight, and where 3-wheeler he was on, went floating down the river.
Okay, let's vote on that one, Matt, unless there's any other questions. Okay, Fillmore Trail Repair and Enhancement. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We already talked about Phillips Morris Trailhead. Division of Wildlife Law Enforcement. What are, okay.
Search and rescue. I can pull up the, Scott is the only one who said increase or decrease. I put the comments for this.
What are your thoughts on that, Scott?
There's a lot of places in there that says patrol, a lot of places it says patrol, and that concerned me. Division of Wildlife and giving out citations, and it's all fine and dandy going out and patrolling around, but are you patrolling to, give citations out? So that was my biggest concern. Maybe somebody else could chime in on that.
That was my same concern. I still have a lot of questions. I'd like to see, especially on those, somewhere in the grant application that just says, please break it down your percentage. How much is going to be search and rescue, actual education, actual law enforcement, and have them put that in the application rather than just verbalize it. I'd like to see it broke down somehow, but that was my concern.
Agreeing with Sheriff on that, they need to break it down on exactly what they're using it for, because we can't fund law enforcement needs on their search and rescue needs. And then if they
did check this one, but did they get some support from the local sheriff's office on these specifically?
I think this is in the northern region one, and that was the one thing that did impress me. They did reach out to every sheriff's office and get support from them and their SAR teams.
Yeah.
So
That's
I'm good that way. I just still have concern about all the patrol and law enforcement work.
Do we need to have them come back in the next cycle and revise this tank?
Like we could.
That'd be, if we don't know what we're paying for, I would suggest we write down. I had conversations with this applicant and I let them know that they're done with the breakdown. So it'll need to be, it'll need to be clarified again if he didn't break that down.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to have them come back with a revised application. Do we need to vote on it, or
You can entertain a motion to ask them to bring their application back.
I will fight that motion to or entertain a motion?
So I'll make a motion that these guys go back, they break down the use of it, so it is clear to the council on how much is law enforcement, you know, what percentage is education and search and rescue. So that helps us make good decisions on funding.
I second that. This is Brody.
Erin and Brody.
Motion second by Brody. Any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so
we're gonna ask them to defer their application.
yes,
Yeah, that was just my question. Do we need to deny the application this time?
What have we done? We've done some in the past.
I feel like we should probably just
Probably
deny
need to vote
it.
just to know.
Let's vote on
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we ignore that? Or should we just do all the no's that came in for that?
I can just do it real quick.
yes. All those in favor of funding the Utah DNR Northern Region application, say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
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 Okay. Now we
I
can
just-
move on.
I just do want to say, I really appreciate the fact that they reached out to their SAR teams and worked with them. I must say that was impressive to me.
Especially all of them. There's a lot of counties too.
Yeah, that was quite the list of support letters. Even I think I even saw the Forest Service that like it looked like they had a ton of support letters, which is awesome.
And we might be able to have them, like, if their scope doesn't change drastically, they could probably just reuse those letters.
Yeah.
Make it easier for them for next cycle.
No, I'll talk to some specifically about
Okay, Ab Creek OHV Bridge Replacement Project. This is BLM. This one I reviewed, it looked like they were replacing a bridge and potentially, well, I think they just talked about the bridge that crosses just north of town. They had a quote for a bridge that was substantially less than what they were asking for, but I'm assuming that it's just the same, whatever they.
So maybe you can speak on behalf of how the bid process is for BLM. Cause I know it's strange.
Yeah, so they would put out a contract and then they would just have to see what kind of bids they receive. It's not a certain amount. It kind of depends how they do it, if it's best price or if it's firm fixed price, or it really depends. It can be all over the board. It can be hundreds of thousands. Like this one, I bet could be $100,000 difference depending on who bids on it.
Okay.
So they're probably just trying to tie in some contingency.
Have a little leeway with it.
Okay. I don't think the contingency was clear on their budget, so yeah, we're good.
Yes, yeah.
Do you want to look at it?
Yeah, they just had lump sums in there for it, so.
I'm interested that they're doing I mean, I guess it's for the installation. Their partner in, never mind, because it can be cash, never mind, you know what I mean? Maybe they have a partner that's providing cash for that $50,000.
How big is that bridge?
I think it's a 60-foot bridge.
And there is an existing bridge there. I was hoping that they would work with their local user group because the local user group originally installed the bridge, and I tried to talk to them recently in person at the Big Ride a couple weeks ago. They were not having it. This bridge is not up to code, so that's why they need to replace it. And the OHV group who installed the original bridge doesn't see that as an issue, but as a federal agency, they have to worry about those things. So
Right.
I would love to see that support, but tried to get it. So, yeah.
So is it just going across from now a little?
Goes across the river.
Yeah. So right now it maybe fits a smaller UTV, but like if there's an issue
I
with
think that's what
rescue.
they're gonna run into problems down there in Paiute.
Yeah, because this trailhead looks like it's for all different types of motorized use, but this couldn't fit a vehicle. It was for 4-wheel drive.
Not a very wide bridge either.
No, it's not.
No. And it's like I know it's not even up to code for having like horsebackmen on it. Back horsemen.
I think that was the.
This is the existing bridge?
Yeah.
This is the current bridge.
It's just not up to code.
There's nothing up to code nowadays. Ask any building inspector.
It was built in 2015 by the Utah Arizona ATV Club. And yeah, I was hoping they'd have support from them, but
Anyways, it looks like, it's a good project. I just want to make sure that we're just not paying 200,000 when the bridge is 100,000. So.
yeah, again, we'll never
I bet
overpay.
that bridge will be over 200,000 being a 60-foot wide span. And if they're trying to have full vehicles on it, I think the last bridge we put in across the Provo River for bridges on it was like 170, and that was years ago. So I would, if they can get that for 200,000, they've got a steal.
So let's go now the north end of Canal.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's where I've been across.
Okay, all those or any other questions about this one? All right, let's vote on it. All those in favor of the Kanab Creek OHV Bridge replacement? All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Storage facility for outdoor recreation equipment, Garfield County. Let's see.
Dave, did you have concerns about this one?
I don't know about concerns, it's not super directly related to trail work or trail aspects. I mean, it is protecting their equipment and long-term utilization of that equipment. So that's a good thing. Just wasn't as directly related.
And it does- Oh, I was just gonna say, they mentioned that it will protect equipment that was previously purchased with grants from here. So I thought that was nice.
Is Brett there? He might be able to speak about it. I think I remember him saying something about this at the Big Ride.
Brett's raising his hand. Go ahead.
Okay. So this was, I had some real good conversations with Garfield County. They're the ones that were looking to do this because they received over $500,000. They got a Trail Cat, Mini X trailers, Bobcat, all the attachments. And they would like to get it under cover. And it'd be on the county facility, and it's a locked up area. They're not only doing the match, but they'll donate the land for this facility, and then they'll put an office in it for the new trail crews that we got out and about. So this trail crew could use that as a go-to base hub for all their equipment. And also it'll have a bunkhouse in it for just spend the night that they needed to. Instead of on the front seat of the truck, I heard.
Yeah, and that for
And-
transparency's sake.
And it would be the office for the new trail crews. Oh, that would be their office.
This is all the equipment that we funded through this. This isn't including, I don't know if they've applied for RTP funding in the past. Evan's not here anymore, but yeah, I don't know there, but we've funded a lot of equipment for them.
Well, they're doing great work.
They're
I mean, they're getting trails going.
Yeah, they really
Awesome.
are.
Now, is that what that part-time worker they get hired to run the equipment? Is that the one grant?
Or Garfield?
Garfield, yeah.
Yeah,
That's one of them.
they have a part-time person.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
our,
we tried
when
to-
our trail crews work in the area, we can use this facility with them that will, probably create under an MOU to use their facilities. Which we do with a lot of county partners. A lot of our truckers are operating out of county facilities right now.
Carol, you raised your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have approved storage for equipment as part of this grant before, just as a FYI, we have said yes to that before.
Yeah.
One other thing is they offered that if we want to put like snow cattle or room in that area, they could be on that same property. And it's a locked up facility.
Go ahead, Scott.
I think we get a lot out of Garfield County. If we had more counties like Garfield, we'd have more places to ride. So
Yeah. They never told us when they were gonna use that dynamite that we paid for though. I don't know
I
if they.
think that's
Really
coming
yet.
up, I think, in late spring. It seems like Joe was mentioning I thought he said late spring. And we're
Okay.
invited to that to enjoy the view of demolition.
Rachel, I'll push the back.
Let us
I'm
know when.
glad
Yeah.
to push the button.
Awesome.
Fake ones.
It's actually fun to see.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen it. I would love to.
It's cool. It's more than a sound effect. The way too, though.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the storage facility for Garfield County's outdoor, or for their trail equipment, say aye.
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 I
Vote aye as well. Any opposed? Okay. On to UWC motorized trails. You want to wash that cash? We already did this one, didn't we?
We have 3 different grants in for this. Okay, the next 2 are.
So actually, I have a question for Carol on this one. Carol, I know that on the forest in the past, you guys have struggled a little bit with being able to get the right operators, the right permissions. We've been begging you guys to go out with us on trail maintenance before, and you haven't been able to because of basically they needed more training and so where this is, you're asking for bikes. Did something change there?
Something did change there. So that is part of what we're doing on the forest. This year, I just picked up an employee. His name is Eric McEwen, and he is going to be a training specialist, training coordinator, just specifically for our recreation group. Part of that is his specific charge is going to be UTVs, ATVs, motorcycles, heavy equipment. He's already been reaching out to the state to talk about coordinating our ATV efforts with our staff. So we're super excited. We're putting a big emphasis into training of our folks. Another part will be continuing to support that motorized equipment training with Weber Basin, where we're again bringing state employees, we're bringing forest employees as well as Weber Basin students to that training. So yes, we are actively trying to get our folks better training so that they can use all of these different pieces of equipment, as well as we have people wanting, we have people all over being like, can we come to your trainings? Can we come to your trainings? I think our forest is one of the first in the nation to actually hire somebody specifically to coordinate these efforts. And we hope it benefits not only our forest, but other forests in the state as well. So great question, Eric. But yeah, I'm super excited about this development. So stay tuned for more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is about time. It's been a huge struggle and just challenge with changing personnel. And we have so many new employees right now that it's prime to have this, to have Eric in the position he's in. So.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a reason we're doing electric dirt bikes versus real dirt bikes?
Sorry.
I think it's just preference of the program managers. So I can't weigh in on that one.
Yeah,
I just worry about
He
rain.
has more expertise on that one.
yeah, it definitely is. Range is an issue, but I don't know. I mean, that's up to you guys. We funded electric bikes before. But again, me and Jason are both questioning whether that's the best one for this use, but.
Well, and if you guys have feedback on that, we're happy to hear that feedback for sure. Because I mean, it's kind of the same reason why we went with repurposing a dozer instead of buying a new one, because we got such good feedback that like you guys don't want to buy one of the new ones. Let's re-engine it. So we're definitely open to input. We have a lot of new program managers. So if you guys have different expertise, definitely open to that.
Great. You know where to find me.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe you're a busy person.
Yes. Eric is currently coordinating with us on these trainings on full chainsaw, HV operation, so.
Yeah, like Eric actually went to help support the chainsaw training for the state trail crews. So again, we're just super excited about that partnership, and I can't wait to see what happens with him in that role, both for our forest, the state, the other forest in the state. It's a good thing.
Well, if it's anything else, just about the time he gets up and running and efficient, he'll go somewhere else.
You know, the nice thing about Eric McEwen, he's been on the forest for a long time. He worked up on the Evanston Mountain View Ranger District for his whole career. He's here local. I think we'll retain him for a hot minute. So,
Super.
Yeah, stellar.
So, okay, any other questions on this one? The council? Let's vote then. All those in favor of the 2025 UNO Wasatch Cache Motorized Trails Equipment Grant, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay.
I'm having Cheryl abstain from this. That's okay with her. Laura, oh, not Laura, sorry. Cheryl, are you okay abstaining from this?
Of course, the next one too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to this next one. This one is more for the snowmobile side of things. Is this the 4 snowmobiles?
It is.
Okay. And is this the one that you're proposing to fund at a lesser amount?
I have some heartburn about this particular one. This is out on the Evanston side of the Bear Lake Highway, which is in Utah, but the grant specifically talked about using 4 snowmobiles for grooming and presence. Grooming can't happen on the Bear Lake Highway with a snowmobile, period. It's done with a snowcat. It's a pretty big snowcat. The run is from each side is, I know that they were grooming from gas plant because the snowcat broke down there. It's almost an 80-mile run each down and back. It's an 8 to 12-hour run on a snowcat, and they're cutting. It's one of the busiest snowmobile trails in the state. So Bear Lake Highway connects on both sides. So from the Camas side, if you ride all the way through, you land at Evanston.
And that cat is the DOR.
Right. I don't know who is going to be manning the snowmobiles, but it's evident from the application, whoever's writing the applications doesn't have enough education or information to write the grant properly, because they posted pictures of the parking lot on the snowplow. They posted pictures of a Nordic grooming operation.
Like a telltale sign of a creation from Cheryl. Cheryl, did you create this?
And I'm not trying to disavow somebody in that sense. It's just, this is a Nordic groomer. We're talking about 4 Polaris 155s.
I can't hear you, Cheryl, if you're trying to talk to us.
No, I was just letting Kirk finish, and then I'm happy to provide input.
So from my interpretation of this grant, the information doesn't add up to me. You can't groom the Whitney Basin area, the warming hut. That was handled by, what's the called up there? Chalk Creek. They were grooming to Whitney, and then they continued to groom from Whitney out to Bear Lake Highway this year because the cat was broken down. Grooming operations can't be done by snowmobile. Just can't.
And that's not what they're saying, Kirk. They're talking about a whole variety of, again, winter operations, everything from putting up snow markers to supporting.
Miles of grooming.
Right, but it's to support the groomers so that they actually have a way to get out when they're grooming. So it's like it's a safety backup groomer, they are not grooming with these sleds. It is to support the grooming that's going on out there so that they have an option to get out if something goes on with the cat. The other work is all related to, again, monitoring, providing information for the Abbey Center. And this is also, so 2 sleds are for Evanston and 2 are for Northstone up in Logan. So it's not all Evanston based. But yeah, it's for a whole suite of winter operations, not grooming with these sleds. It's supporting grooming operations, but yeah, that's what the snowmobiles are for.
Which, at least from the OHV program standpoint, we actually do accept support to the grooming services because we know just the state's grooming service alone won't effectively get everything out there. I guess going on off of where Kirk's concerned is we haven't seen that in the past, so I guess here's a good opportunity to show that and improve the grooming services up on the north slope and other areas in Utah, which we're continually looking at. So I guess that would be the difference from the OHV program standpoint.
For sure. And Brody, your question, it's the Evanston Ranger District, but this is all grooming that occurs in the Utah side. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know about the.
I know it's always
boundary.
weird when we talk about the Evanston Ranger District. Everyone's like Wyoming, and it's like, no, they manage a piece of the forest that's on the Utah side for sure.
Yeah, for clarification, Brody, I think it's 3 or 4 miles into the Utah state line. So, but the ranger station
Is Evanston. Yeah, so it sounds weird.
So, but it is the Bear Lake Highway Complex.
And the North Slope is part of that Evanston Ranger District upon Elizabeth Mountain Road and going up over Mirror Lake, which connects to our Mirror Lake snowcat system. So we own that cat. We're the Bear River side. We're planning on swapping that out for another cat for the forest to use, and then the state grooms from themselves. And Chalk Creek comes up with the snowmobile. So lots of partners involved with that area. And we need to rely on each other to be successful up there. Their partner.
I just have a high level of concern about the clarity of the grant. It seems that the person writing is not familiar with the snowmobile world. And so some of the information that's put in there doesn't hold muster in a sense where the essence of what they may want to do might be there. I haven't seen it. This is what Chase is talking to. This may be an opportunity for us to see that happen, but I would want to closely monitor it.
Absolutely. And we are, like I said, we have more employees now than we've had my entire career on the forest. And that's where I think you're going to start seeing some of these things. If we can keep our employees, that's where I think you're going to be able to start seeing some of the things that we haven't been able to do in the past, is because we actually have some employees now, which is really exciting.
Not to belabor this anymore, but Kirk did bring up a good point. I don't know if it was heard, as you know, there is just one snowmobile, and if snowmobiles are in 2 different locations, one trailer, sorry. So, I mean, do we need to increase funding for another trailer? Do you just once a year drop?
No, they already have a trailer up in Logan, and so they don't have the sleds that they need to redo sleds. So yeah, that's why.
That makes sense. Do it each area. And then what type of sleds are they?
You know, I don't remember. The districts and the programs put in their types of sleds they need, and really it ends up being that we say these are the specs we need to meet, and then contracting office says this is the sled you get. So it's more based off of specs and what we need them to be able to do performance wise than being able to actually select a snowmobile. That's how it is with all of our equipment. We provide specs and the contracting office says this is what you get.
Does the grant have Polaris 155s?
Okay, yeah, that's what they're hoping for.
Kirk, are you proposing anything different to this grant than what's presented?
I would advise to just proceed with caution. We need to look at this over time. I'll have a conversation with the Snowmobile Association who rides that area a lot, especially Chalk Creek. To give us feedback on how this interaction occurs. So that's my cautiously optimistic about what could happen with the relationship with the Forest Service. The prior district ranger out there was great to work with, retired years ago. So if we can establish a good relationship with these ranger officers, this is fine. But I've never seen a program like this happen. So past being the past, moving forward, when I hear presence, we all know what presence typically means in our world. So that's where my caution is. And I would solicit feedback of the association, Snowmobile Association clubs locally, to give you feedback instead of us trying to monitor that, because they're riding interacting in the community. Right. So.
And I definitely appreciate that feedback, and I will pass that on. Like, if this goes through, I will definitely pass that on, that there are concerns, there's some skepticism, and that folks really want to make sure that this gets what you guys are wanting out of it. So I will pass that on, no questions asked.
Sure. Thanks, Charles.
No pressure.
Oh no, it's good to have pressure. I appreciate being able to call people and give them pressure, because it, you know, these funds do a ton of great things out there, but we want to make sure they get used right. So I will share that message.
Well, and I think from my perspective, this is the first time I've seen this many applications from the Forest Service for machines. And frankly, it's what they said in one of the apps, it's the only place where they can find access to funding to replace them. And so we're seeing a fleet replacement statewide in this grant cycle. So.
And like I said, we did get approval for that FOR process. And so we truly, even if we were to get awarded these through a grant up until this year, we could not afford to then have the machines. So we were all in this weird holding pattern of like, we can't get equipment if we're going to be having to pay basically a monthly, you know, rent to then replace the equipment. It was just not feasible. And so that's why a lot of us were waiting. And then that letter just came out that we were going to be given the opportunity. So it actually doesn't surprise me at all that people are trying to get equipment now, because that got changed.
Any other discussion or questions on this one? Okay, let's vote on the 2025 UNO Wasatch Cash.
Can I make a motion that we coordinate with the U.S. Snowmobile Association, just to at least put them on notice for these? Or how do we
Put them on
have them,
notice.
and we can make a request that they're aware of the acquisition process, because we as normal users, like ATV users, are not going to interact with the Forest Service on there. So the only eyes and ears we have in that scenario is going to be the local, from an organized fashion. I don't want a vigilante out there, so to speak, that's looking for a problem. Most of the club presidents and the associations are pretty well managed, so they can give more than honest feedback how this interaction works or how it is moving forward. So I don't know how to coordinate that, and it doesn't have to be necessarily a motion, but I think that's something we can consider with a lot of these grant cycles, especially when there is access.
I wonder if that's something between like the Chase's realm or off
Yeah.
OHV program
You and I
related
can talk
versus
about it
like
too.
grant related.
There. Okay. Go ahead with the vote.
All right, all those in favor of the UNO Wasatch Cash Winter Motorized program, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, on to the Moab Fire and Rescue EMS limited access vehicle. Brett, Fred, and Sheriff Curtis. Looks like there was some opposition to this one, or suggested different rates.
I'll start. So my concern was I also had the one that was for Grand County Search and Rescue. So I thought it was interesting that the EMS is teaming up with the fire department, or the fire, I don't know how the Moab Valley Fire. And they were asking for 2 machines, but they obviously didn't coordinate with the sheriff or the county search and rescue. So I checked with them. They told me they didn't support EMS having it. having one of the machines, but they were okay with the fire department having one for its purpose. So that was kind of part of the rub I saw. So I suggested a half because search and rescue applied for one. EMS ought to work with them on that one. And they didn't, the sheriff's office didn't support it as well.
Agreeing with the sheriff has that search and rescue authority for each of the counties. So that's where they're not coordinating with the sheriff. That's why we always look at these SAR grants, coordinate with the search and rescue authority for the county. So that would be a concern of mine as well.
Then it was asking for expedition.
Yeah, they were asking for expedition.
It's just a heavy hitter.
What was that support letter?
This, I don't know, it's very vague. It says the Grand County Sheriff's Office supports Valley Fire and Grand County EMS. Putting up side by sides, there's a need for fire rescue and EMS to access patients in our county that fire truck or ambulance could not go to. This is from, who knows?
Yeah. And Sheriff Curtis, you did actually have a conversation with
I did.
Sheriff on that.
I did. I called Sheriff Wiggins and he told me he did not support it.
And we can't verify that Sheriff Wiggins even signed that.
Yeah,
It's
we
just
don't.
on the letterhead, even though it's a.
I don't remember seeing this in the application when I was going through it.
Well, it's not even signed. It's not made out to anyone. It just looks.
I'd advise Sheriff Curtis talks to a lot of the other sheriffs association. I would more or less just go with his conversation versus that letter. If you're okay with that, Sheriff Curtis.
I am. I mean, that's why I asked is I thought, why is search and rescue asking for one and EMS asking for one? Maybe they ought to coordinate and they could all get together on one. And that's why I asked him. He says, well, I don't support them having one. I'm okay with the fire department having one because I told them they were asking for two of them. One was to have extrication equipment for the fire department. And the other one was to transport EMTs. And he says, no, I don't support that. That's what our search and rescue is for. So that's why we asked. That's what he told me. He says, that's why we asked for one for our search and rescue.
Yeah.
And from my experience, most of the times a SAR entity will transport the EMS professionals in because that's their role is to get people in and out safe. Yep. EMS's role is to provide the life saving measures once they get there.
Yep.
Are you making a motion to fund at a lesser amount then?
That I will make that motion unless there's somebody else that has some other discussion that they want to. I've talked way too much anyway. So somebody else has some other discussion on it, a different point of view. I'm okay with hearing that.
I'm curious what would a lower amount do? I mean, why would we fund it at all? If we're not funding for what they're asking for. They're asking for other things.
Yeah, they're asking for two machines.
For two.
Well, fund one, not the other.
Yeah, that's why with the sheriff supporting the one, I was, supported at 50% for the one machine that they did say he's in support of.
So we're gonna go to expedition on request?
So they've got trailers on there too, so we would do one UTV and one trailer.
Yeah, that'd be my recommendation.
Can we make that recommendation that we'd only approve one of each? And I mean, it's
I'd recommend anything you want.
You could just cut it completely in half because
straight
it
down
would
the
be
middle.
their contingency. But
Do we need to be specific about saying we support the one for the extrication equipment?
Well, cutting it in half would at least fund what they needed for the one item.
But would it be in the spirit of the support that we just talked about for the search and rescue? Is basically saying, yeah, sure, we support the fire part of it, but not the EMS, and we fund half of it, and they fund the EMS one instead. I mean, I'm just looking for a little clarification.
This is Brody. I have a question for the Sheriff Curtis. What if we just totally denied this one and encouraged them to go just strictly through search and rescue? Or would that not be realistic for coordinating with the fire department?
I didn't review this.
I don't know. I'd imagine fire is kind of quick, you've got to get everything out there
I think
fairly
you could
quickly.
go under the same, I mean, it's a little bit slightly different than the wildlife one, but we need further clarification. So if they were to get their ducks in a row before they applied and we actually get some legitimate confirmation of the need and through that support of the local sheriff's office of some more officialness with that. And that way we can verify that, sorry, officialness isn't a word, so I apologize.
We understand.
Yeah.
Also, we have another grant cycle in like 3 months.
Yeah.
So if they can come back, kind of get that. I'm nervous without hearing like, oh, that the county sheriff only wants to approve part of it. Like I would prefer that they
Sort
come
that
back
out
and-
internally.
Exactly, before we try to make sense of heads or tails and then get, cause more issues.
I didn't review this ground, obviously, but how much of this is OHV?
I don't think that there was as much as like 31. Well,
It's in a high use
Yeah, it's in a high
area,
use
it would be
area.
utilized, we don't know the percentage, and maybe that needs to be clarified as well as how much
Typically, we have a
percent.
call out on the ratio provided.
they said 39 out of 50.
Yeah, I can see that being realistic.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the numbers being too far off. They said they wanted to use it to be able to haul extrication equipment, which, if you get a side by side or a Jeep or something that tips over, they may need to use extrication equipment to stabilize and get patients out. So that made a little bit of sense to me. I don't know how many that happens in, but
And since it isn't a traditional SAR entity, because whenever a sheriff's office, their search and rescue team puts in for these grants, they are the SAR responsibility. When it isn't, and they do assist, we need that solid support from the sheriff's office to continue forward on that.
I agree. So do I need to make that motion that we ask them that we deny it and we ask them to come back with further clarification in the next cycle?
I think we could just vote on it. And
Okay.
then if it's denied, then that's what we'll do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll call for the vote, though. All those in favor of approving the Moab Fire and Rescue EMS limited access vehicles, say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
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 Okay. With that direction that you guys will coordinate on to get their ducks in a row, more or less. Okay, behind the Butte campsite trail and staging improvements, Goblin Valley State Park. Let's see, Scott, you had funded a different amount, Dave, you did no fund. Any comments on that?
Okay, let me talk about this a little bit. Goblin State Park has, the boundaries have been expanded through the Dingle Act, and they took in a dispersed area on the west side of where Goblin Valley's at. And there's been a lot of dispersed camping in there. It's just right kitty corner to Little Wild Horse and Bell Canyon that has 60 to 100,000 people hike through there every year. And a number of those people camp in those areas. There is a route that heads down Little Wild Horse Creek for about 3.5, 4 miles, and then it dead ends because of the management plan. And they're talking about using this tractor to maintain some of these camping areas in this route. I told the guy when I talked to him, I says that tractor's not going to be able to maintain that route going down through that wash. You need a trail cat in there to fix it. And I believe that his 80% motorized it should be reversed, unless we consider people that maybe pull a camper down there or a trailer down there in a Jeep vehicle, and then they throw their kids in and they drive around on the system roads in their Jeep as motorized. So it looks to me like they might need the tractor to use to maintain the facilities there, but I'm thinking it's going to be maintaining facility for more non-motorized than it is motorized people.
So just, I'd like to cut in. So they also funded for requested funding for the same exact project for partial funding from UORG. So for the non-motorized side. So it's not officially awarded, but they were recommended funding.
Do we have that in their budget?
Let's see.
If we recall correctly, there's a certain member of this council that had a really hard time with a kiosk in the same area. I don't know if you guys remember that.
It's the same, like, concern.
Yes,
Yeah.
it still is. I mean, I agree with Scott on this. There might be motorized use, but it's a minivan.
It's not a staging area for serious off-roaders. You want to go to Temple Mountain or north, and you know what? I'm not even against funding the goofy thing, but be honest in your application that 80% is not motorized down there, and I guess I have heartburn because they messed this all up. If they would have thought ahead when they did this and connected it into Wayne County, it would have been a little bit better. But now you have a route that ends out there and an Overlook Point, and there's no other routes to go. You have to turn around and come back, and it frustrates me when things get managed the way they do, and Galma State Park gets a lot of people, and I don't know if there's some other funding to help them buy this tractor besides the OHV fund.
They were awarded, well, they're recommended to be awarded that 34,561 through RRI, which is also with our division. They reviewed it earlier this week and it was recommended for funding. So they have gone to get the non-motorized
So
side.
they want to get $28,000. So it's like a 40-60 split on the funding then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, about that.
That's better.
Rachel, do you want me to share the budget?
Yeah.
If we consider people that ride around in their Jeep with their kids in it and looking at roads, yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
So Patrick, he's sharing the budget now that was recommended for funding for that earlier this week. So they have, it says applying in April for that $28,000. But can you scroll down, Patrick? Yeah. So they have a lot more going into it for the non-motorized side as well.
Super. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. They're asking 88,000 from non-motorized for that and additional work.
Any reason why they just didn't get the whole thing funded through non-motorized then?
We encourage people to match multiple grants within our division. It's always a highlight for us. I mean, so we like it personally, but also, because then there could run into the issue, well, hey, we can't use this because no motorized funding paid for it. Like the same way that we wouldn't really want to use a backhoe on a non-motorized trail if it all came from motorized funding. So I think it just for them, I think it was just practicality of, hey, this might be used for a multitude of things. Maybe the majority of it is non-motorized. Well, we should get funding from here to show that funding, that usage.
With Scott being the local expert, which he is, of the swell down there, and I'm familiar enough that he is right. Most of the OHV recreation happens up at Temple Mountain, the south side of the swell. And his concern is it's not up there, even though there might be some OHV trailheads. What are the chances or what's it looking like for some improved OHV recreational areas? If it's creating some, great, but how do we ensure that it's creating some? Those are some of your concerns that I'm getting at, right, Scott?
That they can't make any more trails, okay? The whole area is surrounded with wilderness. Even this route going down through Wild Horse Creek is surrounded with wilderness. It's a cherry stem route. And if they would have, again, I should just shut up because there was a lot of other routes they could have considered, but they were all closed. So they have this one route. Other than the route that would go through this campsite, I guess you could consider that route they're going to build through the campsites as one of the routes, but I'm sure the campers don't want the kids running around on their ATVs making dust. So I guess you're just talking to somebody that's frustrated with what's going on in Emery County, and then somebody wanting some money to build something else. So
Are you talking behind the rig route?
No. We're talking, this is the campsite, just on the other side of Galvin Valley. There's a pinnacle that goes through there, a ridge. And there's a dispersed camping site in there, and they want to clean it up. It's kind of a mess because people have camped everywhere, all over in there. So they wanted to kind of make some individual campsites and develop that, which I think they're going to have something besides a tractor to do that. They're going to need to have some equipment in there, a little cat and a grader and stuff to do this. And maybe after that, they can maintain it with a tractor. I don't know. But definitely they're not going to be able to maintain the road going down through the Wild Horse Creek with a tractor.
Dave, you'd shown on here to not fund this project. What's your rationale on that? Similar to Scott's, it just didn't feel like it was really directly related to motorized. And that the tractor, the biggest ask was for funding of the tractor, which felt like it was more for maintenance of the campsites. Any other discussion or questions about this one?
Let's go ahead and vote on it then. All those in favor of funding the Behind the View campsite trail and staging improvements, say aye. All of those opposed, say nay.
Yeah. Nay.
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 Okay.
I mean, you're gonna get funding from outdoor recreation again,
Help
eventually?
us at all?
Yeah, they're gonna get
Get in road.
And I just looked at Patrick, and it sounds like they could probably still rent the equipment, but the money that I do from them and do the work. So if it's.
Maybe.
Yeah, you can't swing around anymore. It's an out back, it's a cherry stem.
Guys, we have two more and then we're done. Not for the day. Patrick, our lovely Patrick over there will present for us. Sorry, guys. We're getting close though.
And that's some hard work there too, so.
Okay, Duchesne County Search and Rescue, let's see, Eric and Sheriff Curtis, Bonnie. Any questions on this one?
So I need some more clarification on this. I think this is the one that, number 33
or 35, 35.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so my comment was, okay, on the question on the application, basically how many search and rescue calls do you have and how many involve OHV users is what it's supposed to be. And I think they answered this as how many times they use their OHV or how many times they'd like to use an OHV instead of 4 OHV users. And so I'm making some assumptions here, but that would be almost Moab numbers.
I mean, well, it's only 17 and 13, but they do say the average percentage that a side-by-side would be directly from.
That kind of adds to his confusion.
Yeah.
It's not an OHV user. Yeah.
Bonnie raised her hand.
Yeah, I was just gonna echo what was already said. That was my same concern, is that it seemed like they misinterpreted the question.
And we've tried to help clarify that, but I think we could be changing our preferred each time and people still get it wrong.
And I think probably should have followed up with some clarification on this one. But as it's written, I'm guessing that's not the real number. And if we're trying to fund this thing, which is a fairly expensive vehicle, the percentages would need to be right. So it's either, fund OHV share of this vehicle, which I would be open to, and I'm not sure what that would be is the only problem today.
Well, the burden would be placed upon them to determine on how much OHVs they're part of the OHV community they're serving.
And it looks like we've never really funded any search and rescue stuff for Duchesne, so we don't have any past statistics to look at. Yeah, looks like they've funded some first aid equipment, trail equipment, but that was for $5,300.
which is great. I mean, it's awesome that, you know, they're reaching out and there probably is a need there and we haven't overfunded them, obviously. But yeah, I can't. So we can do that.
One more advisement is that Duchesne's putting a lot of effort into their trail systems right now. When we see a lot of effort into improving the trail systems, just like all the other areas of the state, you know, UNA County doing great, down by Washington County, they're doing great, and the Paiute Trail System, then we start seeing the influx of potential search and rescue. So maybe we're not seeing them right now. In the future, we may see that, and maybe some advisement from Sheriff Curtis being in probably the highest trail country in the state could offer a little bit of advisement. So sorry to put you on the spot, Sheriff, but
No,
you can speak on
you're
behalf
right.
of that.
And what we see is we see a lot of use, and a lot of it is we do preventive stuff. You're not seeing as many accidents as well, but you do see a lot of people out there. On this one, my thought was they've got a cash match of 50% of the project as well. So I thought that was pretty good, even if their numbers aren't super high.
So this is looking at 2023. This is their SAR stats. So it looks like out of 17, 1, 2, 3, 4. Four of 17. If I'm reading this right.
That is actual motorized.
Yeah, side by side, ATV rider, lost snowmobiler, and then stranded motorist.
That's what I was seeing as well.
Yeah, so 4 out of 17.
23%.
Yeah, right now they're at 50%. Well, it would be 70%.
So you could reduce it by that, you know,
A quarter of it versus 50.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we reduce the funding. Well, if you'd like me to make a motion, can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the funding by 50%, the requested funding by 50% for this grant, just due to the evidence we can see on how much is actually OHV user search and rescue use.
Okay, we've got a motion to reduce the funding amount by half. Do we have a second? Seconded by Fred.
Eric and Fred.
Any other discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for a vote on that motion. All those in favor of Eric's motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, now we vote for the actual project at that amount, right? So all those in favor for funding the Duchesne County Search and Rescue Project at the amount just voted on, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. On to application 3562, number 35, the Summit County Patrol Search and Rescue Operations. Eric, you and Sheriff Curtis and Eric. Looks like there's some no fund and.
Sorry. So again, I'm looking at this and I actually couldn't see, you know, we can see past projects that we funded for this group. And it looks like we did approve a UTV last year.
For the SAR part of Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And so this one.
Summit County Sheriff's Office would be their patrol division in support of their SAR responsibilities.
I'm like.
Can you say that one more time?
So their patrol officers often help out with their search and rescue function.
Okay.
And so their patrol officers would be using those, but the portions of search and rescue is what they're seeking funding for.
Yeah, because this is
But if they didn't specify that or break it down, then again, that.
I think that's how I interpreted it.
Okay, so search and rescue is mostly volunteers, and then these are Summit County employees, officers that would help with search and rescue.
They
using
often
this.
do help out
Mhm.
the search and rescue services, because you're up at Weber County. In fact, a sworn officer oversees Weber County's, search and rescue operations. So very much a part of the sheriff's office. And again, if I'm speaking out of turn, Sheriff, you'll know that more, Sheriff Curtis, on those ins and outs. So please help out if I'm speaking not from my mouth.
You're absolutely right. We all have a deputy or two, depending on your volume, how that supervise those, make sure they have things operating, going in the same way. They run the incident command. They also, when it comes out, that's sometimes they're the first ones going, and they get there a little bit quicker to help set up the base operations there as well. So, a lot of the deputies help out. And if they don't have access, sometimes they got to come back and have SAR come back and get them. So it certainly is a part of what their role is.
Certainly intertwined with their search and rescue service, which again, they're required to do for the respective counties. And they just have their law enforcement deputies, a lot of times be the first one to respond, to at least get there, set things up, while volunteer services a lot of times are gathering equipment up, or if they're already up there, they're helping out with the deputies.
That's
Okay.
cool.
Is that clear?
Thank you. It's clear. It's still so heartburnish.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there any other question about that?
So Eric, you're wondering if we were duplicating something versus adding to.
Yes.
The answer was.
Kind of, not.
That's fine.
Clairvoyance is there, right?
I guess the difference is, because I did talk to the applicant, is these will be actively out and about. The ones that we did fund previously are going to be stationed, and we're working an MOU, because we are getting a new snow cache out up there, to work with the sheriff's office to use our old North Fork shed for them to base off probably that side by side that we did fund, so they can respond there. But this one will be actively out on the trails, a lot of their equipment, so that when calls come out, they're already out there. And we are continually working with Summit County Sheriff's Office on an annual basis to help them out with probably the most highly visited Forest Service area in the state. One of them, we have many of them, but they get huge amounts of visitation up Soapstone up there. And I think Kirk can verify that as well.
And then in this case, is this, what percentage of their search and rescue is OHV and this is not Summit County?
Let's look. Wow, never mind. Whatever this is.
This is the one that had a failed, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I couldn't see what the percentage of use was.
Kind of rough to read there.
Hold on 1 second.
Code.
Yeah, what that means. Let's see. I apologize. Usually we try to go things figured out beforehand.
It's right early on the second to last one.
Yeah. See if this works.
Corrupt.
Yeah.
Did anyone of our reviewers get a breakdown, or they don't?
No, that's all I could see.
Yeah, sorry about
I
that.
wonder what it looked like.
I couldn't open it.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing anything that looked like that though.
I guess Sheriff, have you had a case where you've got separate vehicles for search and rescue versus your officers or your deputies to do these types of things? And
I don't, but I do know a couple of the counties that do, that have full-time deputies assigned to search and rescue. So you take your more busy ones, Washington County, Grand County, Utah County, they have assigned, those are the ones that I know that have assigned, like, I know Washington County and Utah County both have a sergeant and 2 deputies assigned to them underneath that are responsible for search and rescue. So they always have somebody on. I even know Washington County sends theirs clear out on the far end of the county and the south end so they can be out there in case something's going on. So that's their roles. And so they have separate vehicles, because the last thing I need to do is if search and rescue shows up and my deputies are out doing something else with them too. So, but I assign all mine in the same building.
Are they out patrolling in these UTVs, or are they towing them around, or what's?
And most of them are. So in those counties, as far as I know, like I know Washington County, they will have them in the back of their trucks, 4-wheelers or dirt bikes. As far as I haven't really explored on if any of them are just out on side-by-sides. So those are just the ones that I'm aware of. But I know in my office, you know, if I have a request, a busy weekend that I know there's going to be a lot of people on the mountain, I will just send the deputies up to go up and be around to help get people in the right spot so they don't get lost. But or typically when we have a complaint, then we'll go up and be visible. But if they've got deputies assigned to it, I mean, we could ask for more clarification. What's their role? How much of their time are they spending doing just patrol work and enforcement issues versus just being out there to help educate and make sure that people know where they're going?
Just trying to make it right in my mind that this
Yeah.
is not a vacation, that this is okay.
I mean, you look at this like the Northern Wasatch Cache one with the DNR, you know, it's the same thing. I want to know specific, how much time are you patrolling for violations and how much are you just responding to a search and rescue call? I think there needs to be a box that they have to fill out on these. I really do.
Sorry, I missed one.
Right, so the consensus that this one needs reworked as well.
I'm okay with it.
It seemed like I was okay with it too.
I'm good with falling under the same guidelines to treat everyone equal, that we need specific numbers because that means we're treating wildlife equally as well as the sheriff's office on that. So that'd just be my advisement. Take that for what then maybe.
Sure.
Sorry guys, I should have caught the corrupted.
We'll get them on the right trail.
Hey, nice. Shut it down and have them reapply with better numbers.
Yeah, because I think, well, I mean, our next grant cycle literally opens June 1st,
Yeah.
so it's only a few months away. So plus they could probably borrow.
Weller's is right there.
Exactly. So are we voting for this one?
Yeah, let's vote.
Then we have the last one that,
Still needs a vote.
yes,
We discussed.
we wanted to talk with Sheriff Curtis about it.
Yep.
They keep putting sheriff on the hot seat.
I know, right?
Hey,
Why do
you're
you
all
say-
right. Your next one, I have concerns and that's why I want to visit with the group and see what you guys think, because
You're not alone.
I have an issue with the SHRP.
Let's vote on this one. All those in favor of the Summit County Patrol Search and Rescue Operations, say aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, on to the SHRP. And Sheriff Curtis, just for you to be aware, we did discuss this with Laura before she had to take off, but I think you were offline at that point.
Yeah, sorry.
we all expressed concern about this being in a non-motorized area.
Yeah.
But we wanted your feedback.
Used around Utah Lake person is.
So that was my thoughts. They've mentioned a lot more about responding on the water and a lot more in the lake. And so I had concerns about it. I mean, they talked about going out on the snow and stuff. And for me, there's a lot better equipment to get out on the snow. So on one hand, I could see we could use it, but my concern is I wanted to know what you guys thought, because I've never seen one just roaming around on the mountain going on search and rescue calls. I've seen them on the lakes and the waters, and they work great for that. But
Any reservoir.
I've seen them in reservoirs. I've seen one in Fish Lake.
Yeah, Bob Seller had, and they mainly use it in their wetland area.
Yeah, it's more designed on for your wetlands, marsh areas like that. So that's my opinion. On this one, again, my issue with the way Utah County applies for some of these is that they have, they're using all their search and rescue hours, volunteer hours as their match. I have a problem with that. I think it should be only their hours on this project, or at very least no more than actual doing OHV rescues, if we're going to allow them to use those hours on calls for their match. That's my opinion. Take it for what it's worth. But after I thought about it, after I sent it out, I think we shouldn't vote. We shouldn't approve this one. I don't think it's an effective OHV use.
Thanks, Sheriff. Let's go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of approving the SHRT UTV for all-terrain rescue, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. 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 Okay.
Count the mouse, Susan.
They all said
It's not a tough one.
I should do whatever.
Okay.
No, we don't have another.
There it is.
I know you're hopeful, but
Okay. That's it. So
We need a final motion for all recommended OHV grants.
we do
And
kind
the
of
SEDS.
overview. Calculate. Okay. We recommended funding for 3.185 out of that 4 million, so we have 815 that'll roll over to the next cycle. You all feel good about that?
Yep.
And then one of them, the Upwell one, is contingent on our Gene Stroud's finding. So.
Cool. I will entertain a motion to what? Approve the recommended grants for spring fiscal year 2024.
I'll make the motion as said.
I will second.
Eric Brody, who said.
You can give it to Brody. I've seconded it.
You.
I know. Trying to move this on.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 We're 20 minutes behind. Do we want to forego our break?
Yes, yes, yep.
Okay, Patrick, you're up.
Okay. Got like 12 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'll be really quick.
Okay, next.
Oh, wait, did we?
Said it'd be quick.
Say all in favor.
That was good.
I guess so first, if you're curious, I've been just running this live scoring sheet. If you want to just see like a little bit more detail, we can see kind of the counties, various, a lot of these projects were across multiple counties. We can kind of see where counties, like project categories, is that it's still quite small over there. The trail work, 2.3 million, education 22,000, access protection 78,000, search and rescue 336,000, snowmobile 372, and then just like applicant organization type. So it was like 44.5 went to federal, 150,000 went to city, 329 to nonprofit, 626,000 to the county, and then 663,000 to the state. And y'all got your average discussion time to 4 minutes.
I was a little worried. The first two were 10 minutes each, so dude, those 30-second ones, that was pretty nice. Credit. Move that shit along. Great. So I guess before I start, again, let me just say thank you to everybody. This is the, I don't know, third 8-hour scoring meeting I've been part of this week. But y'all just have such like command of motorized recreation in this state. So it's just so cool to see you be able to talk about these projects, specific budgets, areas. Just really appreciate the time and expertise you lent to funding program. So I wanted to quickly present, and this is more just kind of informing you than anything, just a new program that I've been working on to build. Maybe some of you have heard of it so far as it's come through. It's called the Outdoor Recreation Initiative. So this is funded through our outdoor adventure infrastructure restricted account. So this was kind of created in the 2023 general session. I believe it's called the Recreation Coordinated Investment Initiative, but I just call it the Outdoor Recreation. It's a little easier. So we've been doing a lot of work with the Outdoor Adventure Commission. As part of that, there was that restricted fund that was created, which is essentially a 1% levy on existing sales tax that's getting kind of put through a number of things. Some of it's going to UDOT, some of it's going to state parks, and some of it's going to the division through the Outdoor Adventure Commission. So I have been kind of tasked with creating what our funding process is going to look for this. And I've created what's called the Outdoor Recreation Initiative. So if any of you are familiar with the Watershed Restoration Initiative, it's somewhat modeled on that. I think on its simplest level, it's really about just getting a lot of this funding out to communities, it's project focused, but I'm really looking at the more people focused aspects of it. So you can see kind of our mission. I'm not going to read that entire thing, but it really is about leveraging a lot of the resources that we have in the state, and then just creating a really collaborative system in the state. I'll kind of touch on that in a second. I'm really going to blow through a lot of this, and I'm going to end it with like, please reach out. Let's be in touch, because I definitely want to have your participation in it. But I don't know how many of you followed the strategic plan that was created with the Outdoor Adventure Commission. We worked at Utah State University, kind of stakeholder workshops all across the state. And they came out with the strategic plan and then these 4 cardinal directions for how Utah should be using its funding in support of outdoor recreation. And so this program, the Outdoor Recreation Initiative, really is, as I thought of the vision, it's the tool that we're going to use to deliver this. And so you can see those 4 cardinal directions up there. They kind of have like sub-objectives. And the thing I guess, so we did run 1 year last year. I know that was terribly small, but we essentially just had to quickly cobble together a ton of project proposals. And the project proposals we're looking for in this program are definitely ones that would not be covered by like this grant, by these outdoor recreation grants, some of our other grants. Like these are very big ticket projects. We're thinking multi-million dollars. So, we think about like the High Desert Trail. Could be a great opportunity. Like it's just gonna be a really big, expensive project. Do all the planning, get all the signage. Create those connection points. So like that's the type of project that would be really great for this program. So far we've funded, as everything we do, we just try to really spread it around the state. But that's kind of just last year. And this really differentiates itself in a number of ways, like land acquisition. If there are crucial lands that are up for sale, that access is threatened, and you need the opportunity to purchase some of this land, that's what this program could do. That could be like a $4 or $5 million purchase of land. Like with Beaver County, we supported a $5 million purchase of the Upper Lake property. Worked with Cass County to purchase a piece of property up there, which is generally stuff that our grants don't cover. So I do want this program to kind of fill in some of the gaps that a lot of our funding programs aren't doing. So one is going to be land acquisition. This program does like environmental assessment need to support, but some of our other grants do not. So I want to factor that in. But then planning as well. As we're considering planning, when we want to think about big networks, we want to think about what projects are we going to apply for in 5 years. There's going to be a really robust planning element in this, because right now we offer, we don't have a lot of support to give to communities to support planning. And one thing to really emphasize that this program is going to be, it's locally led. I've met with like every association of government. I've met with all of, the Utah League of Cities and Towns, Association of Counties, like really been around the state talking to, user groups, just everybody, there's so many stakeholders in recreation, right? It touches everything. But more than anything, I really want this to be locally led. Like our federal partners inevitably will have a big role since, they're managing roughly 70% of the state. But when it comes down to the projects that are going to be ranked, that are going to be funded, I want, kind of our local communities to be the ones to identify those ones. And so that's just kind of a snapshot of what the timeline is going to look like. The thing that I'm probably most excited about, and admittedly, this is very ambitious. I'm an ambitious person, though. I think the division here, we're very ambitious, but it's the creation of these regional recreation councils. So we're going to have 5 councils. These councils are going to be kind of working together to, one, solicit, identify those projects, those big projects, and kind of rank those projects and submit those to the Outdoor Adventure Commission each year for funding. This is maybe my 3rd or 4th draft of what the councils look like. I think this is what I'll land on for this first year. And again, this is a living program that, it's going to be changing and changing and changing. As soon as we figure out ways to make it better, we're going to push forward on those. So you can see kind of what the regions look like right now. Each of these regions is going to have a general council, and the general council is going to be made up of, just as many stakeholders as we can get, to some limit, of course. But, it's between state, municipalities, federal, user groups, adaptive recreators, just as many voices as we can to just identify what these projects looks like, identify what the planning needs need to be. And then we're also going to have kind of what we're calling the 6th region, but it's going to be more kind of the Division of Outdoor Recreation, like our statewide region. We have the privilege of just working across the state, being able to identify certain projects, like North Wash, like Colorado is like one it's cross-jurisdictional. It really has kind of national notoriety. It's a big issue. No one seems to want to step up and do that. And so that's kind of a system where we think okay, the state could be equipped to do that. We also want to leverage some of our other kind of efficiencies, whether the state can step in for a small community to be a project manager. We have that, our great trail crews. We have a lot of opportunity to do more to support our local communities in pursuing the recreation opportunities that they want. And so a lot's going to be kind of put through these regional councils. And that's kind of, this is like something I wanted to talk to you all about. It's just that I'm going to need to be, staffing people from the motorized community, from, cities, from search and rescue, from a lot of the things that you all touch, within these regions. Because again, like motorized, we see what so many of the motorized users kind of live here in the Wasatch, but are kind of everywhere, and I just want to make sure that all user groups, that we're really representing all of the many amazing ways that we can recreate in the state. So those are kind of the regions. And then the councils themselves, I'm still working on how to structure them exactly. This is kind of my first mock-up of what it may look like. We are still working with Utah State University. The next slide is kind of like what they would imagine these councils looking like. But again, if you are familiar with the Watershed Restoration Initiative, just an amazing project. And I'm really borrowing a lot of kind of what's worked for them. But, again, like the ranking committee is going to ultimately be the ones that are going to push the projects forward to the Outdoor Adventure Commission. And I guess maybe, I could talk dollars too. I mean, we're going to have around, $20 to $30 million annually to spend on like big projects. And again, these projects should be existing outside of our grant programs because we want to fill the gaps and still like really, and I think that a lot of the planning elements could be put into to prepare applications to come to these programs. I was talking to a county commissioner in King County who was totally unaware of like some of the projects like the Forest Service was doing. And was just like, I noticed that these got awarded, like I didn't even know. And like, that's kind of what we're trying to solve. It's just trying to create these opportunities for this communication and for kind of local input into these, kind of get, and just build those bridges. It just gives as much collaboration as we can. And so like, we're not going to read all of this, but this is kind of what USU came up with, which is just like, multiple staff, subcommittees, just a lot of stuff going on. You're like, that's great. I will look to do that in like 5 years, in 1 year, there's no way I can turn around that quickly. And then we'll have, again, it is very much going to be project dominated, but the planning element is something I'm probably the most excited about. But so, we'll solicit projects, we'll rank projects, we'll approve projects, and then we'll fund projects. And where the state can act as project manager, can kind of helps remove some of those barriers, particularly that our smaller communities are facing. That's the stuff that we want to do. So that's pretty much it for the Outdoor Rec Initiative. I think more than anything, I just wanted to inform you all, wanted to make sure you're aware of this program. I'm building these councils right now. I have not sent out a single invitation to serve on them. But I just want to make sure that you're aware that as I'm building these, that, you can be people I can reach out to serve on these. I think the first year we'll probably meet once a month. In subsequent years, I'm thinking we'll meet, for maybe like 2-3 hours quarterly, so, the reciprocity involved will just be a lot of money invested into these regions, opportunities for planning support, and just, a great opportunity. So, when you are thinking about projects, big projects, you're thinking big, you come across land that is under threat that you would like to get purchased to preserve access. These are all things that could easily go through this program. So, we're really excited. It's
25 million, I know property right.
Yeah, I mean, we could do our best. If you can get all the regions to rank that number one, we're in. But we have a prioritization list for this. A lot of it is going to be fulfilling that statewide strategic plan. But we're hoping to help all the regions develop their own regional strategic plans, do needs assessments, kind of understand like what are you missing, how can we support? But it's going to be an amazing program. I'm so excited about it. But again, I just can't do it on my own. So I am really, I've been fortunate to work with such great communities.
Right. How accessible is the money if needed? If we say there was a land available for sale, or between us getting it or somebody else?
Sure.
Is the money available like emergency money, or do you have to do it like what grants we have available?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have kind of our standard cycle, but and again, I haven't worked out every single detail, but the way the funding works is it's kind of it's just placed in a fund, and so we don't actually need approval from the legislature. We need approval from the Outdoor Adventure Commission. And so I think in certain cases, if there was, a very high priority property, like timeliness was of the essence, there would be an opportunity where we could kind of probably put something together through like the division, ourselves to communicate with the Outdoor Adventure Commission to try to get some of that money freed up for that purpose. So, I mean, I think traditionally we'll try to work through that annual cycle, but that was one of the inspirations why we wanted that additional kind of like statewide region, that so we can act immediately if we need to, or as immediately as state government can. So, any other thoughts or questions?
I think it's great.
Good. Well, I appreciate all of your time. Again, thanks you for all the time, your expertise, everything you do for our division.
So you have all the regions, why don't you have one of the advisory board be assigned to them?
I'm sorry?
Why don't we get
looking at that now?
Advisory council assigned to that division?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, each region will have a council that's made up of these. So that's what I'm looking to staff right now.
Where, we've got us involved too.
Yeah. I mean, inevitably, I will look to some of you all to support and represent, some user groups, some, municipality, just depending on what your role is. But excellent. Well, thank you all so much.
Patrick.
Yes.
I still got the property for sale.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 11. Rachel.
I put this down and I forget what I wanted to talk about.
Item number 12.
Item number 12. That's me. That's him. So yeah, I guess it's just like what worked, what didn't work, really quick. We want to keep this fast and easy. Did anyone run into any issues? Is there anything that we could do better? I know that I was thinking of going through the review, like the review portion more and really detailing and honing in on the specific questions for each category. I don't know if that's beneficial, if you like get more of a brief overview. Just kind of asking what worked and what didn't work for future cycles.
Hey, Rachel, this is something tiny, but on this big packet, 90-page packet, could you, when you identify our comments, can you put those in order? I mean, we're having to go back and forth to find, the 4-digit number that you were talking about, and then maybe also put the grant number, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, on that as well, just so it's a little bit easier to find.
Yeah, we started to actually do a whole other thing where we combined all three. So we combine the scoring sheet, we combine the overview, and we combine the comments. But it just took so long with 37 different applications and 3 reviews for each that you were like, another time. Because it takes a lot of time to go through all of these. So if I'm harassing you at the end of a grant cycle to get your reviews, and it's because of that, it just allows for more time.
I don't know why you keep looking at me.
I don't know.
So is there any way we can look at all the grants at one time?
Like the ones that came through?
Well, other than the ones I score,
Yes.
I couldn't see any of the others.
So I share at the beginning
Just
of,
Google Drive.
yeah, that Google Drive, it has all of them. And like we've been updating it, like we put more reports that have just like a general overview that has kind of like more specific questions that we've asked. So it's just
Can all of the grants be put on the Salesforce or whatever that is that we sign into, and then have the ones that we're assigned to there, but also have all the others? Then we can go in and see things as they're happening. But where it would be optional for us to review it, but the others are mandatory for us to review. But it would sure be nice to just be able to see those.
Yeah, I honestly don't think, I think it would become more of a hassle. I mean,
Salesforce scoring is pretty cumbersome, and I know it's just a portion of Salesforce.
yeah,
Like sorting through the grants in the Google Drive is a
I mean,
lot.
you go in and you go out, you go in and you go out.
exactly. So
So
like,
through the drive, that's how, I rarely go into Salesforce because I don't need to. I look at all the grants through the drive folder that she sends out before.
I send it
So
out
you
like
get
a
the
day
sheet,
after
we
it
don't.
closes. No, well, I share it with you all.
But
You all have the same access I do. You just.
Yeah.
But are those, is the Google Drive updated as people are grading their grants? Or do you have to update that drive?
I have to update that manually, and that's why I kind of throughout it, I updated like, hey, I didn't want to pull the report for the comments because it takes hours for me to format that and go through it. So I wanted to wait until they all came in. But I did kind of send a couple updates closer to it, the time frame, being like, hey, this is who's reviewed. This is what their current scores are. It's just kind of like what's worthwhile.
The only feedback I had is the formatting. The big sheets are great, but just having the OHRV printout was a lot easier to follow because it was linear.
Yeah.
Some of the spreadsheet was cut off, like the comment pieces, and I think it's just a formatting.
It is. And
So
we try
I know
to,
it's difficult. But
yeah, we're trying to make it simpler, but also like the more that we compile it, the harder it is for us to, and the more time consuming it is, especially like when it.
Nothing comes in it easy on a Salesforce.
Yeah, and like it is, but then you're also formatting a bunch of other things. So yeah, we're just working through it. So the more like comments and feedback, the easier like it'll become for us to kind of really hone in on what works, what doesn't work. But we're trying.
From where we started and where we are now, it's awesome. This
Night
is,
and day.
yeah, there's no way we would get through all these grants if we
Oh,
were
we
going
used
the
to
old
put
way.
dots on the board.
Well, used to.
Yeah.
That was before your time.
Well, and I'll just say, Rachel, I think how you're divvying up the applications is working a lot better. Like I appreciated being able to review most of the Forest Service apps so that I could actually reach out to the districts and ask them questions, and like Sheriff Curtis's input on the search and rescue stuff, and then everyone's broad input mixed throughout. I think it's really good to see everybody kind of fitting and being able to contribute on the applications that apply. So it's good. I think you guys have done a ton to improve things, like Eric said. So I'm feeling good about where we're at.
Yeah. So again, just a work in progress.
On the round file.
But other than that, I mean, I just don't want to waste our time too much.
I did have one thought. So had we not eliminated those 2 large projects today, how would we have gone through and decided, like we were gonna try to, if we gave those bigger pieces of money?
You either have to, decrease funding for other ones, or like, you know, we came across a lot of search and rescue ones that we wanted more information before we agreed to it. So we would either have to not fund things or do partial funding to make it. We're still at the point where, you know, we try to fund as much as we can, but we always usually have a little bit left over because especially as we get closer to that dollar amount, we come here as time goes on.
Not next cycle. We're gonna run out next cycle.
We will, because we're receiving 3.675 plus that 815, and just, I mean, we awarded well over 5 million the past fiscal year, because we do 2 cycles. And I've requested that we increase that funding amount, but it was denied because our department director wants to see, or we're receiving well over the requested amount and not able to fund it. He wants to see the demand for it, which is great, but then
So are we gonna have, that's the question, are we gonna have to start utilizing the scores that we actually give and start ranking based off of that?
That is a good, healthy grant to have some competitive natures associated with it instead of just funding it.
Well, I think
That's straight
from learn how to write a
Director Ferry, right? From
I remember one.
What I would
think we only
advise.
had 3 grants or something. Come in.
Yeah.
We get better quality grants when that happens too.
Yeah. And yeah, so that's why I'm thinking of maybe reworking our scoring sheet, because so it's more specific to the actual category versus just general overview of it. To really hone in on those percentages so that we can better go through and approve and recommend this funding. Like Eric.
That part of my comment was heading, that's good that you answered that, like, if it happened from that.
Yeah. Because in the past, we would just do it based off of how they came in and we wouldn't really utilize the scoring. So it's like important to get your scores on and be kind of thorough or think about it. I know it's hard, especially when the deadline's right there and you just want to be like, check off a box. But yeah, when it comes time, it'll probably be before our next grant cycle, which opens June 1st. I might just shoot out an email, see if everyone has, and you can attend if you want, it'll be virtual, but maybe a few hours just to go through and highlight what we should ask specifically in those review questions to really kind of hone in on those projects. Again, it won't be mandatory. It'll just be, hey, if you have the time, meet with me and give me some ideas and I can go from there. So.
Couldn't you have that last sheet when I print off the last sheet to look at from the scores and that, have our comments come out on that bottom part?
We're working on that. It's just really time consuming when you're compiling things and then you're formatting it based off of the review percentages, because then you have to go back and manually change everything and then add it all over. It's just really time consuming. I had Jorge start on it and I finally was like, don't bother with this. It's not worthwhile. They'll have to just switch between things. But in the future, it's because you're right in my line of eye. Laura's not here for me to glare at. So, but yeah, in the future, we're hoping to do that. Again, it's just really time consuming. And
well, hopefully we can figure out reports in Salesforce. This is really our first round where we're really utilizing more and more Salesforce. So there are a ton of reports that we can run, but it is the learning curve this year. And so we're able to extract a lot of information, but compiling it in one report can be a challenge.
Yeah, because I plan to compile this with these and all of the comments. Oh boy. I did something. Okay. But yeah, compile everything. So it's all in one. So you look at one thing, it shows all the comments, it shows the abstract, it shows the scores, et cetera, et cetera.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so even the comment that this is evolved and doing very well for you guys to do all the reviews from this. At the very beginning, why we start creating the rules for everything, our goal is to keep it simple for anybody rather than professional grant writers. Where do you think we're at today because I didn't see a lot of nonprofit applications. Where do you guys see it at? Is it going to take a professional grant writer to get all these applications?
I don't think so. I think it still falls under, when you guys were creating the FIG grant, I think it still falls under that description. Yeah. I mean, it's tough because, we keep going through it. We need a little bit more information every year. And I think even the more it progresses and the more competitive it gets, it probably is going to get more competitive. And so these grant writers are going to have to to be just more thorough at it, but rarely do we get to this point where we don't have all of our information. I think the search and rescue group is still learning. But you know, most of the other grants are fairly decently written from what
So a simple
what I see.
guy like me can do it.
Sure.
Like I say, I haven't done a grant for a while, but that was our original goal, simple.
Yep.
For the applicant and for you guys. So.
And
I
I
feel good about it. I'm good.
And you know, the meeting, I keep saying the meeting I had with Rachel, but talking about Carly, right? She's a resource that, you know, if you do need some assistance, you know, what does the process look like, right? And she's able to help with that, because I didn't realize how many grants the state has for rec. And there really is quite a few, and they're all different. You can even get grants for planning, and you know, so it was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think the counties are starting to notice how many grants are floating out there too.
Yeah,
From where this was in the beginning and now, you guys are just phenomenal. I mean, it's awesome to see how organized it's there. It's cool to see because it came from nothing to what it is. And without you guys volunteering your time to make it happen, I just want to say thank you.
Well, thanks for setting it up. Thanks for fighting so hard for it.
But now you're starting to see the engineers, like Sunrises and the Jones and DeMille.
There's a need for
All
it.
they do is chase down every grant that comes or every time
They're quicker than the best. I don't have that. That's what this is for.
Cheryl.
Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, both as being on the council and somebody that's mentoring people in our grant applications, because as you can tell, I'm typically the secondary grant manager now. And that's because I'm spending time mentoring people for putting these in. And this year I actually think was simpler than last year, which felt really good as far as applying. But then also as a council member, I think what you guys have done for the reviews is such a big improvement. And then I'll just throw out there, the division is awesome, regardless if it's this over grant or the RTP grants or the RRI grants. Patrick, Evan, Rachel, all of you guys, if applicants have questions or if they're not sure how to proceed, the staff at the state is so awesome to support people, to answer their questions, to provide feedback. So I think that's what we need to help people understand is you don't need to be a professional grant writer, but reach out because these guys will help you get a successful application put in. So I think that's what this grant program has that maybe others don't, is just that great support in getting people trained and putting in great applications. So I'll just throw that out there. It's very feasible with that kind of support.
Thanks, Cheryl. Scott, did you have something too? Yes, you.
You're muted.
He doesn't.
He's just stretching.
Yeah. Okay, your turn.
Nope, do my update.
All right, I'll be quick. All right, so updates with the OHV program. I'll go through what legislatively happened, specific to the OHV. SB 179, we had some transportation amendments, redefining what a snowmobile is. So really what it is exempting snow dogs. Snowmobile, the definition changes, you have to be on a seat to be straddled on or a regular seat. So which a snow dog does not. So that was changed. We did have some electric bike amendments, HB 85, which changed the definition on if it's manufactured use of cranks, so pedals, then that would be an e-bicycle on those instead of some of those Surons out there, and they place the aftermarket cranks on those. Those would still be considered an off-highway motorcycle under the definition. Off-highway motorcycle was also changed in a separate bill that I didn't have this on here, but it just updated it to use on off-road terrain with the two wheels and the saddle.
So an e-bike, the pedals.
So an e-bike with pedals, and there's other classifications, but what it really differentiates is if it's manufactured to have pedals. So any aftermarket accessories like they placed on some e-motorcycles to try to pass as an e-bicycle
mainly affecting the non-motorized trails, trails used for that.
So they're
those
gonna
are
have
not
to have a
accepted.
sticker.
They are defined as an off-highway motorcycle.
That's the ones running up and down the park driveway,
Yep. Those ones.
walkway.
So, HB 184, allows, the individual to display their off-highway vehicle registration through digital means, their paperwork. So our officers have already been accepting electronic means. The future of digital credentials is coming. I'll go over what we're going through with our OHV course. But that's what's going to be accepted. Same with the boats as well. And it improves the insurance database. So mainly when officers check street legal machines, it has an updated system on through Weybright. So mainly affecting law enforcement agencies to be capable of checking valid insurance for motor vehicles applying to boats and off-highway vehicles there. There was an interesting one, HB 441, registration of novel vehicles. So now the Snow Dog is exempt. Well, now it's a novel vehicle. There's some novel vehicles that may be defined as a watercraft, and those would be around $1 registration fee. So they would be subject to those types of registrations. So an interesting one. We don't really know how it will play out. It'll be mainly through the Department of Motor Vehicles on how it affects the OHV program. Basically, we'll possibly getting more funds, but $1 at a time for that. So probably costs more to pay for the sticker than it is to actually register. He just barely, did you notice that?
No, I did. I was just talking about how Kirk.
Well, we don't need to bring that up here. So HB 519, it was a cleanup bill, and how it affected the OHV was an entire DNR cleanup bill, but we were allowed to charge an electronic fee to our non-resident user permit, which we weren't allowed to as well. We were only allowed to charge a $30 non-resident user fee, and we were actually paying out of the OHV account for that electronic fee and processing fee to get the decals shipped out to our non-residents coming here. So improve the efficiency there is where it mainly came down to. And then the last one was actually an HCR bill. Representative Albrecht provided a $840,000 one-time funding from the OHV account to the Butch Cassidy State Monument to develop the trail infrastructure and trail development down by Butch Cassidy's State Monument area on that. So that's a legislative update, mainly affecting.
The Butch Cassidy camper?
Yep.
You're gonna make it into a monument?
Well, it is already classified as a state monument. This fund just is provided down there for infrastructure and trail development surrounding Butch Cassidy Power.
Cause we're trying to connect the Fremont Trail off that.
Connect everything in, they'll have power there. There's some other bills that may residually affect the OHV program, but those are the main ones that our office was tracking and advising on and helping out our legislators and partners on what we would advise on. So our trail crew foremans, we have 4 of them. It's going to be Tara up here, Tara Dole, Nate Condor down in Richfield, Ron Cooper down in Cedar City, Parowan area, and Mark Thornberry down in Moab. I was just with them this week. We were training them on OHVs, and they are hiring seasonal trail crews right now, and we're hoping to have them move dirt within the next month. I've already sent the email to Tara Dole.
Yeah, thank you.
On that, so they'll be out helping out.
You've been coming to the meeting.
Yep, they'll help out our partners, and they've already been doing some snow grooming activities out there. So we're really excited for Mike Thomas to build that team and help out our land management partners, our nonprofit partners, our county partners. They're really designed to help out everybody on that. So which the state is really good at on there. Our education program on the adult course to date, we've had over 260,000 course completions this year alone. 22,000 has been from January to April, so a huge success there. And we are switching to a digital verifiable credential, which should come out in the next month, where you can add to your Google or Apple wallet to add a little bit more efficiency on how to keep track of your OHV certificate. If you chose to only have your PDF copy, you're welcome to have that. That's just an opt-in. So that's one of those electronic credentials that a lot of the state's documents may be moving to, and they're actually using our education program as a pilot for the rest of the state. So pretty cool stuff there. Some of our new employees, I already let you know about our trail crew foreman, but we have Patrick Parcell, our trail program manager, that may be a benefit, just like Carly Lanch's role. And she's, or he's supervised under Carly Lanch there. Maddie Snyder is joining our education team under Deirdre Miller, who also joined us, and I've already communicated that to you guys. So we're gonna have another education person to help out Deirdre in revamping that program. Jorge is joined our grant team there, and then Jared Anderson is one of our GIS people that it's gonna help our GIS efforts for the state. So we keep adding members to the team, and we're gonna do some, and they've already done some great work right now. So the future of the program is we're wanting to become the hub of information for all of recreation, especially motorized recreation. That's my goal, is to become the hub of information where everyone goes to, and we get them out to the areas they need, so we don't have that confusion with our OHV users, or boating users, or hiking users, or mechanized users. All our users, we want to be able to direct them in the proper place. So that's what we're looking at in the next 5 to 10 to 15 years. We're going to fine tune our current programs we have to be complete and relevant. And one of those is our education program, our advising programs. We're continually working to fine tune those now that we have those people set in place, to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the trends of OHV use there. The big projects that I'm working on, and I've already mentioned one of them, the digital verifiable credential, and then we are going to add a new snowcast shed up at Mirror Lake. We're keeping the North Fork shed, going to help the Summit County Search and Rescue team, working on an agreement with them. That'll be able to potentially hold 2 cats, some trail crew equipment, and better serve the grooming area up there, because we've always had a challenge. So that should be, I'm hopeful that it will be ready November of this year with that. So some huge things coming on, and we're continually working on them. So that's everything from OHV.
How about the junior education class?
Yes, thank you. I forgot to add those. So we've, with the youth education course, we're working on revamping the online program, but we're already offering public classes alongside with Fred. But these are going to be classes put out by our rangers quarterly. They're on our website at ohv.utah.gov. We've already had one successful class of 8 down in Ephraim, my hometown, just down the street from my parents' house down there. So
Are they gonna go throughout the state then?
we have set locations right now. They're not traveling right now at this point. If there is a big need for some additional classes, we'll help coordinate that. And that's part of Maddie's, one of her many rules, that she'll help coordinate some of those items on getting classes out to possibly Vernal. Most of them will be around northern Utah, central Utah, and southeast and southwest. So we have a few rangers out there that'll be doing quarterly classes. And that class schedule has already been listed on our website for people to go sign up on. So hopefully you have a little bit more efficiencies there on being able to sign up and take the course. No additional charge for the hands-on course for our youth. It's just part of the service we provide. Cool. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Thanks, Chase. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Nobody wants to make that motion?
I'll third and fourth it.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Let's, don't even need a second.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Right, thank
See
you.
you all soon, Scott.
Thanks, everyone.
It's not good.